Okay, I'm pretty sure we're live. I'm a little worried
I got
because the internet's
about it.
the internet's not been behaving itself particularly well, to be frank.
I believe in you, Robin.
You can believe in me all you like, but if the internet goes down, the internet goes down.
Well, that's gratitude for you.
Thank you. God damn it! Fucking hell, you're so needy. Okay, let's just get this together. So, Earthrin, this was going to be an interview between me and Perception.
I see.
So you've completely fucked that up. So now.
Oh well, why? No, Robin, you fucked that up by posting the link in the open house guest list.
Oh, blame the victim.
As normal.
Blame the victim then. I see where
Yeah,
we're going here.
no context. You're just like, oh yeah, here's the link as normal. So like, oh yeah, so everything's as normal.
God damn it. So yeah, this is allegedly, we're gonna have a chat. Oh, hello. Oh God, Maggie just came in with their underwear on. Oh, damn it, woman! Okay, let's get some music on. Oh no, it's on the outside. Get it on the inside. On the outside. There we go. Okay, we're live. We're ready to go. It wasn't our best start. I've seen better. You've seen better. We can do better, and we will do better. Just not this week. So we have live today the lovely, or at least I don't know that. Perception check. How you doing?
I'm I guess okay.
You guess?
I guess.
You've got to be a little bit more affirmative than that.
I'm better than I was a couple of days ago, I suppose.
Yeah, you were saying you weren't
fucking
particularly
better than you, Robin.
She's better than me.
Oh, I'm always better than Robin.
Ouch! Dang, girl!
Oh, come on, you did a backhanded thing as well.
Right,
you were
okay.
Like, oh, she's lovely. Oh, never mind, I don't know.
Well, I had to check my sources first.
Is that a request for lewds?
longest way round for lewds ever. So I thought now that we've when did we meet Perception? That was last week, really, wasn't it? How did I happen across you exactly? Where? How did we? I don't know. Was it
Harmful? Some connection with harmful? Was it?
No.
It was like 2 weeks ago, maybe.
And
it was on my first video.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure how I came across that. I don't mean that in a lewd way.
Yeah. I shared it to, or I added it as a whole bunch of people, because, here's my opinion on what's going on,
and we all jumped on it finally! Got somebody who understands. Yeah, there has been a little movement against the movement recently, hasn't there, really?
Yeah.
I like it. Do you like it?
Yeah, I think it needs to happen. I think people need to be checked.
Does it feel normal to you?
It's starting to feel normal to me. It's sad. That people won't do it themselves. You would think that they would be responsible enough to check their egos every once in a while.
Well, yeah, I mean, let's be perfectly frank. Are you seeing sort of remnants of Gamergate? Do you remember this?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's why and I hate to make those comparisons, but I don't know. It kind of makes me kind of sad to make those comparisons, actually. But when I was making the I'm Not a Culture Warrior video, I was thinking about how, originally we were talking about SJWs earlier. They used to just exist on the internet, on Tumblr and whatever. They're kind of annoying, yeah, but then you had a whole bunch of people, I don't know, rising to prominence and pushing, feeding the outrage machine and making a lot of money off of it and stuff. And there's a part of me that's a little worried that, I don't want to, I don't want to accuse anybody, or I don't want to say that this is what's happening.
It's too late now.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe
I
I
have. Full bore at this point.
Yeah. But it seems like people in the anti-SJW corner of YouTube have started making a lot of money off of being anti-SJW, and now it's going mainstream.
It's turning into a cottage industry, isn't it?
Yeah, and now they have to start feeding their outrage machine, and yeah, so, and they're stooping down to, well, they're doing things that, well, I would have thought that, well, they would have been totally in opposition to a couple of years ago, which is sad.
Well, I think there is that means justifies the ends type deal. So they feel as if they've got some sort of perceived enemy.
Yes.
That sounds familiar.
Don't you mean ends justifying the means?
What did I say?
You said means justifying.
Means justify the ends. Oh yeah, I think you said. Did I say that?
It's the same thing. You just said it differently.
Oh yeah, unpopular opinions.
I think his tautology chip has just broken.
Yeah. Unpopular opinions. Yes, I was the one who was sponsored by Harmful Opinions. If we do talk about Harmful Opinions, I must disclose that I have been paid by him, so I'm totally biased.
Yeah. I'm totally biased because I agree with him.
Have you signed any non-disparagement agreements?
No, but there was talk about a disparagement agreement.
We should just call this your declarations.
Maybe.
Dude, Fenian, you're on the fucking show. Look, mate, go and how am I supposed to do this? I give people links. There are links everywhere at this point. I put them all up. Airthrin could find the link. Why can't you? God damn it! Fucking kids, man.
Very young kid.
Very young boy. He is actually a very young boy.
He is
very young. He's very young to me.
No,
but I'm not. But I'm not 23, am I?
No,
yeah. Did you see in the other chat some people making a fake grinder?
The difference.
What? Too many people speaking.
He's a very young lad.
He is a very young lad. Yeah.
Not a very young boy.
You're not allowed to say lad. That's not Polish dialect.
It means something else. Do you remember was saying that? Compared Milo's boys to young lads.
Comparing boys. Oh dear.
Milo's boys sounds like some kind of documentary.
Holy shit.
I should be on this show, but I'm busy.
You should be on this show, Maggie. Absolutely.
I'm just busy. Oh, fuck's sake.
So, what have we got question-wise? Has anyone got a question for Perception Check?
I'm a newbie. No one knows who I am.
Nobody knows the noob.
Yep.
So we're like,
I guess I'm a girl.
Young boys.
Okay,
so,
well.
So yes, we've got a girl for you guys. You can say things to her, and she'll kind
of. What persona do you align yourself with politically?
What do you identify as, Perception?
Politically? I'd still say that I'm a liberal, but I guess I would be more of a moderate liberal. I definitely sit.
Those don't exist.
The middle.
They're like moderate Muslims. You're all wearing burqas.
So you're an SJW is what you're saying, basically. Like that's what I got out of it anyway.
I'm SJW light.
Yeah, alright, cool.
But she's white, so it's alright.
Alright, of course.
Well, that's what she meant.
I can tell by the accent.
You're clearly from a white culture.
So what are you prepared to tell us about your self-perception? That's the thing. I know your name now.
Oh.
I got a riddle for you guys to figure out my name, my first name.
Riddle me this.
I forgot it already.
Well, it's not a riddle, it's an internet mystery. There is a video called The Hot Crazy Matrix, and just by my name alone, I was placed in the danger zone.
Oh dear. I know of the Hot Crazy Matrix.
That was an awesome video.
Maggie is in the danger zone, aren't you, Meg?
Just got this the song playing in my head of that. So what's it? Highway to the Danger Zone thing?
Oh God.
I think you just mixed up Highway to Hell and Danger Zone.
Yeah, possibly.
So have we got a drinking game in the side chat here? So every time I mention very young boys, you've got to take a sip.
What about very young sharks?
This is a big mistake, gentlemen.
Yeah, you're gonna be dead by
done-
the end of this.
You've done yourself a disservice there.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
Like 4 times.
But at least we can know that very young boys will not end up participating in the stream.
Well, I'm here, so that's already, fallen to pieces.
You're just
No,
a young,
but in the drinking game,
you're a young
Oh,
lad.
right.
You're just a
Take
young
that.
lad, according to Mags. Not quite.
Oh, right,
Not
a
very
young
young
lad.
boy.
Boy, therefore I corrected you that he was a young lad. There is a difference.
Are we saying that young lad is the gender neutral form?
Yes.
Ask him
Is
who
it-
he thinks he is.
I don't
Is
know
it
what he
lad?
thinks he is. I don't know who he
You,
thinks
are,
he
you,
is.
are you ladkin?
Who do you think you are?
I thought lad was a gender term.
I'm not part of the IRA.
He's
okay.
He's not a
Not, at least
Yeah,
not
let's just
yet.
get that off the table straight away.
He's not part of the IRA youth.
I'm not part of the
Okay.
okay.
Hashtag not all IRA, guys. Come on.
So yeah, we're not talking about this very young boy though. We're talking about perception because we don't get many chicks in here. So, so perception.
Well, I'm a trap apparently, so.
You're
Yeah.
okay. More-
Yeah.
You're not doing very well if you are. I've seen you on the video, mate. No.
Yeah, no, thanks.
No, you
It's
haven't got
not
a
going well.
chance.
Hasn't
You
taken
haven't got a
him.
chance. The only thing you've got a chance of attracting is bears.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That's a bit fucking much. Do you think Milo could set me up? Oh,
For some
fuck.
reason or another, he's not answering his phone at the moment.
Milo got a very young boy.
He's usually so chatty. Okay, get your crap in the side chat, guys. You know what to do. Put your handles in. So we've got hello to Joshua, Okomi, Rafflidge. Can everyone make more pronounceable names, please? Boris Lowe, well done for making it, mate. I hope nobody got a little bit confused with the last stream. For some reason or another, it wouldn't actually go out to stream. It'll get to preview and then it just stopped. I had that problem last week. It's at Dominus Sturkor. Not just... Oh, fuck, I gotta... Thank you! God damn it.
Oh, should I do mine?
No, I've
Or
already
you
done
want
you.
mine?
I've already done you. I only do that... to my guests, I will do that. But only to them. The amazing SJW.
Yeah, man, that's actually my thing. If you ever fucking
Wow.
check. Yeah, wow.
You're
it's
really
not edgy,
asking...
guys.
You're asking for a lot of battery there. And Olav!
Yeah, I know.
Hello, Olav. What have you got to
Hello,
say for
everybody.
yourself, mate?
I'm just here to listen to jazz music, man. I don't know.
So you don't really have you do realize this is like a chat show. So
Yeah.
it's most important that you use your mouth for communicative purposes.
I'm waiting for my, to get in there.
You're waiting for your chance.
Yeah.
So you're
So
like
he's waiting for his opportunity to join in.
So you're just going to
big
wait.
league.
For
I'm lurking.
At some
I'm
point,
lurking.
at any moment in the chat, you're just going to pounce.
Yeah.
All right, okay.
On a very
Yay.
young boy.
Crouching tiger, hidden Olav. Okay.
Oh yeah.
So
I'll be talking.
Kind of like me.
So yeah, I'm asking. I'm really. It's a question and answer round for PC really because we want to find out about her. So have you
Alright.
got a question for the young lady, or just
I
lady?
think
I don't know
I
her
think
age
I'm-
to be honest with you. She could be an old hag for all we know.
How
Okay.
how many alt-right cucks have you is it castrated?
Circumcised.
Oh.
It's a
Well,
bit like
They're already
castration for them.
circumcised, right? I would think that they'd be already circumcised. Well, I
Triple
guess it's just
parentheses.
American.
Perception check. Are traps gay?
Oh yeah, that's a
I'm
very
just
important
kidding.
question.
I'm gonna say no.
Yes! Come on!
What is going on here? I'm just wondering what sort of skin you've got in the game here, mate. So you're really taking that one personally there. So
Not that there's anything
Yeah.
right with that.
PC, you've said to me in the side thing. Is it all right for me to say, or at least say what you do for a living?
Me?
Yes.
Oh,
Most of these
I,
questions are going to be coming your way, mate. So I'd pay attention if I were you.
I'm sorry. I guess I could say that I work at a hospital. I'll say that.
Okay, so you work at a hospital. So that's right. She's a nurse, guys.
Oh, year of the docks. Year of the docks.
Yeah,
Not
did you say that because
okay,
she's a
hold a
woman?
Yeah.
How do you know? How do you know she's not a secretary?
I'm just trying to ride the thirsty wave. That's all.
Every time
You've got
someone
me.
comes
You
to
missed my beautiful
and they
juxtaposition.
ask me if I'm a nurse, I die a little on the inside.
Yeah, I mean,
Don't all
they
The
don't.
nurses?
internet.
That's nurses in general. I've met these people. I know what they're like.
Actually, I'm a pharmacy technician in patient services.
That's just a fancy way of saying I dish out pills.
You're
Basically.
you're the chemist.
I
cool.
dish out pills and IV piggybacks. And...
Yeah.
Oh.
You're the drug secretary.
You're the pusher.
Drug secretary.
Pusher.
Yes. I know a lot about pill pushing. We do a lot of
Yeah.
pill pushing.
You're
at our
hospital
hospital.
pusher, definitely.
Yeah. I'm complicit in that culture.
So you could diagnose pretty much everybody here, or at least dish out. This, sir,
No.
I recommend for you. Novocaine.
I got some Norco, guys, but I can't do it. Do you want some? I'll stop.
This is.
I mean, this
you're
is-
not promoting a business here today, okay?
Yeah.
No.
We have moved on a long way from when Robin would just, ironically offer people drinks.
Now we've got
Yeah.
we've got our own dealer in here at this point. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, once again, guys, have I got to encourage you? Questions for perception check. She's not called Persephone, by the way.
What actually inspired you to start making? Like, was there anybody who was like, I want to make videos like them, or was it just simply the bullshit that made you want to make them?
Well, there was the bullshit that wanted me to make videos. But if you're asking who I'm influenced by, I would say Roman millennials up there.
All right, cool.
And then
John Dylan,
I guess, huh?
Bob Dylan.
No.
Would you say Edgy Sphinx is like a big part of your inspiration?
No.
Oh, that's disappointing.
Much disappointed. Hi there, Sayomi.
I was gonna say, yeah. Hello, Sayomi.
Oh, so this is a friend. This is a friend of yours, is it? Are you getting yourself a little following at this point?
No. Well, no. I don't think
How
so.
How many subscribers have you got since you
Last I
started?
checked, it was like 880 something.
So not shy of 1,000 in your first couple of weeks. I think you've done pretty
Yeah.
well, mate.
And that was only because I think that was the very lucky circumstance of having harmful opinions. DM me on Twitter and say, "Hey, do you want to make an ad for me?" And I was like, "What?" That was like, I don't even know. I thought that was a joke the entire time he was talking to me until he asked for my account information.
Well, here's the thing about Tinder. I think it is a joke. It's just that doesn't mean he's not going to do it.
No. I didn't think he was gonna pay me for it though. That was the part that shocked me.
Well, it would be unethical otherwise.
This is the thing with harmful. He's like I said, he's like the video version of AIDS. Okay, more HIV. He just sits there dormant.
Do Africans love him or something? But that was probably the part.
Oh.
Right, you're having a timeout, my son. Go to that corner of the room.
Get onto the sugar.
No, look at the corner. Look at the corner. Somebody get a hat. Where's the D hat? God damn it.
The dunce hat. We need one.
I wish I could do
I'd
that.
get it.
Yeah, I wish I could be able to do that.
You could, well.
I'd wear it.
Oh, I know a friend who does that on his podcast. He has a little Benjamin Cumberbatch avatar that he floats around and shit in front of somebody's face.
Olaf, could you do me a favour,
Yeah.
please? Could you take the microphone out of your mouth?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Am I too
A
loud?
little, just a gnat's wing too loud at the moment.
Is,
That's all. If you can just bring your
is that
face
better if
away,
I-
yeah, maybe a little bit away from the microphone,
I
perhaps.
can
That'd be
turn
great.
it down. Is that helping or no?
Turning it down, maybe that'd be fine. Yeah. But anyway,
Is that-
yeah. What was the
Alright, sorry.
question again, mate?
Oh yeah.
Because we were overwhelmed by your mouth, essentially.
Oh, I didn't. It wasn't a question.
Oh, was it a statement? I don't mean to be a pedant.
I'm trying to remember what it was.
It was
I
a
can't
big
remember.
moment as well. I can see what
Okay,
you mean by you
okay.
pouncing.
I submit a motion to the panel that the next query should be of the format shag, marry, kill.
Right, words of mouth, yes, it is working, because I've got people in here right now. Can you not see them? It may not be working for you, but it's certainly working for them. I suggest that problem may be down to you, not I. The onus is on you, word of mouth. If you're using Chrome, for some reason or other, Chrome sucks at Hangouts at the moment.
You can't expect a Google product to actually be compatible with,
Yeah, they seem to have worked on their compatibility quite well for other programs, though, so have a look at Firefox. That seems to...
Well, they're not in charge of that compatibility. That's probably why it works.
Consider me shrugging right now. I'm actually using the Chrome one to do me, which doesn't seem to link to anybody, and I'm using Firefox to do you guys.
Firefox
Wow.
has just cut off their support.
Actually, I was having trouble with Firefox today, so I tried Chrome and it actually worked.
It's bizarre at the moment. What is going
Yeah.
on in this world? But harmful opinions is AIDS, not just God, AIDS. So like I said, yeah,
Sleep on him.
exactly, yeah. As long as you don't piss him off or go after his mum, you'll be fine.
Actually, just don't go after his mom.
Yeah,
She's
that
a
was...
sweetheart.
Yeah, she's lovely. Why would you go after somebody's mum, Bindu? I know you're listening. I'm not even going to do the catchphrase because I know you're fucking listening.
Oh well, did you see the whole the thing Tim did with the AI thing that does like recommended? It seems to be like a PR helper expert system, and it does seem to me that as I think about how an expert system works, they did promise with Candid that they weren't going to like move people's data around, but if they use that data to create inferences, they can make heuristics that don't involve anyone's data.
They make their own
And
data
that's-
based on your data.
So Candid is probably a feeder project for this auto PR thing, which is probably going to be extremely lucrative.
I am like the Bing translator for you, aren't I?
Yeah, like
You know-
really
you
do
know-
need a translator for his autism. It's something else.
See, you know, okay. Here's the, I think it's time to perform this intervention live on air. Airthrin, what you say makes sense. The only problem is, and now this is the trick for you, you see, is the presentation of that means that only 1% of the population understands you.
Okay.
You've got to dump
The
it
rest
down
of
a
us
little.
are stupid.
You dump
Okay.
it, you know,
It seems to me
you
that
no.
Because they only have an American education.
No. Here's the thing. So you've got to think first, then speak.
Think like a stupid person.
Think. You know, do your thought, okay, and sort of like compartmentalize it into useful points, and then just whittle that down to maybe a word or two.
Think like how would Fenian say it?
Remember,
There you go.
Remember-
That's how a stupid person
yeah.
would say it.
Remember that I said, about that whole hour's worth of video that you could do in 10 minutes, and then you did it in 10 minutes, and it was
Yeah.
really good.
Yeah. I think that Candid exists so that Bindu Reddy's company can use it to teach their AI how to do this. I don't remember what it's called, but it's essentially a public relations like advisor bot, like Grammarly or spell checking things. Like it's essentially saying, "Hey, people will probably like this tweet." And that is probably going to be very lucrative because it's a much cheaper alternative to expensive PR companies' referrals.
Oh, I see. So it's like a company will run this AI on their tweet before they actually say it. Oh, right.
It's like it should, if it works properly.
Jesus Christ! Right, mouth. Okay, I've sent you the link, and you say it sends you to the Play Store. Right, that is not my fault. This is not my fault, mouth.
It's probably accessing on his phone.
I can't reprogram your phone for you. You've made it so that your link takes you to fucking. What do you want me to do? I'm not.
I think you broke Rob.
Hey, Mouth, if that's happening, you probably don't have the app necessary to run it on your phone at the moment.
No, it happens to me. It happens to me whenever I try and do Hangouts on my phone. It's just a standard thing that happens, and I don't know why it doesn't open up the app.
All right, it's not my fault, but it's not my fault. That's the most important thing. It's not my fault, Mouth.
It's okay.
I can't
Robin.
do anything. I'm not your mum.
It's not your fault, Robin. It's not your fault.
So now, okay. Look, I know, bro. I know, bro, too.
I was gonna suggest that Harmful get on a hangout with me with someone who actually is a coder, because if I know someone who codes that and he understands AI coding, and I sent him a message about it. He didn't seem too interested, but I've got a friend who's like
he's a coder. He's a coder, and you wanted him to go on a live stream. Are you insane? Yeah. You don't know programmers, then, do you? It's like kind of going, "Hey, do you want to come outside?" Ah!
Yeah.
But like he's currently doing the project of how to teach surgeons how to use tools and things via an app for the government at the moment. So he knows quite a bit.
Well, exactly, yeah. And he'd think, you know what? I want to spend my Saturday evening talking to you. I've got things to do with my life.
Yeah, but he probably would if I asked him. So I thought it might be cool for everyone just to learn about like AI and how it works properly, rather than everyone speculating.
Yeah, or you could maybe get some like mathematics student who looks at these kind of systems and actually knows how.
Oh, we don't know anybody like that.
No.
Harmful Opinions does not ignore his DMs. He just doesn't realise they exist. There is a difference. There is a difference. Yes.
Yes.
No. I didn't say.
No one programmed them into him.
Yeah. It just isn't part. You know, you can get him better on Steam actually. You know.
Yeah.
There you go.
But just to interject a moment more about the
more
AI.
interjection.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Well, allow me to interrupt you.
Oh, okay.
I'll do it from time to time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, the
like now.
The upshot with the AI of this PR checker thing, where it just is like, oh well, this tweet will be good, people will like this, it might, you know, get viral.
We could stop calling it an AI for a start. It's just a fucking program. It's not artificial intelligence.
The term for what it is an expert system. It is essentially like, you know, when you go on like a troubleshooting thing and it asks you a load of questions until eventually it goes, I think it's this. And that's yeah.
Okay.
Only the thing that makes people want to call it an AI rather than an expert system is that it doesn't necessarily ask you all these questions. It just sort of keeps watching, and then it will pop up and go, I've managed to get an inference on this.
So it's like automatic moderation.
There goes Sturkle.
Yeah. And
yourself, mate.
the upshot is, if they do create this, what they will have done is used large amounts of data to get, essentially, to derive from the internet, from observations of reality, or of the internet, to some kind of
there he goes. He's
formula.
Off again, isn't he?
They will have derived some kind of formula about what is a good tweet, PR-wise. But
what was your point?
Well, the point I'm making is that
we're off again, aren't we?
It won't be secret. There's no way they could possibly keep this secret, because if they're selling the usage of it, all you have to do is just subscribe to their service, learn about it, and then you can just create filters yourself, which just ignores any tweet that strongly fits the stuff that this thing would recommend you to make.
Okay.
Because it would make people like start to say the same kind of things, and you could map that pattern and just say, yeah, push all of this stuff to the bottom of my feed, thanks. You could make your own bot that counteracted it. They would probably try and fuck with you. They would probably, look up your mother and go, hey, we know about your mother, and shit like that. Of course, fortunately, we know that Bintu Reddy wouldn't do such a thing.
The other contention I have is that it's built on NLP, which is kind of debunked. It's kind of bunks.
Oh, natural language processing.
Yeah, which is kind of like suggestive language, which is not really. It doesn't really work as much as from what I know.
If you have enough data, that's essentially the problem with it. There just isn't enough data. But there are learning systems that can give reasonable inferences, and since it's not exactly interpreting the literal meaning of the statement, it's essentially just giving it some kind of score.
At some point, this is going to be a question for you, Perception.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Perception, when did you gain sentience? You are obviously the bot that Harmful is programming to combat this in his basement. So yeah. When did you gain sentience, and how do you feel about humanity's continued existence?
I gained sentience approximately 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
And humanity's doomed. We're just all fucked.
Oh. You do identify as one of us. Okay, that's reassuring.
Yes.
Pug will be coming in here any minute, just saying, "I knew it."
I'm not a perfect AI. I'm pretty flawed. Not gonna lie. Pretty much a human.
Pugtron 9000.
What? One sec.
You waited a long time to say that.
Oh,
so
the Pugtron.
neuro-linguistic programming. It's a lovely term, isn't it?
Can you explain it for my friend? He's asking.
Oh, great.
Wait, what?
Oh, neuro-linguistic programming. Right.
That's what I was saying. Is like they're building it off something that's already bunk science anyway, so they understand.
Yeah, I thought it was like inference with natural language thing. Yeah, I didn't realize this also stood for that.
Yeah,
as well. I haven't heard of this.
Yeah, it's from what my understanding, it's basically trying to use suggestive language to help make people do things.
Oh. Basically trying to map out dog whistles.
Stircore, press F5, dude. Just every now and again, just send him a message saying, "Yeah, Stircore, just check the side chat. Yeah, every time I'll just send you a little F5 when you go completely blitz, or somebody do that. You sound lovely now.
Good.
Very nice indeed.
Awesome.
PC actually stands for personal computer in her name.
Oh really? Wow.
So it doesn't stand for perception check.
Is that your otherkin name? Because you're actually identifying as computer.
No. My otherkin is my otherkin identity is probably political correctness.
Oh really? Wow.
Yeah.
That's quite interesting. I identify as the alt-right, so get out, Jew. Did I all right?
I love the way he says it. Says it with such gusto. Get out, Jew.
The way you said it sounded like you just had a fucked up way of pronouncing you.
What is his name's Juan now.
So PC, how's your video? Your new videos coming, eh? How's your new videos coming?
How's that video you've been working on?
That's like the most common question I get, and that's actually kind of sad. I'm kidding, no, it's not.
You're getting second album syndrome right now, aren't you?
Yeah.
Flan has a real question.
Oh, really? Who?
In the chat, Flan has a real question. A very important one.
PC.
There is no Sega.
Narcissist.
There is no Sega anymore. For God's sake, there's barely any Nintendo.
Xbox Master Race for life.
We do have We do have a Wii U now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's like Nintendo these days. Oh, you've brought out a phone. Isn't that adorable?
Yes.
A phone with controllers on the sides of it. Great.
I actually was talking to a friend about this earlier. I reckon that they think that the console market is a bubble that's going to burst, and they don't want to be a big name in that bubble.
Who? Oh,
Nintendo.
Nintendo?
If they think that, that's kind of retarded. Because there's always going to be casual gamers who just aren't making or buying a computer or learning.
Nintendo
Yeah,
have their
but
own niche.
if there's an income shock, sorry, this is technical, but if there's a sudden lack of people's disposable income, or suddenly every other thing that the companies have invested in gets.
This is our interview, by the way, PC. This is how it works.
Hey.
What we do is
Yeah.
I ask you a question.
This is how the open house works.
I ask you a question, and then everybody basically just talks over you before you even get a chance to actually
not
answer
just
it.
a
And we
person.
forget about what the question
But I
was.
enjoy listening.
Not
to
just a
people.
person,
Yeah,
but a
so
spirit.
she said PC gaming. She likes PC gaming.
Yeah, but there's more questions coming up.
Are there?
Catherine,
Wait, what?
I tell you what. How about you read the questions, and that way that'll keep you occupied.
Me?
No, not PC. Catherine.
Oh, Carl Hussein said favorite video game.
My favorite video game. Like ever? Holy
I don't
shit.
know what Carl meant.
Recently and forever. There we go.
To be honest, the only game that I've had time to play at all recently, and it's been very little, is League of Legends. And I don't know if I love that game.
She's not a
playing
gamer.
it. Yep.
She's not a gamer. She plays League of Legends. That's not a game.
Yep.
That's just something that you turn up to.
Yeah, it's an addiction.
PC, how often do you browse poll? Just like on a daily, on a daily basis?
Does
Or
anyone
On a daily
browse
basis?
poll? I thought that was like
I was gonna say.
a no-go zone. You sort
Oh,
of
like
you
browse
turn up for a moment and then get attacked.
well, like
Yeah.
it's if you want to feel bad about yourself. That's what I do.
I do not do that.
Oh, you're missing out. I mean, if you thought anybody here was Spurgy, I mean, poll.
Dude, you're under 20. After a while, it does feel like you're not missing out.
True.
So what do you think about JonTron's final solution?
Oh my god. I think JonTron's just an idiot who doesn't know what he's talking about and
I
has
think-
got poorly formed opinions, and he probably shouldn't be talking about this kind of stuff if he has no I guess body of knowledge to support his ideas.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
he's really presenting them in a very. When he starts talking about the gene pool, I'm like, ooh, that's a bit spicy there, mate.
That's Stefan Molyneux territory.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's apparently he said that he likes him and stuff, and that's probably a big problem there. He sort of feels like he's well informed because Molyneux's been chuntering in his ear for a while.
God's sakes.
Well, like, I mean, I think that's what happens to everybody when they first sort of into this. They kind of go extreme and then
Well,
ease into it.
Well, it. Do you know what the thing that's sort of making me giggle more than anything else is that you've got the all these people that usually talk about celebrities needing to shut the fuck up, and suddenly they're
Yes.
like, "Well, this guy has a right to say something." It's like, what? So you've gone with the most heinous possible shit to be said and completely just misinterpreted the entire lot and just kind of go, yeah, this is awful and evil. Oh, but he's got a right to speak. And then somebody kind of go, can't we be nice to each other? Shut the fuck up! It's like, what is wrong with you? Look, I don't care what
Double
JonTron has to
standards
say.
everywhere.
Get back to your clown suit monkey. That is my message.
Are you saying that because he's half Iranian, you fucking racist?
That's right. Absolutely.
there
That's
is-
the intention of what I was saying.
But there is an element to this whole thing with JonTron, is that, I mean, especially in that when Destiny was, oh, by the way, Destiny turns out to be a fucking idiot who thinks far too
yes.
highly of himself. But
On the
anyway,
internet? Really?
yeah, I know.
People are... Oh my word.
It's almost like everyone on the internet believes that.
Yeah, did
Yeah.
you just say that there was a person on the internet that lacked humility?
Yeah, Robin, I didn't know if you were aware of these people. But anyway, the thing is,
so
did
far,
get very...
my meetings with other human beings have been wholly positive.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Jontron did seem to get very agitated about some of these things being questioned and him being asked to like have some kind of background information, and it just seemed like if these things are important enough to get agitated about in conversation, then surely they're important enough to like, have some idea what you're talking about.
No, you just need to blame the blocks, really. That's all you need in these kind of arguments. Once you've that, you're grand.
Yeah.
Welcome to the internet.
All these people are attacking Jontron because he said just mere things, that were completely wrong and highly inflammatory. It's them attacking him. That's what it is this time round. I mean, somebody could say something that is, I don't know, wholly wrong and incredibly inflammatory, and people might attack them. It may look like that, but in fact, no. This is a coordinated attack by the MSM on voices like Jontron, the game commentator, and hello, Max.
Hello.
Yeah,
Hello, naked guy.
That's.
Where is your avatar?
I had to set up a profile.
You just turn up naked to my bar.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Max Ostermann is basically the German version of John Doe.
Okay.
You understand what I mean?
No, not at all, really. I'm gonna be quite
I just saw this comment. Guys, Jontron makes the SJWs angry, so he's an important ally.
Oh, good point.
Oh my god.
That is a really good
That's
point.
what matters in this world, is annoying feminists.
Actually, that's the thing is, that's a very good approximation to the attitude some people seem to have about this, and it's profoundly stupid. Like, you don't want allies specifically for the fact that they make your opponents angry. You want allies specifically for the fact that your opponents don't really know how to feel about that because now they're conflicted.
Etrin, I mean, okay, the alt-right believe in a lot of shit, but they do annoy the SJW, so I mean, come on. Come on.
I was gonna make the comparison that
Perception, you're in charge now. I'm gonna go and have a cigarette.
Oh.
I was going to make the comparison.
You have to lead it. You have to lead your own interview at this point.
Yeah. You have to ask yourself rhetorical questions, basically. So,
yeah. I was going to make the comparison that the whole thing about all these YouTubers like PewDiePie and Jontron coming on board reminds me a bit of the Scientology Celebrity Center.
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
Completely.
Don't you think a person like Zargon has a special interest in this? Because these are bigger YouTubers, and he can bring his relationships up.
Are they bigger than him?
Yes.
Oh
Definitely.
yeah. Jontron's got like 3 to 4 million subs, and then PewDiePie's got the biggest with 55 million.
Amazing Atheist has 1 million subs, surely.
Yeah, which is why.
It reminds me of like the Celebrity Center, where you would go out and find people that are bigger than you are to support your cause. And then
we have a celebrity here, 800 subs, perception check.
Woo!
Woo! No,
Wow.
No, you need to click. You need to click, guys. Click things.
Oh my god.
I'm doing my jazz hands.
I can double.
It got quiet all of a sudden, you guys.
Yeah, I'll do the jazz hands. That's what I'm doing.
This is like the
because
noise of pure autism.
You don't you don't want to trigger anybody.
Yeah, thank you. It brings back my memories of being click that bite.
Okay. Nihilistic Pillow says, whole new question. Can we turn Brianna Wu into our gal?
Wait, what?
What? Why?
I don't know why, but that's the question.
As long as she believes there's like a... What's that?
Oh,
She needs to win her election.
Therefore, I just want to let you know that PC said that traps aren't gay, so win.
I really like an old fart at this. I don't understand the argument. Can you explain it to me, please?
Well, I mean, which side? Like, gay aren't gay. Well,
traps aren't gay.
But what are traps?
Oh.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I don't get it.
So, by the way, on the first to sixth day that God created the universe, well, on the seventh day, he created traps. And, and traps are like, they're a trap, you know? Is it a man or is it a woman? It's a woman with a penis.
So like Blair White?
Yes.
Yeah, it's Blair White. So,
back in the ancient American Indian days, if you were to have sex with someone who was effeminate or someone wanted to be a man who was a woman, then that would be seen as a gateway into something else, whereas it wouldn't be seen as being gay or being lesbian.
Sturko, point of order, guys.
It's not gay.
Sturko, could you bring your microphone down, and Perception, could you bring your microphone up a little bit, seeing as you've both got pro mics?
Let's see.
Is my sound okay?
You sound pretty okay.
How's
yeah.
this?
Is mine okay relative to normal
Yeah,
hearings?
it's alright.
Alright,
Is
cool.
mine fine?
Okay, Flan says
Could be a
traps
little louder.
are only gay if they come on
I
your
can go louder?
mom.
That's a very
Can I get
good
up?
point.
That's better.
Can I get up on my mic?
That sounds good. That sounds good.
Is that better?
Yeah.
That's
More
very
radio.
So, as I was saying, can I bring it back to this amazing argument we're focusing on? If it's not gay.
What are you talking about? Have a coherent sentence come out of your mouth, please.
Yeah.
I beg you, sir.
Yes, you don't have to swallow the sentence.
Because traps are making you.
The only thing I saw.
God help us all.
I think he was about to say that they are bisexual. That's the solution.
No.
Bitraptual.
I woke up for this.
Okay, I'm done.
Carl Hussein says traps are gayer than Milo.
But are they
What about very young traps?
Very young trap.
Well, I mean, it depends if you're 40
Very
or
young.
49, you know.
Yeah,
What's
that's the
very
thing.
young?
That's the
Very
thing. Perception check. What's
young.
your opinion on very young traps? As in this sort of idea, like say, queer kid stuff, or this whole like, let's teach kids about, feelings about their cock.
The thing is that...
How do you feel about your penis?
That's really
Perception.
inappropriate.
Really disappointed.
That's really inappropriate.
That's a question for her.
Oh,
She is.
Should I answer this seriously?
of course, go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to answer this seriously. I think that's really inappropriate for kids to be a subject that kids should be talking. I don't know. Like, that's just... Kids shouldn't be sexualized at all. And they shouldn't be being taught, like, I don't know.
Birds and the bees. That's the question. I mean, this is just a slightly longer conversation about the birds and the bees, really, isn't it? That's all.
Yes.
This
Yeah,
what
but
we're
that
talking
comes
about.
around. That's more appropriate when your body's actually going through puberty, I would think, right?
But the thing
Am I
is,
wrong?
if you go to places like the Netherlands, they teach like sex ed at the age of 4, and they have the lowest preteen pregnancy.
Correlation and causation, mate. That doesn't necessarily necessitate.
They have prostitutes, though.
They also have less sinker states than we do.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the thing.
so-
Is we're not just dealing with a singular difference here. There's a lot of differences.
I know there's a lot of variables, but that's what they promote when they talk about
Well,
it.
it could easily just be the nature of their education.
Trent, can you name each point individually, and maybe a rant about 10 minutes on each individual point?
Okay.
Please.
Well.
Alphabetically.
Give me about 5 minutes to write out the lecture notes. And then print them off.
Really fire up that CPU in your brain.
Yeah.
What are you doing? What are you doing to this show?
Satire.
Inviting ruin.
Saboteur. I car bombed this show, Robin.
This is why you're not in the open house guest list.
No.
Okay.
Aw,
Have you seen the channel Faith Kids?
Oh,
God.
oh yes. I like that. I have a pimple. Oh no.
Oh no, I need Jesus.
What?
Oh god.
Oh,
Is
do-
Are we
I don't-
praying the
Christian
pimples
sex
away
ed?
at this point?
Yeah,
Is that
basically.
Christian sex ed?
I know, it's like how to deal with
Absolutely.
life as a teenager, as a God
As a
lover.
Christian.
Yeah,
Being part of the God Squad.
You know, while I have not heard of that YouTube channel, I actually was throughout middle school and all of high school. All of my post-secondary education. I was evangelical Christian.
Oh.
Yeah, it was bad. I was a totally different person. Yeah, so I'm familiar with the crazy shit that they tell kids, and
you should check it out. Check out the channel Faith Kids. You might have like a self-reflective moment and just laugh yourself off.
Yeah, I would probably be a little depressed by that. Actually, I don't know. That's a part of my life. That's a part of my life I don't want to be reminded of.
So how long were you under the thumb of our Lord?
5-6 years. It was because
So you stopped when you were 6?
No.
All
right.
right.
I stopped when I was like 18. Right as I was entering my senior year of high school, I had a moment of holy shit, I'm an idiot moment, like wow, this is stupid, and kind of I left the church, and then not too long after that I realized that it's all bullshit.
Well,
you mean you experienced a perception check?
Yeah, I did.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, do you know the reason you left? Because you weren't an actual true Christian. A true Christian would never leave. Oh.
Yes. Oh, I heard that. I heard a lot about that. I also lost a whole bunch of my friends that way though too. So it was a very traumatic experience.
It's really sucky that like religion does that. It divides up people rather than brings them together. It's kind of the opposite.
Yeah,
of what
and then they're like, "Oh well, look at all the terrible consequences of becoming an atheist that we force upon people."
Yeah. There's an interesting discussion to be had about that, but I don't know.
But what
you'd rather ask about like cops and tits?
F5 circle.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'd rather talk about fun stuff than that kind of depressing shit, but that kind of depression is also very interesting too at the same time.
So what gave you the epiphany?
Actually, it was a lot of things were going on. That my life has not been the greatest. It's probably why I was susceptible to such a crazy religious sect. It was I don't know if you guys are familiar at all with Christian.
Oh God!
American
You weren't
Christian.
a member of the Republican Party.
No, I was pretty actually surprisingly I was apolitical during my time in church. However, following right after church, I went right into politics. I went into that as fervently as I did with my Christian faith. I think I was trying to replace it with something, and helped Barack Obama become president.
So it's your fault.
Thanks,
yeah.
PC. God.
Damn Obama.
Well, I don't want to.
You're responsible for Benghazi, aren't you?
Yeah, people
Yes,
were
totally.
saying, right, I'm sure there was loads of Republicans just saying Obama only got elected because of PC.
Oh, wow.
That's
Oh,
totally how it
man. Pun killed me.
Yeah,
Oh,
well, I'm sorry. I thought you knew this is a unsafe pun zone.
Yeah, I beg your pardon, actually. I do. This is my show. Okay, if you're going to do any more puns, you have to go outside. That's the deal.
I'm
It's not
sure.
funny.
This is the
Robin,
non-punning
you
zone.
You're just discriminating against my religion.
No, there are other guests in the room, and their
Religion
mental
of
health needs to be secured.
Thank you. Oh, there are very young boys here. Come on.
I am an animator. That is indeed correct. Unpopular opinions. I'm doing something for somebody called.
Okay, Robin's broken. Hit the
We
restart
play
button.
DK.
F5.
We broke him.
Rebooting.
Like that. Turn him on and off again.
Cult of Sins. Eon Black is the other name that he.
Jesus, you need some RAM upgrade.
You need
F5.
you need to press F5, dude.
Robin,
Oh my God.
I thought you were supposed to be RoboCop, not that fucking robot. from
Look,
Rogers.
I've got an old hard drive from the 80s. Every time it tries to log onto it, it just takes forever for some reason or another. It needs to update. I need an SSD.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Oh yeah.
You're saying you're too old for this
She's a
shit.
scrub.
No, it's an old shortcut from Windows XP. The moment you click it, it just sits there waiting to try and find the shortcut. You just got to wait for it to time out.
Robin, where do you put your USBs then?
That's a very personal question.
Robin's passing
I'm not sure.
again.
Very. So yeah,
this is the thing. This is the thing, Robin. You are embracing meme culture by doing this.
Okay. Let's feed the thirst. PC. So how old are you?
How old am I?
Yeah, you got a boyfriend?
No, I currently do not have a boyfriend. I actually just got out of a relationship.
Okay, so she works in a hospital, hasn't got a boyfriend.
Oh shit!
Take that to the wank
and
bank,
just got out of a relationship with President Obama.
Guys, I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Just out of a relationship, so at the moment she's a bit shaky. You could be that rebound.
Hey, PC.
That was so awkward.
Oh dear.
Oh my god.
You can't.
This has become a dating show now, hasn't it?
Well, you can't condone the attempt, but you can at least condone the try.
Fedian's only into traps.
Get blown away on the street, boys.
Are you a trap?
So eligible. Says Joshua Davis. Yes, Cult of Sin will be brought to life. He's going to have his little tentacles all moving around. He's going to be underwater. I'm trying to make it kind of Disney-like, so it should be quite nice.
Oh, PC, thank you for the shout-out on your video, by the way. Appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, that was lovely. Bless your heart. That was so cute. I had a single tear come down my left cheek. It was just, oh.
Which cheek, Robin?
My left butt cheek.
That's what I thought.
I was turning round at the time. What questions have
you're
you got?
modelling for Magda?
I'm not modelling for Magda right now. She's got this weird sort of sequin type, reversible sequin type thing. So when you wipe your hands across it, it turns a completely different colour.
Oh, cool.
Ooh, cool.
So it goes from like really dark, sort of shiny purple to absolutely shiny gold. Very nice.
That's cool.
But yeah,
fabulous, darling.
What were you talking about?
You must be on the artistic.
Well, we were talking about you, perception check.
Oh, yeah.
So we're
My
here to
life
find
story?
we're here to find out about you. I've already done a few popular names, so I thought I'd come down to the doldrums and talk to you noobs. So yeah, who are you? What do you represent? What do you hope to gain using your channel here? Are you just here for the attention clicks? Are you just here just to basically see if you can find a better boyfriend? Was that other guy just the guy himself just made you think, right, I'm going to go on YouTube and really, I'm just going to become huge. Then he'll be jealous. then he'll understand. Something like that.
The reason why I guess I'm bored, and that's probably the reason why I came on YouTube. Is I was kind of bored with the people that I was talking, because I feel like the people I'm around, they share a lot of my same political views, and the thing is that with that kind of, that's an echo chamber, and that's a problem. So while I was an audience member, I can interact with people maybe with different views, but I feel like this way I can maybe put mine out there in a more, I don't know, personalized way, and maybe get some conversation back, and I don't know.
Well, the best way to find anything out is to be very vocally wrong on the internet.
Yeah, it's a good way to gauge your audience.
Oh yeah.
Just say something really, really stupid, like traps are gay.
What did you say, Robin?
Well, exactly. Yeah, it's madness, isn't it?
Stop excluding his sexual preference. Come on.
See, that's all we have to do. They're like, you're just like spinning a top, and they're off.
It's like spinning a trap.
So, are you looking to date, say, a 30-year-old virgin? Because if you are, you have found the perfect place to be.
Yeah.
This is like Wizard Central here.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ.
Someone
get Spino on the stream then.
They've barely seen their own genitalia, never mind anybody else's.
Oh, is that a fat joke?
What am I saying? Of course, they've seen their own genitalia every single day.
3 times a day.
Maybe 7 times a day.
Jesus.
That has.
Oh, man.
Let's just say that after saying that subject, you have not changed my expectations of you in any way, shape, or form.
I know. What do you expect from me, honestly?
Exactly.
Like, Jesus Christ.
Holy shit.
Well, I expect you to wash your hands.
Well, that's the thing about Robin. That's the thing about Robin.
A lot.
Internet disappointed father.
Yeah.
Then who am I?
So that
You are the internet's disappointed
I'd hope.
girlfriend.
Oh, right. I was gonna say,
Disappointed
I'd
girlfriend.
hope.
No, Finian, I was talking to you.
Like that girl with the wide eyes. That's the meme. Do you know that girl?
Oh, yeah. what's
the
it?
overly attached girlfriend.
Yeah.
they're all getting upset that everyone's getting upset that I called them wizards now.
I've just seen Nihilistic Pillow say, "This is the Frankfurt School of Witchcraft and Wizardry."
No, wait. Here's an important bit of trivia about me. I am a Ravenclaw. Just.
Oh, God.
Nerd.
You're a Ravenclaw. You're one of them. I see. I'm a Slytherin.
Any other book people read?
So yes,
No one reads anything else but Harry Potter. In my
I read Rules for Radicals every day, all day.
Oh yeah.
I strategize my breakfast with Rules for Radicals.
and I studied the blade.
I play war strategy games, so I know all about them.
I play Cyberpunk 2020, my dudes. Get on my level.
I read the occasional book about ancient Rome. Therefore, I'm going to know everything about republics, even though it's
say his
just
name.
a theme association.
I am going to have to make a culture total war, aren't I?
Oh,
You got to include your Machiavelli.
Yeah. I'll just put
Machiavelli.
Yeah.
What?
The ends justify the means.
I've got to find an old Rome Total War one that's got loads of faces on it, so we can put everybody in there. That's the only way it's going to work out.
man.
Oh my god.
I think that would be the perfect meme.
Well, he does have his own game actually made by a fan. Have you
Well,
seen
the
it?
most recent Total
yeah.
War, there's magic in it, so you can make that about meme magic.
Who's he?
Who's he?
Sargon.
Sargon and like this.
Wasn't
like,
Sargon supposed to make his own game?
He is.
Oh yeah, he did. He did make something that looked like it was basically the same standard of shit that Jim Sterling is normally going. Look at these weird con artists. It's like, and it's like this is the quality of game that Sargon actually produced, and he doesn't seem to have the self-awareness about it. I'm not really sure, actually.
No,
He
I
doesn't
think
talk about it much, so maybe he does.
it's just a hobby to him, so it's fine.
Yeah.
But he's going to make money on it though. Did he do it like a Kickstarter?
He did a crowdfunding thing, and I remember there being some trumped up scandal about that, but it turned out that he was then going to claim that like it was pretty much all friends and family that did that. And then I'm like, hang on a minute, are you really going to claim that you or your family is like working class and you know what it's like to be hard done by, when they're going to just be like, oh, okay, well, if you enjoy it, here's 12 fucking grand. It's like,
Wait, you're telling me working class people can't just give that away? What? Come on.
no.
He's so working class. What? Come on.
Yeah. I have to borrow money just to be able to move into a new fucking flat.
He's the man of the people smoking 50-pound cigars. Come on, what great man of the people hasn't done that and then called someone poor for not doing it?
Yeah, so anyway, perception check. How many times have you masturbated over a skeptic community member?
Jesus Christ, right in there, man.
Well, I thought the theme was...
Etherin, I was hoping we could warm up to that in the next 3 hours.
Yeah, you went.
okay.
You went in.
I'm very
you went
sorry.
In pretty dry. You went in pretty
Sorry.
dry.
Yeah, you went in
I don't
no lube on
understand
that one.
subtlety, you see.
Damn.
I don't
Oh,
understand subtlety.
You don't have to answer that for another 2 hours.
Yeah.
But you do have to answer it eventually.
Jesus.
Once we've lubed up.
Be
Oh
prepared.
Should I fap to Steven Crowder or Stephen Mullen?
Jesus.
Yes, that's a good question to ask, actually.
Are you louder with Crowder? Oh,
See, now that's a pun
Holy
that is
shit.
allowed, Etherin.
See, Joshua Davis gets me.
Okay.
Thank you, Joshua Davis of the chat.
I think she prefers The Godfather.
God's heart, oh god.
Gadfather. The
Oh my
Gadfly.
I forgot he existed, actually.
Come on,
I used
guys.
to watch him quite a lot.
He's still making the same jokes. The same jokes.
Astrati, like funny for the first time you watch him, that's like, oh, 9 years in, and he's still making the same joke.
Posting pictures of himself on the beach.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Well,
it's like any celeb, pretty much.
You can tell this. There is this sort of cult of personality thing that they like to sort of push out there. If you see a lot of pictures of them in sunglasses, Spino, then you do get this weird sort of following of people that sort of, it's like when you're doing an advert for your Patreon, and it's got loads of pictures of you traveling or looking away from the camera at a sunset.
I'd like to see a photo of Spino in his shades, like with the whole Terminator background.
I know why he used those shades. So it shows that he's not looking at the script, even though we can see the script through the shades that he's looking at. And then he got rid of the shiny ones and he got the dark shades, so as to hide that. But that didn't work either. And
That's
now
why you don't show your face. You can read a script and you won't be caught, I guess.
He needs to do more than one take on his video.
Yeah.
And get rid of the pauses.
I do loads of those. I
bet you do.
The last video I did like 10 different takes, and they were all in one. I didn't want to have to do any editing, and this was a small amount of work putting into a video, as far as I was concerned. Just sat there for like an hour to create a 5-minute video.
Not worth it, my dude.
Ooh, I don't know.
Well, it's a good way to formulate my thoughts. Even for my own sake.
Hey, PC, I have a question.
How do you find that, PC?
Stop, Etherin!
What do you think of the current state of skepticism on YouTube?
The current state of skepticism? I'll put that
State
in
of the
quotes,
Union.
skepticism. State of the Union. I think I didn't outline that as well as I wanted to in my first video. I just think it's a lot of people who want to say that they're skeptics who don't think that they know what the word. Hold on a sec. Let me organize my thoughts here. I don't think they know what the word means, to be honest.
I'm skeptical about climate change. Yeah. Does that count?
You're skeptical.
And vaccinations, they cause autism.
So what do you think it means, and why do you think other people are ill-informed on it?
I think I hate the name skeptic community. I think it's a serious problem because I don't think it's
F5. F5 again. Oh my god. Press F5. Press F5. Oh my god.
Who? Nobody's talking.
Ouch.
I don't know. He's lost his mind finally, all the years of the internet.
Ouch.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound fine.
Sturcore. Sturcore, you're coming out as garbage, mate. Wow. There he goes. Wow.
Anyways.
That was coming out as absolute garbage. That was awful.
I don't think people can be skeptical of everything all the time. I don't think that's possible. We all have our biases. We all have preconceived notions and whatnot. To identify as a skeptic, you would have to... I don't even know.
Yeah, I really hate that so much when people are like...
Michael Sturmer is a skeptic.
Can I jump in on this one, guys? When they talk about the skeptic community, I've always found this to be really based at least upon, from its real early inceptions, really, those who were really skeptical about the whole God Squad thing. So you've got this is really the sort of the back end of the atheist community as such.
This is what came from it after Atheism Plus.
If you will, along that sort of line, you've got that sort of area that I'm feeling, from I would say, following its inception, really the people who talk about or talk through it. So, if anything, I would say that that's what they mean by that, being skeptical of Jesus.
Yeah.
And everything else has sort of stemmed from that, and I would say that it's people who are honest with themselves, if you will.
They try to be.
Yeah, and I mean, I think people try to nail down some sort of ethic that people are willing to stick to on this.
Yeah.
Well, I'm currently doing
Oh, sorry. The thing is that. Sorry, I'm gonna talk over you.
Yeah, go for it. There we go. You've got it.
There
this
you
time.
go. You're finally getting the hang of this place.
You're through. Have at it, Hoss.
The thing is that a lot of the current big names in the skeptic community, especially, and I'm going to use an example, Sargon, rose to prominence during Gamergate. A lot of these people were hammering these game journalists on their ethics. What does that sound?
That was
it's my vibrator. Sorry.
Olive's phone.
Sorry.
So weird. Guys, gotta calm down.
It's just a note.
Carry on. Just carry on regardless.
It confuses me because a lot of these people came to prominence talking about ethics in journalism, talking about the unethical behavior by the social justice warriors, the anti-free speech, I don't know. They seem to champion more of an open discussion format, looking at both sides of the argument type of thing. Even if they didn't necessarily do this all the time, they tried to. And I feel like that's falling to the wayside to some sort of narrative where, I don't know. I just think that,
here's my take on this. That's a rather easy format to fall into. For example, anyone can say that they're for freedom of speech. You can say, I am for freedom of speech. And it's like kind of going, well, brilliant, we like you. But that's not enough. If you see what I mean. I mean, just because you're for free speech, that doesn't. There's still a lot of ground to cover there. It's like somebody saying that they are a deist, for example. Or they say that they're a theist. If you think that, you do the whole deity thing, there's a lot of ground between there being a god and then there, what rules and regulations that God has for you and all that sort of thing. There's a lot of room and ground there to cover. And it's the same thing in this particular case, I think. Somebody saying, I'm for free speech, or a free speech advocate. It's a bit like saying, I drink water. It's a right. So it doesn't actually belong to the left or the right. It doesn't belong to a party. It's kind of going, people should be allowed to walk down the street.
Yeah, it's like, I'm not hostile to Western culture.
Well, my take on, I guess, the skeptic community is people are using it too much as like an identity, where I think it's more of like a methodology of thinking. So when I hear people like Armored Skeptics say, oh, you have left-wing skeptics and you're right-wing skeptics, what you've done is basically conflated being a skeptic as an identity by involving an identity and then putting skeptic beside it. You've involved being skeptical as an identity, and I don't think that's the correct way to go about it. Like, it's just a tool.
Everyone who's left-wing is somewhat skeptical of the right. Everyone who's right-wing just so coincidentally happens to be skeptical of the left. Who would have thunk?
Well, the way I've done it is that I've currently mulling this over my head, what it means to actually be a skeptic and the limitations of and the problems with being a skeptic. I'm currently doing a video on it, and
you get much girls with that, mate?
my idea is that skepticism ultimately is a purity test, because
Zach, we recently had this discussion with Sargon on Twitter about climate change.
Yeah.
Oh, I got him on that.
But my point is that skepticism is ultimately a purity test, because you have to keep proving something until it's correct for yourself. But at the same time, that assumption or the end goal that you came to may not be correct, because hold on a sec. Get the phone call.
I would say probably the best way to describe it is that skepticism itself is somewhat of a root. However, there's plenty of branches that end up quite far away from each other using logic. Logic doesn't, depending on which choices you make on certain points, logic can very much split off from each other.
My main point is that you could be skeptical of being skeptical of being skeptical, and all you're doing is trying to convince your own biases until you get the answer that you're okay with or you're satisfied with, which means that you don't necessarily get the answer that's true. And the only way you get the answer that is true is by using scientific method. So skepticism falls short if it's not combined with scientific literacy.
You can question everything, but at some point it becomes ideological. And that's the issue with the climate change topic. I mean, I had one of my first exchanges on this Twitter account I created was about climate change with this guy called Goodfella. Do you know him?
Oh yeah.
And he doesn't.
I was going after him too.
He doesn't believe in anthropogenic climate change apparently. So, and I found that he has a video in his playlist on his YouTube. It's about this movie. You might know this, the global warming swindle. It's a quite well known.
Okay.
Yes.
Is that made by that meteorologist that's been debunked like many times?
Yeah,
and then many people have been taken out of context and have actually been suing to try and get themselves taken out of there.
Yes.
I was sending him information, trying to explain this to him.
Wasn't interested.
But he wasn't interested. And then there was this other guy coming and defending him, probably because they were friends.
Probably.
I was posing the question to him, can he be skeptical while promoting this documentary without actually being knowledgeable on this topic? And he said, yes, you can. And I was like, what? Doesn't make any sense.
So,
I mean, at some points it's ideological because
it's because of republicanism. Because Republicans
I think
don't
he's a
believe in
conservative from what I've seen. That might be reasonable.
He's totally right winger. It's oil business. It's where we got Rex Tillerson, we got Exxon. Fuck the environment because we won.
I sent to him scientific papers. I debunked some graphs from this movie. Didn't care. Then I was mocking him with this James Inhofe guy and the snowball, and then he was responding again.
Oh yeah. It's such a coincidence that Luke Reed, Goodfella, and Sargon all are skeptical of climate change. When you
Sargon basically said that he doesn't know, which is fair.
Yeah, but the thing is,
which is
I was
retarded.
Actually defending Sargon in this situation.
You can.
I was giving him the benefit of the doubt there. But
fuck that.
The thing is, if he doesn't change his opinion in the face of evidence, I mean, I don't know if he ever read something about this. I don't know.
I think his position is that.
Tell you about him.
I have a question.
Is that it hasn't been an interest of his. That's
I was gonna say, has he stated that he doesn't know, or does he have?
He said he doesn't know anything about climate change. Yeah, so why would I state anything about it?
Well, here's the thing I think is probably most important, and I think someone did say something about skepticism and the scientific method. It's not so much the scientific method, but you do need to understand the basics of how scientists do actually decide when to call something finished.
Settled.
Yeah.
And that as in statistical inference. And the thing is, scientists don't go, this is now a fact. They go, this is now a well-substantiated theory.
No, they do.
We know this within facts. No. Basically, the conclusion of any study will be some kind of statistical inference, where at the end they'll say, typically 95%, but some percentage of confidence in an assertion.
Okay. Well, okay, there's a guy named Michael Shermer, okay? He writes for Skeptic Magazine, Scientific American, and he was a skeptic of climate change until just recently, like about 6 years ago, which in my opinion, is shameful. But he was skeptical. He's the most skeptic of skeptics. I mean, you guys know who this guy is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's one of the guys that was trying to be one of the horsemen, basically. And he didn't get.
He debated a bunch of Christians.
He talked with Stefan Molyneux, didn't he? I don't know.
Yeah, I saw that talk. But no, he is not that skeptical to deny it anymore. He was skeptical on the grounds that it could have been caused by other factors of the Earth, other than humans. It could have just been coincidental, basically. Until he could rule that out and said, look, I just can't deny it anymore.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot
real steps.
It's really weird that if you have a look at sort of any climate change statistics and all of the analysis that they put into it, a lot of the time when somebody says, well, it's just this cause, this is the reason, this happens, and that makes this what skews their figures. What they don't.
I've also many people responding. It's government-funded science.
Yeah,
I don't believe it.
And what really sort of burns me is that they don't actually know that that's already in their statistics. You know, they're talking about sort of like, you know, the sun sort of like, you know, it's brighter or it's darker. Yeah. It's all get taken in, guys. That they take in the circling. All of the various things that accumulate to that. They need to take these things into consideration in order to basically filter it out, so they can understand what effect humans have and why. That's the point.
What I'm saying is Shermer took all those into effect, and he couldn't really come to the conclusion because he was like, "There's just so many factors, and there are a lot of factors into it." But even he gave up the ghosts. He tried his best.
That's the opposite of someone like Christopher Monkton. You know him, right?
Oh yeah, Lord Monkton,
who basically just tries to find evidence for his position. It's the opposite of.
Right.
He proves himself right where science proves it wrong.
Well, like I said, it is people that are relying on your ignorance. That's the most important thing. You can say, well, nobody knows this, but you know that the Earth is actually wobbling on its orbit. So sometimes it's closer to the sun or it's further away from the sun. Okay, let's have a look. Oh, it's got a center, a lovely sort of tangible center that's all gooey and stuff like that, which dampens out that sort of thing. So it doesn't actually have that much of an elliptical orbit, and it makes a very, very small difference. Oh, sorry, and that's taken into consideration anyway because it's part of their it's factored into their thing. Shit. Now what? And then they move on to the next thing. You see
what about
what happens.
Volcanoes?
It's sort of implicit straw man, isn't it?
Well, it's not so much that. It's that you will find this, especially with a lot of people that come out with this. You say one thing, or they'll say, you know, it's this reason, and then you go and have a look at the research, and they've got that into consideration. You kind of go, it's taken into consideration. Here's the data, and then they move on to the next reason.
The moon is a fucking goo, lol.
And it's almost as if I can't be bothered to go and research this shit. And I need you to do it for me. So the only way that I can work this out is if I make just this spurious claim that's been repeated to me, and then you have to go and prove me wrong.
Yeah. To me, that reminds me of two problems. One problem is that the left, the PC left, does not research Islam. All they need to do is do a little research into it. And then the second thing is that the reason people in America believe in the climate change is bullshit is because 10 times a day they see an advertisement for natural gas or Exxon or BP telling them we're working on clean energy. And, you know, they've changed their message, but their message used to be, oh, don't worry about it. We got massive oil. We're doing great. Just forget about it. Don't worry your little head.
Yeah.
Did you hear about like all of those companies hiring their own scientists to confirm their own biases? They used to do that a lot.
And
it's the same marketing. It's the same marketing team that went behind trying to make sure that cigarettes were never associated with lung cancer.
Yeah. Well, ExxonMobil had scientists. I think it was already in the 70s who knew about climate change, but they pretty much hid the data then.
Yeah, I heard about all those. True. How do these skeptics not understand? How does Sargon not know these basic little?
Well, he hears the word skeptic, and the most important thing, and this is how you get somebody on your side when their name is Sargon. You'd be really, really nice, and you say, "Oh, I'm just so accommodating," and it's like, "Well, he's such a lovely guy. He can't be."
And don't forget to piss off the right people.
Yeah, as long as you annoy the right people, then you're in. That's the deal.
Just about climate change.
Hey, I've got a serious question. Wait.
Have at it.
So is anyone? I know all this, all the major recent fallout at least came from, or at least I think it came from that skeptic community video that Sargon did, right? Is that correct? Would that be a correct?
It's kind of been snowballing for a tiny.
I mean, but that that really, that video just represented all that was wrong with what was. I mean, what was the Like
It was the wind that shook the barley. It was.
I mean, it also
sound of the
resulted
camels
in
back,
harmful
really.
opinions, making candid videos again. So this thing happened again.
Yeah,
It's been crumbling.
I think
that was his game as a dead video.
Yeah. Huh?
Basically.
I think that was his game as a dead video. It was that sort of.
It seemed like that, but
yeah,
but
it wasn't
my-
in that. It wasn't in that aggressive sort of format. It was basically this coddling sort of. Well, we've got to hold ourselves together, guys. You know.
I
we've
do
gotta
have a
be
question
nice.
though. A serious question is, Sargon seems to think that, or it seems like he wants to move into something more serious, like, or become. I don't even know.
Warfare.
What is his goal?
Um,
What is his goal?
Can I
Is he
read you
gonna make a
something
movement?
from Twitter?
Stop. That would be Sturkor.
Wait, what?
Sturkor can answer that one. Not
Muted
that he's there
himself.
to answer
He's
it.
muted right now.
God damn it.
Okay. Oh, he
Oh,
left.
come on, Sarkor.
He'll be back. No.
Oh yeah, he said he'd BRB.
But
I was
yeah,
confused because
it's perpetual for him.
Sargon. Yeah.
The fight is perpetual. Who
You
would
can
have
I
thought?
read you something from Twitter. Here's Sturkor writing, "What happened to you case by case basis and being impartial?" And then Sargon responds, "How can you be impartial to someone who declared war on you?"
I don't understand. who
Exactly.
declared
You don't
war.
need. You don't know. You're asking the wrong questions. You're asking the wrong questions. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shh. SJW's did it. There you go.
Yeah,
Straight
but
answer.
I don't. I see a lot of them. Like, didn't Lacey Green just give up? Like, she's left YouTube
Yeah.
for.
Well, I mean, okay, like
Well, that's
In-
not the
in air
beginning of the
quotes.
end now, is it? But that's just one person.
I know,
Um,
but like, it seems like I don't know.
Well,
According to Dave Cullen, the third stage is the media. I've heard.
that's not the victory
yeah.
of free speech, though, is it?
No.
If you
I
if you
think-
think about it, somebody going or staying or whatever like that, these are of no consequence when it comes to actual free speech.
I think an actual action to, or an actual cause to actually support, or something that would be noble in my opinion, is going out and doing something about these people shedding people, like the recent Jordan Peterson protest.
oh yeah.
Like doing something
Yeah.
about that shit. But
You can-
we're just complaining on the internet. What kind of
You can, for instance, promote organizations like the Fire Organization or Heterodox Academy who
But is
try
he doing
to
that?
work against these things. I mean, you can promote these.
Well,
but
like,
is
I mean,
Sargon doing that?
If people really want to tackle this sort of left-wing thing, you really do need to go to universities, because in my opinion, that's where it's all coming
Yeah.
from. Is like left to really people are just kind of getting extremely radicalized, and I see it in Dublin.
But
Like
they
there's
want to be.
posters like to join, like
They want to be.
Oh.
This is the thing. You got to remember that when you're sort of like a young idealistic sort of type, you do
yes.
you do have this easy sell that comes your way of kind of going, you can change the world in 15 short lessons.
yeah.
I think I've skipped
But I
that
mean, like-
stage.
And this is the thing, you see, of course, it's now a growing industry. You are wishing to basically undermine the profit motive here. It is a profitable business. It doesn't cost a lot to make, it costs a lot to do, and it gets kids outdoors. And, that's it. If you went to a university and you kind of go, I've got this really low-cost course here that is going to get a lot of people interested in it, what would a university do?
F5 perception.
I was just thinking about
Yeah,
like
have an F5.
if you could just get these social justice warriors and just ship them over to Africa and get them to start drilling like water wells and helping with agriculture, just
Well, that seems
Yeah.
that seems a little forceful. You can't
No,
just
they had the
make
Peace
people
Corps,
do it,
right?
yeah.
Reverse
I'm
slavery.
not saying send them. I'm just saying like encourage them to actually do something instead of marching around in circles saying Black Lives Matter.
I'm sure
you
there's
know.
I'm sure there are people that do.
Yeah,
This is
there
the
are
thing.
people that do.
So obviously we're talking about baby in bathwater here. So that I suspect there are courses out there that actually do it in a ethical fashion, and then there are other people that are basically agitation factories.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
it's think about the anti-SJWs. I mean, aren't they just SJWs, but they have different causes? I mean, they're anti-causes, but they're still causes nonetheless.
You can't really just define everybody as an SJW because they have a cause. I don't really that.
well,
I
I'm
said,
just saying, like, if
well,
if
this is
you're
the difference between say, somebody on the left who is a social activist or whatever like that, and say a culture warrior.
Yeah.
And culture warriors are really not there. I would say that really my definition of a culture warrior is somebody who basically will pretty much champion anything that pisses them off.
Gotcha.
Whoever
At the
they
same
may
time,
be. You know?
I guess what I'm saying is that there is an agenda with people. Like, for instance, if you're on the issue of Islam, for instance, if you're anti-Islam, but you're like pro-secular moderate Muslims, you do have a position and you are pushing an agenda, right?
Well, like, yeah, everybody is, I guess, at the end of the day. I mean,
I don't think
we're human.
there's only so many people that aren't that, and most of those, of course, are actually sort of Islamic extremists. Pretty much everybody else would consider themselves against radical Islam.
Yeah, but there's the regressive lefts that don't understand Islam and then think that.
You know what I think is that that's somewhat of a straw man being painted by the reactionaries out there that like to kind of go, so you don't want me to hate this Muslim, ergo you support Muslims.
I see what you mean, but I actually know some of these people, and I also know, like, some of them are not coming at it from that perspective, but from the, like, pro-Palestinian perspective. So it's kind of a double.
Well, that's nothing to do with radical Islam, though, is it? Palestinian doesn't automatically denote radical Islam.
Hamas? Yeah, sure, it's the same. It's radical Islam.
They come from Palestine. That's like saying that Irish people are all the IRA.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, from personal anecdote, I know a guy who's like pro-Palestinian, and it's just gotten to the ridiculous point where he's basically wanting to fund Hamas. I mean, he's gone so extreme in that direction. It's just like, wait a minute.
So that's one guy, right? That's not really.
Yeah, I know, but there's more people out there.
Yeah, well, of course. There's all kinds. There's like pro-Zionists out there that are perfectly happy with the assassination of Rabin.
They're fringe, but
so okay, so that's fringe. If you can imagine, this is the problem that we have.
The other fringe.
Well, this is the problem that we have, of course, is that we've all got all these people concentrating on the fringe elements and kind of going, see, look at them. There's no dealing with these people. Kill. And this is, I know, but this is really what we're talking about when it comes to social justice warriors. You've sort of, echoed that sentiment there of kind of going, oh yeah, these lefties. Well, they want to sort of like have like Sharia law in the courts in weeks. And it's like, where is anyone getting these ideas from? It's basically this echo chamber from the right here, trying to conflate everybody. It's like, what, you want the terrorists to win?
Well, let me just propose something to you. If someone said to you why Muslims are misogynist, you'd probably be like, okay. But if someone said to you why men are misogynist, you'd be like, wait a minute. Not all men are misogynist, but like people don't seem to apply that same level of, I guess, skepticism to Muslims, if that makes sense.
I think there's a lot of, if you have people kind of go, all right, look at this this country over here, look how they practice their Islam, it's terrible, and then they're using the same breath to people that are escaping those places.
Yeah,
and it's like hang on a second, if they were that kind of way, why would they be leaving that? If they were into that sort of deal, they wouldn't be trying to leave that place and come here. So there is an easy way of looking and kind of going, oh well, they're an economic migrant. I mean, I've actually heard rape culture, and they're just men, used by the very same people not weeks ago were railing against feminism as how they they just devalue men as though they're just basically either army pawns or of no use at all.
Well, like.
It's like you're sitting. Do you not remember when people are looking at all of these people coming over from into Europe, and they're all kind of going, well, there's not that many women and children there. Seems to be a lot of guys, and it's like, is that their job then? Is their job to stay there and fight no matter what against insurmountable odds? Fuck it, they're supposed to just die. Why is it when men are actually escaping across lines as refugees, they're somehow
MRAs
less worth?
Yeah.
They've got no worth by comparison to women or children? That seems odd, doesn't it?
I think this was when a lot of people were saying, "Oh, it's all women and children," that kind of narrative. I think
nobody said that. That's the thing. Nobody said it was women and children. People use women and children as this sort of emotional thing, but the response was, yeah, but there's all these guys there as well. And I'm sitting there kind of going, hang on a second. So you're just basically just switching men off at this point. Why would anybody use that? If 5 minutes ago you're using the same rhetoric against other people and then switch that rhetoric round for your own purposes.
Patriarchy.
That is, that is.
It is the horseshoe effect.
It is very disingenuous in that, isn't it? And this is why
I
spot that. I can see the same thing happening as well. Is that, for example, you have people that are talking about, Western patriarchy or whatever like that, and then, of course, completely ignoring, say, Islamic patriarchy and the actual things that are going on in there. So I'm watching that from both angles here. I'm seeing both of these twats utilizing exactly the same rhetoric against each other.
Islam is just misanthropic in general. I think it's not really. It's just it can be it seems to be applied in a very misanthropic way, the way it treats both men and women.
Yeah, the basic premise differs from religion that the West is normally used to.
Yeah,
let's say, for lack of a better term. In the respect that basically Allah is not a forgiving or loving God. He is an angry God, so you'd better do what he says.
Yeah, I was thinking about the horseshoe effect in regards to that, is that you get these right-wingers that are saying, Islam is patriarchal, but then the alt-right, who are the far right, who are the same people sometimes, say, women shouldn't be allowed to vote. It's just insanity. And they'll say, gays shouldn't be able to get married. But I'm married and my wife sits there and raises the kid. It's just
they're struggling. They're struggling with the white and black folk living in the same area as each other. So you're not talking about a minefield of explosive thought here.
I know, but there's a big slope all the way to just regular moderate Christian, that of just the patriarchy is bad in Islam, and then just let's elect a complete religious people to our government who are basically Islam light when it comes to women's rights and any kind of rights and stuff like that. It's just
you understand cuckoo politics.
I'm just saying secularism is obviously the way to be. Forget all the shit on both sides.
No, sectarianism, my dude. Let's do
it. Kekistan. What is cuckoo politics, man?
You have to go there.
But no, it's more along the lines of is the lack of integrity when it comes to logical
self-awareness.
Logical fallacy.
Okay.
If you want to work that out, subject mute while you're doing that. Whatever is it you are doing, whittling wood or whatever you do up in Ireland. It's more to do with the fact that people are willing to switch that logic off, and they've used it before. This is the thing that really annoys me, is that they're happy to use that, say that's a logical fallacy, and here's why, when they are doing it.
Yeah. I was bringing this up in a hangout last night. So anti-vaccines. So, I had Sargon. I was listening to him today talking about how the left is anti-science when it comes to two genders and vaccine and just certain things the left does at anti-science, and the right does anti-science things.
Why is anti-vax a left-right thing?
No, I was going to explain that.
There's plenty of lefties and plenty of righties that are both anti-vax.
No, that's what I was going to mention, is that as me on the left, I've been making fun of mostly right-wingers that I actually know that are anti-vax. What is wrong with you? Because it's mostly being pushed in America by the right, by Trump himself. He's an anti-vaxxer, and so everybody that voted for Trump is okay, he must be right, so I'm an anti-vaxxer, and these people aren't vaccinating their kids. And then the left-wing people is some hippie mom who doesn't want her kid to be poisoned, so she's I only feed my kid health food from Whole Foods.
I'm not going to my child with kale.
Right.
Yeah, I gave my child only kelp because I heard that's healthy.
Ale beats polio every time, guys. Come on.
So the retardation
what?
is on both sides,
Yeah.
but they don't see it. Sometimes.
Well, this is the problem, of course, is that everybody's pointing to the most retarded end of everyone's spectrum and kind of going, see, own that shit. And it's like, guys, you're not responsible for everybody, right? Aren't you? I thought you were.
Okay, PC. What is your favorite retard spectrum? Like, which end of the retard spectrum is your favorite? Are we talking like ANCAPs, Trumpists, anarcho-communist types?
PC's gone.
or
She's
SJW?
disappeared.
Yeah, I think she's not back yet. I think she
right.
abandoned us, and I don't blame her.
Yeah.
Oh well. Well,
For
let's
me-
sort of warm up the discussion. I think
Yeah.
ANCAPs for me are the most
Yes.
retarded.
Oh, same.
Well, in general, I don't mind ANCAPs because they're normally kind of really free speech advocates. So at least you can have a conversation with them as long as you don't bring up roads.
They're only
then you're okay.
they're only murderous when it comes to territory.
Yeah,
I've noticed
that's-
that. Just
don't bring up roads and personal property, and you're basically okay.
Yeah, you've got. Don't get near me or I'll shoot you.
Mhm.
And then you have obviously the sort of like the socks, which are more along the lines of once we've taken over, some of you will die.
I mean,
So-
it's don't step on the snake. Don't step on snake, guys.
Is that guy T a troll or what?
Oh, I've no idea. I mean,
He's certainly
He-
lost. I think he's lost all perspective at this point.
yeah.
He lost his mind. That's what the problem is.
So
He's
not a
been
troll.
living with-
Holy shit!
Didn't you say that centrists are more dangerous than communists?
Yeah, well, he
Well-
went full Macintosh. GG, guys, he went full Macintosh.
Well, like I said, I think he's just doing it for the attention, really. Obviously, he's,
Yeah, that's
it just seems like I've got nothing left, so I'm just going to basically just make autistic statements just to wind people up. It's like,
Yeah, I think basically with him, he is trolling, but I have this sort of view of trolling that essentially, if you have chosen to say completely stupid things, it doesn't really matter what your reasoning is. You still chose to say completely stupid things. Regardless of whether you believe them or not, you still did it.
that's what I worry about. Is maybe they're not trolling; they're just trying to push the Overton window by trolling.
Hmm.
That's
Oh,
kind of what.
yeah.
I
are
think.
you thinking more along the line of edgy, trying to nudge it along?
Uh huh.
Mm.
Or even
Or like Team Ruben.
Trump for sure with the wall. Like people weren't like, let's make a wall. They were like, let's stop the border. Let's slow it down. People aren't coming over the wall or coming over that way anywhere. They're coming in by a plane, by a bus.
Well, it's not even you don't even have net migration with Mexico right now.
So
at
it
the
moment
moment you're at a 50-50. As many people are coming in as going back or going there. So it doesn't. There's no real difference. You've just got an exchange.
You just assumed that we needed the Republicans needed to make sense. That was your mistake.
Well, this is what I mean by
But
cuckoo.
what about my gene pool, my dude?
This is what I mean by cuckoo politics. I think you had a lot of people who, on the right, saw that there were certain cracks within the left establishment when it comes to the SJW types. People that are making bank off other people's, extreme behaviours. And they came in and sort of like, okay, well, what we're going to do is we're going to jump in, we're going to set that on fire, and then cauterize the wound and grab whatever we can out, scoop people out of the centre that way.
And it worked.
Yeah, I find that tends to be the job of the left and right, is to come in and they come in and kind of go, yeah, we're appearing sensible. Yeah, look at those silly people. Yeah, come with me.
Isn't that called triangulation?
Nihilistic Pillow in the chat has decided to contribute something very important to the conversation. He says, in all capitals, Palestinian roads.
Oh, wow.
I think that you're right, because, 8 years of Obama, 15 years of Jon Stewart, and the jokes just got old, man. And then at some point, the left became a parody, and it was a big flame, like you said. It just set it on fire.
No, the left isn't a big parody. you know,
No, I didn't say
look
big,
at us, for example. Yeah, on us in the skeptic community, there's probably maybe 1 million people really turning over around that sort of figure. Around 1 million. So that's only say 0.1% of the internet, if any.
Yeah.
Really, I mean, it's a big old chunk, but it's not that big. I mean, there's people who unbox videos that have more views than the entire community here.
Toy reviews.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as far as making a big stink and things, I don't think that we're necessarily as big as people think, and I think that's the other problem that we have is that you have 1 million acolytes here. Somewhat of a bedroom industry can be brought about by this.
Just becomes stale for me, to be honest. I don't watch much of the content anymore. It's the same thing over and over again.
Oh,
well, yeah, it is as well, because of course there's only so many points that you can go forward with. I mean, you know, the reason I did the open house really is because it's just this. Anyone can come on and tell us their thing. It's going to change anyway. You know, with the tides.
Actually, can I ask?
Everybody wants to say, but there's these content makers who have kind of painted themselves into somewhat of a corner. So that's all they've got, and they've got to keep going with that. Otherwise, and I don't necessarily think these are long-lasting businesses.
Can I ask everybody, what's your guys' opinion on like classical liberalism? Like I know Dave Rubin and stuff. What do you think they mean by it? Because
I don't know they know. I don't
because I've heard it vary from just like just classical liberalism, as in the sense just kind of like basically just another way of calling yourself conservative. Because I mean, or like
yes, it is.
Alex Jones calls himself a classical liberal.
Or just like or just another way I've heard it is people calling themselves liberals without letting everybody know that they're not SJWs. Like it's kind of them too.
It's the kind of modern conservatism that isn't necessarily politically active, but is essentially the kind of person who just sort of thinks, well, it's common sense, but they don't notice that their concept of common sense is heavily informed by shit like the Daily Mail.
Yeah, it's like
I was tricked by it at first.
We all
I often, you know, maybe there's something. I'm bringing up something about Jung here. Does anyone know Jung?
Carl Jung.
A little bit.
Yes.
Yeah. So the guy, I think he did a lot better than Freud when it comes to psychology. And the one thing that he makes sure for people to do is instead of looking at people's animal instincts, he talks about archetypes and what people, you know, generally understand an archetype to be. I mean, if I say to you rapper, like a hero or something. No, like rapper, for example. When you hear the word rapper, what do you think?
Tupac.
Yeah, I would say, you know, coming from maybe a little earlier before rap was around, I would have thought like a sweet rapper. Something to wrap up a little chewy sweet with.
Oh yeah,
like
candy wrapper. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So just the word itself can mean two different things to two different people in that way.
Yeah.
And so this is where, if you build up an entire network of archetypes within somebody's mind, you can have a good sort of strong understanding of where they're led by these archetypes, what they understand things to be. So if you understand your own archetypes, you understand the person's archetypes, you can sort of gauge what kind of person they are or whatever like that. So there's a lot of, when I look at people, I understand their centrism to be them. When they consider themselves centrist, or at least, you know, you have some people who consider themselves right-wing because they have no choice, because there's too many people to their left. You know? That's
just, to me, is ridiculous.
Is it kind of just like a personal Overton window then? Like essentially,
everyone has their own version of it. Yes, when you're you're talking to a right winger, when they think that they and about 12 other people in the world are, you know, the sort of like the sensible folk, and everybody else is basically some.
Hey guys, Glenn Beck is part of the new centre.
Precisely, and then you have some of like that Zingzi guy or whatever like that, some sort of like complete, you know,
the communist
commie. And he just thinks that, you know, I was talking to him, maybe you should get a job. and find out what work is like. If you're going to seize the means of production, it might, behoove you to
it
know.
might be a good idea if he knows what they are.
Yeah, to actually operate the means of production. He's like, well, somebody else is going to do that. I thought, you lazy fucker. But everybody to him, of course, is some right-wing thug. So there is no, when it comes to that person's particular view, it's skewed. Of course, it's warped. So you can't, and you certainly can't gauge the middle by looking at these two warped views, because it's that warp can be all over the fucking shop, and it's of no use to anybody. Both of those people need to be disregarded. Rather than and at the moment I think that the especially the entertainment infotainment type deal that a lot of people in the YouTube community do, it doesn't make good copy, of course, to actually put in the legwork, put in the decent arguments up against other decent arguments, and actually come to some sort of synthesis. It's a lot more fun. It's a lot more fun to just play with the toys of the idiot left or idiot right.
Yeah, that's just given me this greatest idea ever. You know how a lot of people are like, come on, it's not a skeptic community. I mean, how can you even call it skeptics? It's like, and that is a bit of a trouble in calling it. So, because essentially they're using like the wrapping of someone who is thoughtful and considerate, and they're using that as their affectation, but not actually doing that. So that's why they're like, well, we're not skeptics. So let's call them the mimic community.
That's right, King Sundew. I am the enlightened one. I'm just very tired.
Yeah, the meme Kekistai community, aka the people that if they make up a real country, we should nuke out of existence.
Oh god, so you're make Kekistan a center.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but if your entire export of a country is altruistically screeching at people and screaming "kek," I don't want it. Okay?
Yes, nihilistic pillow. I did use Marxist dialects, but I didn't mean. I only meant it ironically. Benson, have you seen his personality lectures? Existentialism lectures? No and no, probably. So we're living in that sort of bite point right now, where I think maybe there's a certain awakening within a lot of folk that kind of understand what I'm talking about here. And I mean, maybe it just hasn't been put into words. Maybe we need to write a song about it. I don't know.
Everything is sexist.
Everything is Marxist.
Everything is Soros funded. Yeah, that works. Kind of.
But the tag classical liberalism feels a little bit like intelligent design. It's just guys, you're trying to sort of like take the liberal word because you're looking when somebody says, what do you look at yourself? I consider myself a liberal. And so, we're classic liberals. We're like we're liberals with ties.
Classic cola.
Yes, we're liberals with a 4-gear engine. I've got maps for meaning. I think. Robin, dialects. Okay.
Oh, master meanings. I'm listening to that stuff.
I thought it was a little interesting. I watched like 10 seconds of Sargon's video this morning, and he read a tweet by Cult of Dusty that said something about getting rid of Meals on Wheels for Trump, and he read it backward. He didn't, how if there's not somebody speaking to you, you don't exactly know how they're saying something. It was pretty embarrassing. Sargon, bro, he must have been hungover.
I find that there's a few people out there that prefer to read between the lines rather than just read the actual text.
Yeah, he just missed the text. I mean, Dusty was saying this is not good, that Trump is going to cut these, and he's like, Trump, I don't know. You'd have to watch it, but it's pretty funny. A little bit funny.
He's saying that he made the observation that Trump's like budget bill thing like actually will, and then Sargon's like, oh, it's just a baseless accusation. Are you saying that's what happened?
You'd have to watch it, but it's pretty funny how Sargon didn't even take the time to just read the tweet twice and just Oh, that's what he means. It's just
He does just assume that he understands things.
It's embarrassing.
The biggest problem.
He's no
maybe,
economist,
in fact,
but
his problem in general.
I give him a benefit because it is St. Patty's weekend, so he's probably drunk as fuck.
Ah, yes.
So, not a very good excuse.
But his whole thesis on the video was like, "Fuck the poor." You know, who cares if Trump cuts funding to Meals on Wheels? They got donations. Trump is playing 4D chess.
Let me get this straight. The guy who cares about the poor when it comes to Brexit now says, "Fuck them. We don't need them."
Well, they're Americans, so fuck America, right?
Well, there are.
I mean, I don't trust Sargon for shit, dude. I have a different perspective than somebody in Britain or somewhere else. Fuck that guy. He's as fuck.
Can your country please invade Britain? Please? Just put them in their place.
Can I get a say in this?
Yeah.
Okay, they already have.
All right.
Okay, so,
I
you know.
I feel like
Yeah, she's back.
Britain's... Oh, sorry.
Press F5. Press F5.
Hello.
Konnichiwa.
I know I'm shitting on Sargon a little bit much, but I don't know.
This is the open house. The
It's
open
going
house
downhill.
does seem to be a little. What the fuck?
You still there?
What is going on with Stircore and perception checks? For some reason or another, they're coming out as garbage at the moment. Can anyone hear this?
I can.
Perception. Hit F5 again. Now try. Unmute. Hello. Say something, Perception. If you are saying something, we can't hear you.
Oh, fuck.
I thought I had kind of a deep... Oh, now I forgot it. Fuck me.
No, don't worry. I believe you. I think you have a deep vagina too.
Oh, shit.
Jesus Christ.
It's a mangina. Don't misgender me.
Sorry.
But yeah, the whole his whole perspective on this thing, it's basically, oh yeah, you oppose Trump, then you must oppose the poor. Oh, Trump destroys social welfare, destroys the welfare state. Fuck it, he can do whatever the hell he wants. Well, that will mean people starving. Fuck him. So
I don't care. I don't care what Trump did. That's not my focus.
Yeah, when he isn't able to say anything, he just says, "I don't care. I don't care."
Yeah, have you noticed as well? Whenever he's gonna make a just bald-faced bullshit assertion that he can't back up, instead of trying to pass it off as like that, he just goes, "I honestly believe that."
Believe me. That's like Trump. Believe me.
Or do you remember when Kevin Logan was with Kraut and they were talking about Russia and Putin and all that stuff, and it was like, Kevin, I don't give a shit about your bias on Russia. I don't care. It's kind of like, you do realize you're protecting a guy who poisons people he doesn't like.
It's the greater ethical standard.
Yeah, and Kraut was like, at this point you would support Stalin, which I wouldn't really be fucking surprised. It's kind of like, oh yeah, Stalin killed those people in Ukraine, who cares?
But the thing is that technically in context he is correct.
No, but there's the thing, right? If it's possible to excuse the behaviour based on that, then any government's violence whatsoever.
The thing you may have to understand is that the situation and the
F5.
what's it called? Oh, fuck's sake.
Putin has the moral high ground. Moral of the story, guys. Come on.
But why is he explaining Putin's position to us?
Well, I was just saying, like,
he's explaining it from Putin's view. Why is he doing this constantly? I don't get that.
Or because of in the situation that Putin is in, it's different because of the rules are different, the setup, the structure.
But why is Sargon explaining this to us? Why isn't he giving us his view on Putin?
But I think he was just explaining that in that situation,
But I wouldn't have used the word ethical.
No,
I would
but here's the thing.
used
You
the
see,
greater good.
How he feels about Putin is not really much. He doesn't know much about Putin, doesn't understand that much about Putin, but everything that is said negative about Putin is wrong. That doesn't show a bias in any way, shape, or form. He didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. No, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean... See, this is the attitude of how somebody comes across when they're pro something, but they don't want to appear pro. It's like, I doubt all of the negatives, but I don't really say any positives.
I have a couple thoughts, just like on the same tip, is that why is he not ever talking about Syria? And when he does, it's always Assad is a lesser evil, kind of thing. It's like, I don't know really what all is the best thing about Syria, but I wouldn't be pro Assad. I tell you that fucking much. I'm not giving Assad any kind of benefit right now.
It just reminds you of that Twitter account, hard on for Assad.
Yeah,
I love that.
I actually have to say that as much as SJW types have been very irritating, the trolls that have sort of jumped on board to be part of this sort of thing, and like the left-wing trolls, I really like them. Even though I actually said to one of them, it's like, yeah, well, I'm actually an activist, but I love you, man. And he's like, wow, okay. And yeah, he seemed to be pretty pleased about that. And yeah, actually quite good friends with a lot of these left-wing trolls, because I really do enjoy them.
One of the dudes, Tom Bloke. What do you guys think about Tom Bloke, man?
He's one of the ones that I really do enjoy the antics of.
I enjoy him.
I don't agree with his stuff.
Okay.
Is that 21 Logician? Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say sometimes he just totally shits the bed, in my opinion, but he's funny though. He's funny. I think it's on Sam Harris. He thinks Sam Harris is some kind of fucking evil atheist motherfucker. And so, what are you talking?
Chuck Berry's just died.
What?
But they've got to go at some point. Give him a break.
Yeah, he died at 90, so he had good innings.
I have no idea who that is. Oh no.
Chuck Berry.
Yeah, well, you know this.
Music.
Nope.
You Philistine.
Nope.
He basically started rock and roll.
I can feel the hate coming.
Memes are the new punk.
Johnny,
the conservatism is the new punk.
So, perception check. Are you here now?
Perception check is the new punk rock, guys. Come on.
Is perception check here?
I have no idea.
She said she'll be back. 20 minutes ago.
Oh, right. So she came back for a moment and then, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think she's been having a bit of trouble with the microphone. We can't hear you. That's right.
What do you guys think of that statement of conservatism is the new punk rock?
Oh God,
I did enjoy Jeff's video. That was brilliant.
It is bullshit.
It's hello, fellow young people.
PC. Yeah, okay, PC. Mute yourself. Mute. PC. Mute yourself. Mute yourself a sec. Right now you're coming through as absolute garbage. If you can hear us.
Yeah, it needs better internet or close a bunch of tabs or something.
I swear, to me, the most annoying recent YouTube has to be Naked Ape. It's just this kind of annoying person who just.
I do have some questions about you guys about Naked Ape. So, well, first of all, I think it's embarrassing that Kraut has decided to do a podcast with that guy. I have more respect for Kraut a little bit than Ape. But I have a question about his economics, because he had that debate with Jontron. What did you guys think?
He doesn't really know what he's talking about. He just he knows enough words to shout them. But I agree. I've had very extended conversations with him in DMs and stuff in the past. He doesn't even have a clear, coherent concept of what he means by capitalism.
Yeah, I hear him talking about globalism quite a lot. That kind of signals like a bit of a red herring
bias.
Yeah,
and it's funny because don't you think that capitalism and globalism are sort of meshed together?
Yes.
Because without free trade, you can't have free enterprise. I'm sorry.
Thinking black man meme.
Well, Michael Rawlins has just come out with a video called "Will Sargon Stand Up for What He Believes in?"
Oh, I really don't like Michael Rollins.
I don't like him either, but
God. I'll listen. I'll
now
watch
we
the
have to
video.
watch these guys because him and Kevin Logan are the only ones just like on point.
Tim Blake.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Oh yeah, Tim Blake is actually Tim Blake is very good at making just the droll points that need to be made, just the ironic shit.
He's
That's
got a sense of
right.
humor.
This is
The problem I have with him is he
This-
just doesn't get some issues.
Well, this is the thing
Yeah.
you see is that he doesn't have to. All he has to do is point out the stupid things that Sargon's saying, and the more Sargon, because he's that popular YouTuber right now.
Well,
So-
this is what bothers me about how fervent the right wing is right now. Because do they realize that Trump is everyone's president, but the left wing is the one that's going to keep him honest, the way the right kept Obama honest.
But
And
they
without
don't-
a left wing, if you just keep shitting on the left,
They don't
never
care.
listen to anything they say.
They don't care.
Oh, I know, and it's going to hurt them.
Yeah, just like
It's gonna
it
hurt
hurt,
us all.
just because it hurt the left, but they've got 4 years before that happens.
Or 8.
Looking at
Yeah, I'm worried.
Yeah, well, looking at the way it's behaving, I was saying that Trump will probably be impeached within about 2 years. I'm having to reassess that one. I don't know if it'll last a year at this point.
I'm wondering if he might resign.
I hope you're right.
You know, one thing I
I
do
think he's
quite
still at
like.
51 disapproval.
No, it's getting worse. He's beyond
You
that.
know,
now.
about Trump, one thing I really like, you know how in the latest meeting with Merkel, he didn't shake her hand. Apparently, you know, people were like angry. And people pulled out stuff about Berlusconi calling Merkel like an unfuckable fat lady. I'm like, okay, seriously? Seriously?
And Kautler posted on Twitter,
But what about?
Trump shaking
You know what?
Merkel's hand would be as embarrassing as these photos, and she's posting photos of people shaking hands with Stalin.
Well,
Well,
everybody
she actually
was
did
showing
shake
pictures.
it.
Yeah, he did shake her hand, but it just wasn't during the time where it would have been polite or like respectful. Like when they both sat together, he just kind of sat there. When every other
That's something.
every other time he shook the Japanese guy's hand for like 20, 30 seconds and shit. It was all weird.
And in their culture, it's kind of seen as bad manners because of hygiene. So it's kind of like a slap in the face.
It's kind of like,
Oh,
I'm just
shit.
gonna hold this guy's hand for a full minute and
He's
watch
going to
him
have my
sweat.
immune system by the end of this. You know.
Like afterwards, you just see the Japanese guy just washing his head with battery acid. I need to clean the
You should have seen the guy's face when he let go. He's just like, oh
Yeah.
god.
like shit. For fuck's sake.
He was feeling what everybody was feeling.
Yeah, but I don't know. It seems like, oh yeah, what about Berlusconi? It's like Trump is Berlusconi, okay? And you know what? For the entire length of Berlusconi's
If Berlusconi would be around, Trump would love this guy.
he's still alive. Actually,
Certainly.
he's 80-year-old, but he's still alive.
Wasn't he the Italian prime minister who just fucked so many
Yes.
prostitutes?
Yes,
my
that was.
hero.
And gave them cabinet positions, wasn't it?
Yeah.
No, not that. To
Not
one
all
of them, yes.
Not all of them.
Yeah,
Not
and
all.
there was-
There's
you
only
know
so
what's-
Not all.
There's only so many positions to go around.
You know what's funny?
Doggy
Americans,
style, reverse cowgirl.
Minister
Hey,
of
look.
Cowgirl.
Hey, you know what's funny? Americans
There's only
love
so many
the-
positions to put a girl in.
Yeah.
That's a you take.
Bow, chicka, papa, wow, 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 wow.
So
I
yeah,
just got followed by
perception check here now. Is perception check here now? Perception check.
Check, mic check, perception check.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought
And
I
you know
was
what's funny? For years, Americans had laughed at us for Berlusconi. Now you have your own. Enjoy.
Enjoy.
Could you maybe be less gleeful about that? That would be good.
The thing is,
No,
on
I
a global
won't.
It's your
stage, like,
planet
I'm
too.
Italian.
on a global stage, Italy, you know, whatever the fuck, who cares? But America matters a bit more. Just a
Well,
tiny
you know,
bit more.
I think Italy can be consequential because essentially it's the Italian, it's sales of cars to Italy.
we got a
that Germany
question.
wants.
We got a question from Harmless Critter. Would you guys change if you had 744 subs as opposed to 744k subs as opposed to 744? Not ideally, but realistically.
Yeah. Most likely you would. Your personality would change from all the experience that you've gained.
Well, no, he's talking about realistically. I think it would be for the house, for example. So that would be my subs. Eat it. Then that would mean that let's say 0.01% of probably the people that sub to me already like dish into the Patreon. So that would be up by 1,000. So I'd have $25,000 coming through the door. So, well, the show would be on every fucking night at that point.
It'd be full on talk radio, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I'd need staff at that point.
Hello.
So
Hi.
you know, you'd probably have everyone would have their own sort of day, I suppose, to do the open house on. So I can take.
I'm getting this mental image of the boat that rocked.
And you'd need a not gay Jared.
You need a Paul's ego.
Oh God.
The Paul's
So
ego.
yeah, you know, it would be. You know, I could probably do it so that each day would be dedicated to a particular person doing it. So that then that would mean that, you know, everyone would have their particular favourite day to go on the open house or whatever.
It's like,
And that would
hello,
split the
I'm
herd
Airthrin,
somewhat.
and you're listening to Nationalism Tuesdays.
No, it would be Spurgy Sundays, obviously.
Boris, I was actually more interested. I wasn't actually expecting anything from Computing Forever, actually. But what I was expecting was at least his fans to come over. And because he did his little reaction video, they did. And it was everything I expected and more.
Oh, stories.
I have a question, Robin.
Hello.
Did you see his abortion video that he came out with?
What?
He had a video abortion
The 8th Amendment, yeah, in Ireland.
where he did an abortion live on.
Oh,
on the
yeah.
stream.
Wait, what?
He aborted himself.
Oh, really? Wow.
No, I'm just kidding. He had a pro-life video.
No, we can't hear you. You keep on coming through as absolute garbage. Reboot.
So you're
You're saying Computing Forever made a pro-life argument, basically.
right?
Yeah.
And he's a skeptic, and he's part of the skeptics phase 1-3.
I mean, I don't know.
Well,
pro-life.
the only points that I was really making was that this person knows full well the rules for YouTube. I don't monetize because it's pointless. There's, you know, apart from the fact that we're talking about difficult subjects or whatever like that,
yeah.
it's not like this is advertiser-friendly material. It's letting the likes of you lot on the internet say whatever the fuck you like.
So
You
you
can say
say
the N-word.
your higher ethical standard is not to monetize your videos.
Well, no, it would just be. It's not that. It would be simply advertiser unfriendly. Who would want to advertise this trash?
Hey, man.
I mean, if you can get away with it, why not, right?
Well, yay and nay.
The revenue isn't really worth it.
There's getting away with it, and then there's getting all demanding and entitled about it.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you know, I talked about these evil corporation, and then, you know, said corporation pulled the funding. Oh, yeah, sure. You spit in your hand that's feeding you. Nice.
I
thought the SJWs were the entitled ones.
I don't. Well, forget about the fact that he's obviously having a go at some of the major corporations on the internet, or whatever like that. I don't think that really matters. It's up to the advertisers to advertise shit, and it's like kind of going, yeah, kill the globalists, drink Coke. It's just it doesn't really sort of wash in that way.
No, I agree.
I
agree.
It's just not their thing.
I have some YouTube friends, somewhat acquaintances that do strictly Islam or anti-Islam, Islam awareness videos, whatever you want to call it. They don't fucking care. They know they're gonna get demonetized with Islam in the title. They know, so they don't bitch about it.
Yeah, if they want to do that. If they want to do that full time, they'll say, "I want to do this full time. Pay into a Patreon if you're really into it."
Yeah, they just do Patreon. They know that's the only way that's going to work.
Yeah,
or views,
Well, for me, it's the paranoia pornographers out there who are selling it as though, if without me,
the grifter, fearmonger.
Yeah, without me confirming your biases, how will you know any of this stuff? Like, we could just go to Alex Jones and be done with it. I mean, he's more entertaining too. No, but I'll look after your views for you. You just pay me $10,000 and I'll make an entire professional studio. I want $10,000 a month.
Oh my god!
No fucking way,
Shit.
dude. No fucking way. That's just, it's so gratuitous. That's the thing. I mean, I've got I do actually do a Patreon, with very little in it. But if it were to get up to a certain
You're
amount,
making loads of money, Robin.
about
you
25
fucking
quid,
show.
yeah. But
God.
if it were to get up to an amount where it's actually sort of like, worth doing, I'd start doing stuff. I'd do it twice a week, then 3 times a week, 4 times a week.
Fuck! Now I have to make more videos. Shit. Yeah, I hear you, man. It's only the right thing to do for the people that are paying.
But like,
I mean, just think of like Dark Matter 2525.
At no point do I think to myself, I can make a professional studio.
Yeah, that's better, PC.
Perception is back.
She's back.
Am I totally good?
Yeah, you're good again. I'm not quite sure what happened there.
Yeah,
I'm not sure either.
So one question I've been waiting to ask you is, so what's your favourite kind of retard? Because we've got the ANCAPs, the Trumpists, the communists,
Antifa,
and anarchists. Which kind of retardation is your favourite one?
To laugh at, or
well, just give us a menu here of various things to laugh at. Which one do you think is genuinely dangerous, etc.?
Genuinely dangerous, I think, is probably Antifa, but also I like to laugh at them because they seem like they're tiny little ninja wannabes who like if anyone tries to defend themselves against them, they get knocked down pretty fast. So if anyone decides to fight back against Antifa, it seems like they can't do anything. I don't know. They're pretty funny to laugh at, but I feel like laughing at the retard spectrum is kind of, I don't know, makes me feel bad. It's like kicking someone like Mundane Matt down on the while he's down on the ground.
Wow. Okay.
Shots fired.
Yeah.
Shots fired.
He's a special boy.
He's the kind of guy that gets extra minutes after school.
He's gifted, guys. He's gifted.
Oh.
Okay, that's terrible to say. Yeah, I guess. ANCAP is funny. I don't think they're dangerous. I think they're just hilarious. There's not enough of them to really do any damage.
Have you seen that guy T's Twitter?
Huh?
Have you seen that guy's Twitter recently? It's just like anything to get attention. Notice me.
For me, ANCAPs is like someone with a really weird idea, but when you just laugh at her and just, you must be joking. It's like, no, I really want to do it. It's kind of like, okay, and you just keep finding it funny because they just have this really stupid idea that's obviously not gonna work, and you just keep trying.
They just, that guy T in particular, I think he's had this habit of like arguing with people and then just breaking down any good faith he might have had when he realizes he can't really get past certain points and just starts, having a go at them or going off on some vague moralistic argument. And now no one believes that he has any point to make because he's just so consistently not made one. And now he's like, hey guys, come on, let's have reasonable discussions about stuff. It's like, well, we're trying by ignoring you.
So he's the train wreck in slow motion. Is that what you're saying?
Well, he's shit the bed, and then what he's done, he's shit the bed and asked people to join him. And it's like, no thanks, mate.
It's kind of like he's trying to come up with a new way to make planes take off, and he just put one on a slingshot. And he's like, "Come on, guys, this is still gonna work." He's like, "No, thank you. We're just gonna sit here and just watch."
Well, I think I watched a few of his videos back in the day, but then I got kind of, I don't know, bored with him pretty fast. So I just stopped paying attention to him. So I know who that guy T is. I just
someone in the chat just said that guy T wants to privatize nukes. Enough said, lol.
Privatize nukes. So private companies would actually be able to use them on other people with no explanation to the public.
Oh no, I don't know. I mean, I guess you could try and privatize the provision of them. I mean, our nuclear program is supplied the logistics by a company, but the state practically owns that company.
Yeah, you pay somebody to look after it.
Yeah.
Essentially, that would be privatizing.
Not really profitable.
Yeah.
We actually have a libertarian government. Trump is a Tea Party. He's cutting everything.
Oh well,
yeah.
He's
no,
a crazy
they're
person.
massively increasing military spending.
Yeah, but when it comes to
It's funny how they think, oh yeah, anything the government spends on for the people, it's evil. Let's just spend more on the military. Okay, so you're okay with things that kill people, but not with things that help people.
Well, in the defense of that, the military is a huge socialist program. I mean, their salaries get paid by the government too. So take it where you
They
can get
do
it.
have death panels.
They do have those.
Oh my god.
yeah,
and we're
it's
in
like, I never
Syria
understood the
now.
whole death penalty thing, to be perfectly honest.
And now we have
what they were talking about when it comes to death panels is what health insurers
Obamacare.
call lawyers.
Oh yes.
So they do this death panel business all the time. They just do it in on an economically viable type deal. So they kind of go, can we afford to save this human being's life? No, fuck them.
He can die.
Yeah.
We don't care.
PC, the traps
Yes?
violate the NAP.
Oh,
Non-aggression principle. It's a
Um,
anarcho.
Oh, he did. He did. Remember, grab him by the pussy. That's violating the non-aggression principle.
They're traps. They don't.
I must question why you're so obsessed with traps right now.
It's not important. It's my friend.
Very
my friend
young
asking me these
traps.
questions. My friend's asking me these
And
questions.
you just be like, I'm a trap king. That's what it's going to be like for you. You're going to have 2 traps on each arm, and you just be like, yeah, they look like girls, but maybe they're not.
oh yeah.
You're just going to trap it up.
Trap it up.
Well, I
Guilty as
guess-
charged.
I guess if you're living your life by the hot crazy matrix, traps would be the way to go because
The hot
they're very,
crazy
very hot.
matrix.
Yes. Yes. Do you know the video?
No, it's just living by the hot crazy matrix. I'm not quite sure that's going to work out.
I mean, when we say living by the hot crazy matrix, how close? I mean, thin walls, or are we like across the road?
What are
Wait,
you talking about, mate?
The hot crazy matrix. Okay.
Yeah, you said living by
Okay.
it.
if you're going by the hot crazy matrix, traps would be the way to go because they're hot and not crazy.
Obviously, the hot crazy matrix is somewhat of an esoteric term, so we need to define it for these young lads.
I'm going off of a video that I watched. I'm sorry.
That's fine. That's fine. If you can just explain it to them, that's great.
Okay, so women generally aren't below a 4 crazy because we're all a little crazy. And this is true. Speaking from personal experience, I am at least a 4 crazy all the time. And it can go up. And then we're also measured from 0 to 10 on a hotness scale because that's normal. And what they talk about is at the end of this little talk, he's discussing. A guy goes up to him and he's like, dude, I've met this girl. She's so nice. She's chill, man. And she's like a 9 hot. And then he responds with, you got to be careful. That's a dude. You're dating a tranny or something like that. I don't know. So that's what I was talking about. I don't know.
Yeah, that was me.
That was you.
What's Merkel on the hot scale?
Oh,
She's a
he's a
negative.
9. He's a 9.
I mean, how much power are we talking is in the equation here? Like, what's?
Oh yeah.
Well, for women, it's just their attractiveness and their craziness. That's all that matters.
Oh, not power, craziness. But what
Their
if
craziness.
they have? What if
Crazy.
their power enhances their craziness?
Okay. Well, Merkel is probably a 9 crazy then.
She's a 9, yeah.
9
9.
9.
9.
That's the only German I know.
And jawohl, mein Vierhals.
Always useful at parties.
That's a really bad.
But if you want to scare someone, you can just say rouse, which means piss off. Or run.
Oh yeah, when
rouse!
people tell me to piss off, I'm so scared.
Rouse! Yeah.
Piss off actually means verpiss dich.
German is
I think
actually
it
the only
means
language.
much more
rouse.
scary.
Yeah, and I
It's
think
a lot
it means
more scary.
rouse yourself, as in, get going.
Yeah, German is a language that even when you're calm, you sound angry at someone. It's kind of like, what did I do wrong? Sometimes this is why I'm a bit scared when German tourists come to my town. It's kind of like, oh shit.
No,
It's kind of
you just have some genetic memory of the last time it happened.
No, I usually just talk to them in English. They understand. It's kind of like I was born there, but I don't know the language, and it's kind of like when they're like talking, I feel like I did something wrong, and they're kind of angry at me or something. It's kind of like no.
Yeah,
I don't
it's why I'm scared of the British constantly. Just they're gonna invade again, aren't they? No, please don't do it, guys.
We only do it once.
Did you know that
Multiple times.
it was decided that there needed to be a more fitting British historical figure in some special chamber in the Houses of Parliament, and they replaced the portrait in that chamber with a portrait of Oliver Cromwell. And the very first delegate they had in that chamber was the Irish one.
Goddamn Cromwell and his fucking successful plantations up north. Some guy.
Good lord. Yeah, every single time I hear German, I think it's like they're constantly pissed at me. I did something wrong. It's kind of like your brain sort of goes, "Oh shit."
Could it be what you've done?
No, even when you're just saying they're doing nothing, it's kind of like when they talk to you, it's kind of like, "Oh shit, am I doing something wrong?"
Yeah, you work in a hotel, don't you?
Guilty conscience.
These are the only
no,
Germans that you meet, and you're always doing something wrong.
No, I don't work in a hotel. It's just that you kind of meet them at the station and they ask you for direction. It's kind of like that. You kind of I go to the station often with my friends. Is
that your favorite haunt?
No, not really. It's just because they have to catch a train to go back home, so I just get them there and then I go back home. And
Okay,
sometimes
Never trust the German train, guys.
How's this interview going for you, Perception Check?
It's really working out well for me.
Well, if I could get past the technical difficulties, yeah, I'm doing good.
Yeah, I guess.
So, favorite color?
That's something you would ask a child.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's actually talking about ethnicity.
I'm talking to your inner. I'm talking to your inner child right now.
To my inner child.
Yeah.
Your very young child.
My very young child.
young child.
Very young boys.
Hello.
How do you feel about very young boys?
I'm interested.
Yeah, there's a chance subject.
I don't want them to be anywhere near Milo right now.
Hey, we can control ourselves around Milo.
You're the predators, obviously.
Yeah. Oh, Robin.
Stay away from me, fucker.
I swear, Milo fucked up so much there. He fucked up really badly.
One day.
Okay, because I think the biggest misstep he made was trying to get into legitimate political. I don't know if he was going for a political career, but moving into a more legitimate direction, considering all the stupid shit he's said in the past. That was the stupidest thing he could have done. That's what caused all the shitstorm around him. Was he went to Bill Maher and he got a speaking slot on
It was
CPAC.
marvelous. It was marvelous.
Yeah.
For me, it was one of my favorite days. I mean, I've had some good days, but that one for me, it was just beautiful because it was kind of going, this day can't get any better. Oh, it can. It was just kind of like, oh right, he's been banned from CPAC, so what? Oh, he's lost a book deal. Well,
he's resigned from Breitbart.
Well, I'm happy, and then he's resigned from Breitbart. Well, there's me done. That's the trifecta.
Did you get really drunk that night?
No. I was happy enough. I use alcohol for other reasons.
Really strongly motivated by Schadenfreude.
Yeah. The funny part is
that's a
that
German word.
Well,
people just...
a person who's
Sorry,
made
was that
his
cultural
entire career
appropriation?
out of Schadenfreude, yeah.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
guess.
It probably is.
I appreciate
The funniest thing is that people just defend him immediately. It's kind of, oh yeah, that's not what he meant.
The Nazis have arrived. Mycroft.
Boy, howdy.
How you doing there, mate?
Man, here come the right-wing opinions.
Hello.
What are you talking about, Mycroft? I'm here already.
Harmful Opinions has arrived.
Actually, no. I'm going to retract that statement. I'm now no longer the only one. Hooray!
No, Robin and I constantly don't get along because I was one of those unfortunate people that voted for Trump. Yes, I did it, and I would do it again.
That's because
really, you would do it again even now.
Even now.
If you had to repeat the same choice again, that's not the same thing as saying even now. You understand this?
Is that a sane idea?
Well, the other choice was Hillary Clinton, so I mean...
Mycroft comes from the George Bush school of thought, which is he's whatever he thinks on Monday.
Here we go.
Whatever
Peyton as a fucking right-winger.
Whatever he thinks on Monday, he's going to think on Wednesday. No matter what happened Tuesday.
Voted for Obama twice, still a right-winger. Yep.
I didn't say you were a right-winger.
Didn't you just introduce yourself as a right-winger?
Yeah.
as a joke, because this is how I'm viewed. Because I was a Trump supporter. I'm a right-wing asshole. That's what I am now.
How much have you had to drink today?
A lot. And I'm gonna keep drinking, and you're just gonna have to fucking deal with it because you gave me the link to this shit.
I was on a stream with Mycroft before, and he fell asleep and was snoring throughout the entire stream.
Yeah, well, sometimes that happens, man.
Now that Mycroft has arrived, we have now hit comedy gold.
Maybe don't be boring, and I won't fall asleep. How's that sound?
Maybe don't drink an entire fucking gallon of Jack Daniels.
Why don't you just stop being a bitch?
Why do you hang around young Irish boys?
Yeah, Mycroft, you fucking pedophile.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Just drink your Jack Daniels, mate.
No.
You are obviously the predator in this situation.
Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry, Mycroft. Okay. Sorry, very young boy. I'm sorry. That was my fault.
Oh, okay. So everybody hates Milo
now. Like now.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, something like that.
What do you mean now?
I'm not sure many people here were really fans of his, actually. Yeah. So.
Oh, well, yeah, of course, because Robin doesn't like Milo.
Hey, there's nothing. I'd love to have a drink with Milo, just not a political organization with him.
You motherfucker! I swear to God, how many conversations have we had in the past about how much of a dickhead Milo was? Literally, every time I bring up Milo with you, you're like, he bailed on my friend who was trying to do... yeah, okay. You don't like him because he fucked over your friend.
No, I didn't like him from the word go. I knew he was a scumbag.
Okay. All right, whatever.
I don't believe him either.
That was merely the icing on the cake. That just helped. But yeah,
I mean, you're right. You realize all this boy fucking shit has been out there for years, and nobody's actually said anything about it except for Kevin Logan.
That's right,
Kevin Logan.
Nobody said a goddamn word about it for a year.
Yeah, I know. So basically, what we're admitting to
that includes
Logan is the
else.
arbiter of truth.
No, well, at the moment, by comparison to the skeptic community, that's where we're at, guys. Where Kevin Logan is righter than us.
Yeah, I know.
That's worrying.
Yeah,
that would be a worry for me.
He's the most winningest now. We have to just listen to Kevin Logan now.
If he's the winningest, we are in a lot of trouble. That's all I'll say. If he is the winningest, I'm not quite sure if that's the correct way to do it. But what the hell? It's your show.
I mean, a broken clock, right? You know.
True.
That is Kevin in a nutshell.
Yeah.
But when it comes to Milo, you can go back to one of my earlier open houses when he first turned up, and you can. I think my words will explain themselves for you. It's all there. It's all documented.
Your words will explain themselves for.
That's right.
Okay. Did those words explain themselves?
Yes. When he first turned up on the show, well, not on the show, but as far as a topic on the show, yeah.
All right. Well, so before I blasted in here, like, what were you guys talking about prior to this?
We're actually talking to and about Perception Check. This is a new YouTuber on the scene.
Yay!
She's a chick that doesn't have a dick.
Are you guys being all like progressive and shit? Like, is
we don't know
promoting
about
a female YouTuber?
We don't know about her
female.
A woman in here. Yes, we do.
Oh,
love
it's
the
a grill. The grill on the internet. Oh my god, guys.
I know,
I just
Mycroft.
came.
I know. But yeah, so we're trying to basically find out about her slowly. Obviously, we've also got to deal with Ethrin's spermography.
Autism.
Yeah, I was gonna say it sounds like autism. This is obviously autism.
Well, it's Asperger syndrome, I believe.
I've talked to this guy. I don't know. It's still autism. Berging is still on the autism scale, Ethrin.
Ethrin is on.
Don't act like special.
I'm quite open about that.
All right.
Yeah, he is actually on the spectrum. So
what is
you've
the
just
grill?
Sargoned, dude.
Oh.
What is the grill? Does the grill do anything cool?
Does the grill do anything cool?
Robin, what did you say?
Okay.
I can cook.
Yeah, she can cook. She can make chemical compounds.
Does she have ideas? Does she have like legitimate thoughts that we should consider? That's what I want to know.
Do you?
Oh God, purge her.
Do I?
Do you, PC?
I don't think so. I'm just a pleb.
The perfect woman, ladies and gentlemen.
We found the woman for you, Mycroft.
Oh. Yeah, well, if she pays me well, I'll consider it.
Yeah. Perception. How do you feel about alcoholics?
How do I feel about alcoholics?
Wow, dick. Fucking dick. Fucking calling me out on stream right now.
Dude, I'm your wingman here. Give me a chance.
Well, my dad was.
How you wingman, man?
Well, my dad was an alcoholic, so there's that.
Oh,
here we go. We've got a chance.
Oh, she's got daddy issues.
We've got one.
I've got daddy issues. I've got mommy issues. I could be a serial killer. You wouldn't know.
No,
like advertising now, apparently.
I think we've set Mycroft up with a date here.
All right. Hang on. No, I'm taken by a very angry Russian woman right now, so I'll have to clear that with her first. But
I think Mycroft,
last,
I think the
let's
word
be
you're
honest.
looking for is occupied by.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's because I supported Trump. So when you support Trump, you get you get a Russian wife at that point.
Yeah, you get a lot of Russian friends after supporting him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's how it works.
So does the lady have opinions? Does the lady have opinions about
Harmful
certain
opinions, in fact.
I'm sponsored by harmful opinions.
Oh, I see what you did.
Yeah.
Kill me.
Yeah, man.
Boy. Boy.
No, yeah.
I'm waiting. Like, what are we talking about here? What do you think of?
Oh well, we were just discussing our
final
favorite
solution.
kinds of retard.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And in Yukon.
I think Uncaps featured heavily. You know, like that guy T.
Are we talking about free speech?
No.
Oh well, we could talk about.
No, we're not allowed to talk about free speech in here.
Oh, okay.
It's restricted access.
Well, I'm trying to be intersectional here, so I want to hear the girl's opinion about free speech.
The girl.
The girl.
The girl.
That's
the girl.
Yeah, Mycroft is our resident misogynist.
Yeah, unfortunately, that girl.
Hey, you with the titties, speak up.
Hey,
I'm one of those. No, I'm kidding.
You're one of them grill things.
Well, I was gonna refer to her as the baby maker, but I felt like that would have been a little aggressive.
The oven for my bun.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You're representing all women right now. Speak carefully.
All women are fucked if I were the only one who is representing them.
Boosh! I told you, they're fucking all nuts. This is it, right here. Evidence.
Welcome to the internet, everybody.
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
This is my crew.
Yeah, I seriously don't understand why you let me on here, Robin.
How did you know I was going to think that?
Mental math.
So I take it your show with Sandre didn't last long.
No, he kicked me out because I talked about Onision favorably. He didn't like that.
He doesn't. He doesn't like Onision.
No, he doesn't.
But
Here's the thing.
He's such
I
a
feel
lovely
like-
guy. Look at that hair.
Well, here's the thing.
He
I feel
pisses
like
off the
I feel
right
like
people. He's basically his own version of
Well,
Milo.
no. I'll give you my opinion, right? I feel like the pedophile label is thrown around quite a lot, and I don't appreciate that. And
I see where you're coming from.
yeah,
The what label?
That's the thing, the pedophile label. Like everybody's like calling everybody a fucking pedophile on the internet these days.
Very young boy.
With that is that he was doing activities that could have been seen as pedophilia if they had any evidence it went there.
F5.
I mean, we've all been there, right?
He wasn't brought up against any sort of legal action. Nothing that he did was illegal. So what the fuck are we talking about?
Not in that state.
It was morally grey, that's for sure.
Who are you talking about?
Morally. So we talking about morals then.
Who did what? When are we talking about?
Well,
Onision right now?
basically, Onision, he set up a forum on his own thing where he
F5, dude. F5. I can't hear. You've just gone to garbage.
I know what he was going to say. He was going to say he did something where girls sent him pictures or something like this.
It was like
Aren't you using Firefox, Sturkle?
Firefox has phased out support for.
No, it has. It's got a plugin for it. I'm using Firefox right now.
No, it's phased out.
No, it hasn't.
I've tried it.
I just
It doesn't
downloaded
work.
the plugin.
No, Robin. No, he's right. He's right.
Shut your whole mouth.
Yeah, I had to download Google
I'm
Chrome.
using it right
Firefox.
now. I am using it this very moment.
Well, I don't know how the fuck you're doing it, but
Well, I'm a fucking genius compared to the rest of you there.
well, apparently you are. But like, here's the thing: is that Sandre was trying to get into this hangout, and he couldn't do it through Firefox.
Yep,
He's here now because he's downloaded Chrome.
Yeah, I'm in here for Chrome with Chrome.
Bizarro.
Oh, and here's
Yeah,
Mark.
I'm here with Chrome.
It's all
I'm in
dark.
here with Chrome
It's
as
all
well.
wacky.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh god,
Chrome
all of these Chrome facts coming out.
Chrome fact.
It
But yeah,
doesn't, it doesn't work for me. It's just garbage to me.
I fully support Google, and I hope that they take over the internet. I'm very happy about that.
Because they're
Oh my
very
God.
much not doing evil.
I'm
No, of
with,
course not.
I'm with Candid. Guys, come on, let Candid take over the internet.
Oh no.
Let's do it, guys. Come on.
Oh god.
Let's
Milo,
do it.
you're saying you have to be candid.
Why did you go there?
Sturkle did
Because
No
I'm
time to
me.
laugh.
Have you met me?
Yes, unfortunately I have.
Sturkle,
So, I have a-
did make the point about Candid being basically there to draw out the biggest dicks of the internet as to turn it into a free speech sort of police zone.
Well,
Once
my
they've
main
actually worked
point,
out how to
my
do
main
I
that.
have a
my
very,
main point on that was that they used all the people that they know were trouble on the internet to test the app so that the app could gain
Y'all got
a
played,
learning
son?
algorithm.
No, I have actually a very interesting question for you, Robin.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I do.
Okay,
actually.
have you checked this
Why-
with others?
I did.
Okay, go on.
I'm eating popcorn right
Have
now.
at it. Ready?
Why
Go.
are you such a partisan cuck?
Am I not on the Trump train? I'm sorry.
I know. I mean, look, man.
I'm sorry to be so biased.
I know.
Let's
Like,
not
why?
fall
Why?
down
Why
on the Trump
can't?
train?
Why can't you just be like everyone else? Why can't you have the same ideas as everyone else?
I
Like,
don't.
what's wrong
I
with
know.
you?
I'm really sorry. I'm sorry for being so over there, out the way.
You see, because when we're fighting the culture war, it's really inconvenient when other people have dissenting opinions, and that's really unfortunate for the rest of us.
I know.
Also
opinions.
harmful opinions as well.
I hate
My
you so much,
opinions.
Artrin.
I know, it's wonderful.
Keep up with these condoms going to shit up the school. Thanks, mate.
Okay, well, as long as it's not my school.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's aggravating to me. The idea behind skepticism, right, is that everybody's allowed to have their own opinions on things. They're allowed to bring their own arguments to the debate, to the floor. That's the point of having the open marketplace of ideas. And it's just like, oh well, your opinions are somehow against the canon that we're trying to create. It's just like, well, then you don't have an open marketplace of ideas at that point, do you?
It's more of a Walmart of ideas.
There's two problems with that. With what you just said is one. The first problem is the open market of ideas. Two, using skepticism and not trying to find what is true. So
Well,
the open market of ideas. The problem with that is that because if you get someone who's good at shouting like the town crier, at, making it big, making the issue really, really, really big, they could still be wrong, and everyone could be focused around that idea, even though they're completely 100% wrong. So that's the problem with the market of ideas. The second problem
is so insightful. I never realized that.
Well, yeah, exactly. But here's the thing: when you're a partisan cuck, like Robin,
me. Hello.
Yeah, like when you actually agree with particular opinions, you're kind of exactly, because you're the asshole that agrees with particular ideas that are against the culture war or whatever the fuck we're doing here. I don't know. Hey, this is the thing. It's like why this is the problem that I have. It's like Keynesian. Okay, so Keynesian economics, for example. I'm gonna bring that up.
Let's do it.
We're gonna fucking talk about that shit right quick.
Explain what it is first.
He's only supposed to talk about it, not know about it.
Fail.
I can. You want to go into aggregate demand? Do you want to talk about that shit?
You know what? I'll just give you about 30 seconds of my own spurginess, and there we go, and then you'll be off the hook. So basically, the thing about Keynesian economics is it's this model based on the idea that the market doesn't immediately adjust. You've got sticky prices and sticky wages.
25 seconds.
Because people don't immediately adjust. You don't change the prices every single time. You don't clear the market. You wait till the next day. Maybe
15.
it'll be better, etc.
You done?
Thank you for derailing my thought, Robin.
Okay.
But here's the thing. The point that I'm bringing up is that anytime you try to tear a page out of some other ideology's playbook, you're automatically labeled as that thing. So if I have the audacity to say maybe occasionally Keynesian economics works, and then I cite a source from fucking Germany where it has worked, I'm suddenly a fucking neoliberal. And it's just like, no, I'm sorry, I'm an economic fucking agnostic. Honestly, I think that taking a page out of any book that works is a good thing. Where
pragmatist.
Yeah, but this is the thing that pisses me off. It's just I feel like people.
You're turning into a partisan cuck by the sound of you.
Apparently, I am. Apparently,
Bernie fucking Sanders.
Opinions on policy. What's wrong with you, man?
Opinions.
My socialisms.
No, this is the thing that I feel like you should use what works. Use what works, because if it makes people's lives better, then use it.
But nobody can narrow down what works.
Actually, there is. Essentially, economics has moved on. There isn't really a distinction between the whole neoclassical and Keynesian models. That debate is something that is happening in politics and amateur economics over the last 20 years or so. It's just gone. The academics have moved on. There is no distinction. We've got
this is the thing that pisses me off.
You like pro-am at this point, then? You like pro-amateur economics? Is that where your level is at the moment?
What?
Ethrin.
What are you talking about?
You're like a pro-amateur economics person at this point.
No, I'm relating to you a snippet of information that has been passed on from many lecturers at my Red Brick University that I don't really want to go into too much more detail there, but yeah.
It's made of red bricks.
You know what that means.
Off you go, Paul. You can find it.
Well, this is the thing that pisses me off.
It's sunny right now.
For example, occasionally, sometimes in a nation, austerity measures are necessary, right?
Austerity measures.
But it's true, though. Sometimes,
yeah, like Greece.
Necessary to
measures austerity.
IMF.
Sometimes,
exactly.
To implement those measures, but you wouldn't use austerity all the same. you wouldn't use austerity throughout an entire fucking 20-year period. You would use austerity when it's necessary. The same thing with fucking Keynesian economics. You will only use that when you have a recession that's not capable of redeeming itself.
Yeah.
There's a point. There's a point when you use these tools. This is the thing. Most people hate Keynesian economics because of that Paul Krugman asshole. Who is just basically like, let's use Keynesian economics all the fucking time.
What kind of whiskey you want tonight, anyway?
I don't know.
It is whiskey.
Yeah, basically,
you going with
it's
whiskey?
sort of roll with the punches there. Essentially, if we've got what is called a deflationary gap, which is where a lack of earnings is causing a lack of demand, which is causing a lack of earnings, etc. And then there's the opposite, which is an inflationary gap, which is more earnings causing higher prices, causing more earnings, causing higher prices. In the long run, all of the values of goods balances out anyway, and it's just the numbers on the price labels that change, really. But in the short run, it changes who has what cash that they need to live on at any given moment. And so being able to balance that out with austerity and expenditure is actually quite important for people's lives. But then we do have these political factions that are just spending all the time and then no spending ever. And yeah, they can fuck off.
Well, you can't.
Well
That's my point. Is that you can't apply a political ideology to the needs of a nation, right? You have to use what works. If austerity works, use austerity. If Keynesian economics works, use Keynesian economics. They're tools. They're tools for. Oh, it just drives me up the fucking wall.
What about like Norway, where they hired a philosopher to run their affairs because they got so much money?
Norway does not exactly have the best economic deal, and its economy is essentially being carried by a petrochemical industry.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah.
But they did hire a philosopher to run their ordeals because they.
No, that's because they're Norwegians.
I feel like that
It's
would
just
be,
what they do.
That would be
Racist.
wouldn't it though? I mean, like somebody with a static ideology of like this is the best way to do things. I mean, that wouldn't that just be as bad as somebody that's applying Keynesian economics all the time to a society? Wouldn't that be just?
Yeah.
Well,
It
I
would
guess
be-
it depends
it could go
what
bad.
their philosophy was. Like, if it was they were being hired to come up with an ideology, then that's dodgy as fuck. But if it's like in terms of, say, in Britain we have the Surgeon General, I think that's the title of the position, whose job essentially is to make decisions for the overall health of the nation. Because, of course, as some of you may know, Britain has public health care.
Really?
This person is the one responsible for deciding what the NHS covers, because counter to what a lot of people who bash single payer seem to think, it doesn't just cover anything people feel like charging us. Yeah, so he's the one who actually makes the decision, or she, I suppose. I don't know who currently holds the position.
Yeah, well, it's too bad we can't get that in the U.S., man.
If there's a philosophical version of that, I suppose that's fine.
I think what they did was they hired a philosopher because they had so much money because of the petrol stuff. But they didn't know what to do with it, so they were just thinking, well, we need someone who can decipher what we can do with this money to help the best with our people in the country.
So Andre, speak up, man. You're here. Come on, man. Talk about economics. Talk about fucking your country's shit. Come on, man.
Yeah, talk about Sweden.
Let's talk some Sweden.
Yeah, I don't know why he's so quiet.
No, he's being a little bitch right now. I don't know what the fuck that's about.
Sometimes it happens when you first join a hangout. It's really dodgy. I don't know. Get out.
He's like, I mean, he's from the most socialist country out there. I mean, you feel like he'd have something to say about it, right?
North Korea?
That's
not true, communism.
No, I think probably Venezuela would be the next runner-up.
Yeah.
Sturko, are you aware of the immense, epic dialogue that's happening in your septic community chat at the moment?
No.
Wow, I can't even get to the last message. This is like 2 hours of prolific argument.
Oh yeah.
It's between an SJW and an alt-right. It's hilarious.
Yeah, well, but the thing is, I actually like both of them. They're both quite reasonable and amenable to conversation. So,
But reasonable. One's the leader of an alt-right fairy movement.
well,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, maybe you didn't see the amount of agreeing that we did earlier today, but maybe that's also something to do with nationalism. But whatever. I, of course, am the center, and everyone else is part of it.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it goes on for miles.
Oh yeah, I leave this stuff for like an hour, and it's just like miles of conversation you could print out.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I
I just see the Second Amendment being screenshotted, and I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake, no.
Actually, something I've really begun to get into is just enjoying comment section.
Depends on the comment section.
On altright.com.
Oh.
I saw they had. I hesitate to call it an article, but it was listed as a post on their blog, I guess.
By the way, you got a virtue signal and say you got nothing to do with the alt-right.
I'm not going to do that. But yeah, I went onto their thing, because I don't like lying. Anyway, I went onto their thing, and they had a post about Lauren Southern leaving the Rebel, and it was a few videos. It wasn't really an article, it was just a few lines of context, and then video of, here's Lauren Southern having an opinion about something. Here's Rebel Media endorsing Israel or something, because, and by the way, the guy's Jewish, and it started getting a bit like that, and then they just said, well, we thought we'd just give you this information and see what conversation can happen. And when me and my friend looked down at the comments of this, there were 11 at the time. We got this quite early, and all of the conversation was about how fuckable Lauren Southern is, but maybe she's Jewish.
That's it. Yeah.
Amazing.
Alright, I'm gonna hop out here. I just wanted to say, Robin,
I love you, bud.
I love you too, man. It's just can you stop getting in the way of the war, because I feel like every time you come out, you just like getting in front of the troops, and you're like, wait, what are we doing? And the troops get very confused.
They need to be directed.
Oh, yeah, this is the thing, man. We have a culture war going on. Okay, so
you need to sleep. You know that.
No, fuck you. I'm gonna keep drinking.
This is paternalism, Robin.
And I'm gonna shitpost as much as I can in your chat, and I'm gonna sway your chat.
Do that thing.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
I'm gonna sway your chat. I'm gonna sway your chat into believing that Sargon is king, because Sargon is king.
Do we have any challenges?
Sargon is the new punk.
Exactly.
For Paddy's Day, the alt-right.com seems to have a thing about the Irish and Celts, so that should be interesting.
What?
For Paddy's Day, the alt-right.com seems to have like an article on the Celts.
Oh, I haven't actually looked at them this week.
Yeah, it's something new, so that should be interesting.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if you're not invested in the white future, you're a fucking cuck.
Oh, well, obviously.
You're a fucking cuck.
If you're not buddying up with
you have to secure the future of the white people
and Western civilization.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're not doing that, Robin,
that's why you're dating a Russian girl.
She's Slavic. That's basically white.
It's like the lowest tier of the Nazi hierarchy of race was Slav. It was they were the low Jews. Oh, GG.
All right, Mycroft out.
Later. So yeah, perception check. That was Mycroft.
Yeah, he's really entertaining on streams.
And how drunk do you think he was?
Very. I scaled him.
I've only met him when he's drunk. I've never met him sober, and I've talked to him a bit like it.
He's not an alcoholic.
He can't be sober. He's got a disability.
No, he just likes to drink. He's not an alcoholic. He just likes to drink.
every
There
day.
there is a difference.
And I'm sure there's no similarity between yourself and him, Robin, that encourages you to defend this particular aspect of his lifestyle.
I'm not an alcoholic.
No, of course.
That's what an alcoholic would say.
Oh yeah.
Do you need an intervention?
That's what a Kafka trap would say.
It is, actually. But I think, Robin, that's a Kafka trap, and those are unacceptable.
No.
Can we just focus on the fact that Omni Destiny is running around threatening people with the CMAs?
Oh,
The
yeah.
MCAs?
I at first, I saw, like, the point...
He's having an epic spur
made
out.
and that bit, and I was like, oh
That's
my
offensive,
god.
PC.
The first I knew
Before
of any
before
of
we get into that, guys, if you imagine some of my guests will have been at work hard, not concentrating on all of this. So go through just a little synopsis of what's been happening.
I will do, because I was just saying that...
Oh god, 10 years later. Fucking hell.
Yeah,
The
try
first
and
I
keep it
knew
down
of
to a
any
minute.
of this was just
Don't start the Big Bang.
Yeah,
You know,
wonderful.
bring it up a bit.
Anyway, thank you. The first I knew of any of this was just Sargon's video explaining, that he'd had some videos DMCA'd about this conversation that had happened between Jontron and this guy, and it's like, okay, Sargon's just full of shit. These are inflammatory titles, and they do not represent what's in there. So I looked at that and thought, oh, Jontron's talking shit, this guy schools him. Okay. And then it turns out this guy's actually a fucking idiot in his own right as well. And Sargon seems to have taken the opportunity to finally win a debate. I'd never seen that before.
Yeah, GG. I mean, he lost to Christy Winters. You know, I mean, congrats, mate. Wow, we should get him a medal.
What did he do?
Skeptic of the year.
What did he do? Why was there a loss?
You just, I don't know, just fucking lost, my dude.
I think part of the problem is that Sargon is not in any way, shape, or form a trained debater.
Well, he's just a warrior, you know, for the culture war. He's the general.
That's the thing
leading
is,
us all.
I'm willing to forgive that early on, especially against that woman who, well, it wasn't a debate. There's a discussion with a woman who actually did go to the, what's it called? The one at Oxford. I can't remember what it's called. Something at Oxford.
It was the Oxford debate, whatever.
Society, yeah.
Oh yeah,
something like
that woman who pretended to be not a feminist but actually was a feminist.
Yeah, because he had in fact been in, something like that. Like that's understandable, but given how much Sargon has been going on for years about how, forewarned is forearmed, we need to be prepared for these, and, these people who are going to be spreading bullshit. Like, he's been going on about the need to be prepared to deal with people who are spreading bad arguments and being able to debate them and stuff, and he just never got good. It's like, how can you advocate the need to do this and then not get good at it?
I just really liked the way that Destiny was busy yammering about people don't want to take blue-collar jobs because they're absolutely shit jobs, and no one ever, actually rationally chooses a blue-collar job. I don't know. I've done construction for 20 years, and I make a killing at it, and I like it.
Yeah.
But he's got in his Twitter bio, if you talk shit, be prepared to back it up on voice. And I was tweeting him directly like, you're full of shit. Come at me, bro. Never got a response.
I mean, he's so fucking out of touch. You don't get much more out of touch than that, saying, the only way you could pick a blue-collar job is if you're fucking irrational. Get a grip, you cunt.
Comparing carpet cleaning to construction is a little bit disingenuous. I mean, you can argue it's blue-collar, but it's not construction.
I mean, I always understood blue collar to mean labor, as in
manual labor,
labor intensive. Yeah, a concept of strength and working ability.
Generally speaking, you're talking tradespeople, or I mean, you could even. I mean, I wouldn't go so far as to say a landscaper is necessarily a tradesperson, but they are involved in manual labor. I mean, the people out watering the plants in the park, or mowing the lawns or whatever. Yeah, they're still blue collar.
Machinery and I never really thought of cleaning staff and stuff as blue collar. I mean, I guess if we imagining, and I suppose that's where he gets the idea from, that he's imagining some kind of dichotomy, and he does seem to. I noticed with his discussion with Sargon that he does seem to slip in his own interpretation as definitional rather than Yeah, like the
But
example.
that's the exact same thing you were talking about Sargon not having grasped the necessity of being a good debater in preparation for these people, because Christy Winters does similar things.
Yeah. Yeah.
So ultimately, they're kind of bad as each other.
It's just kind of like a debate tactic that, if you're not prepared for it, you're going to get caught off guard.
I hate to say it, but I've had to be a prescriptivist when I talk to people about these things. Like, I've had people argue, oh, well, the United States is on the road to fascism. No, fascism has a particular definition.
Wait, so you're telling me that a democratically elected official isn't fascist? Come on, that's...
Somehow, okay, let me give you 3 really good reasons why the United States is not currently on the road to fascism. Number 1, that involves disarming the populace. There are a lot of assholes with guns that already say over my dead body about that.
If that was true, then Germany would have been completely de-gunned. Quite the opposite.
Yeah.
Yeah, but unless you're going to convince the entire population that they need to conscript themselves in whatever new militia is being formed.
Well, yeah, actually, to be fair, the Germans that did say, no, this is too much, I'm taking a stand, were crucified, like literally.
Yes.
So...
And so far, there has not been active, roving gangs of gun-toting maniacs shooting up those who disagree. Thus far. Just putting that out there.
The Oregon standoff.
Yeah, but are those guys particularly fascist, or are those guys just a bunch of retards arguing about land rights? Because that's
the latter.
You mean in terms of like national politics? All right, I thought you were just thinking like tribal violence, which
no, I mean there's certainly tribal violence. I mean, you're seeing Antifa and I don't know if Base Stickman is specifically alt-right or not, but I mean certainly alt-right has tried to co-opt him. I mean he's dating he got an Asian woman pregnant and is the proud father of a half Asian kid, so I'm guessing he's not going to conform to their race purity fucking standards.
Apparently now denouncing Hitler is now a virtue signal.
Oh, okay. Hitler did turn the economy around.
Hitler did kill Hitler.
There is that too. But I mean,
Hitler's economics essentially.
You've got at least one other major point.
Just a quick one, guys. If you would like to tell us what Hitler did right, you can come into the open house. You just have to go at RSOLGTP. I will give you the link in a DM. Make sure you follow me first, and you can come in here and tell me exactly what is right with Hitler.
No,
I agree with having killed Hitler.
Exactly.
No, but the economics that Hitler brought to the table, like essentially, they were a failure, and the reason why it didn't look like that in Germany was because they were adopting the imperialism strategy. And to go with the actual meaning of words, just so that people understand, imperialism meaning that you occupy other territories and then extract resources from them to support your homeland.
I'm not saying that what he did was successful. I'm just saying that in the short term, he got the economy restarted.
It was command and control, though, so
it was not a successful strategy.
It wasn't getting the economy restarted so much as just pushing the car along and hoping it starts.
Well, I mean, that's how most people get their economy going, mind.
Yeah, but it doesn't work. If it doesn't work, if it was not ownership by people, it's just state control ever, like throughout. It doesn't. You're not kickstarting anything because nobody owns anything still.
I mean, and the other significant issue with the United States being on this theoretical road to fascism is that you inherently need to centralize power into a dictatorial position, and there's already pushback from the states about their state rights. So, if I recall correctly, 3/4 of the states have to ratify any amendment that would apply to all of them, which means that if he were going to go through a legal process, much like Mussolini or Hitler did, he would have to convince 75% of the states to sign off on him taking power away from the states, which is never going to happen.
Don't give him any ideas, man.
He's not. I don't think between him and his advisors, they're bright enough to formulate a plan to even make that get off the ground.
Well, his popularity is already weakening the political alliances people are willing to form with him.
Well,
as in his lack of popularity, I should say.
Steve Bannon has said some pretty crazy things about dismantling government, and if you look at what Trump's been doing, it's
He's
basically
talking about federal, mind, but
yeah,
I know, but like in general, he's doing like a Tea Party thing. So I wouldn't liken it to fascism. I'd liken it to libertarianism.
Let's be perfectly frank. The only thing I'm really worrying about is that pretty much since I've known about Alex Jones, every single one of the presidents that has ever come about has this particular secret plan to put us all into FEMA camps. This is the only one that he hasn't. So I'm worried.
Did you see? Yeah, did you see the video, like the first one where he might be waking up to the fact that Trump isn't all that? Where he just started vaguely saying that it's like, you know, I hope Trump doesn't betray us. He didn't really have much more to say than that.
He's
but
going
then that
with
was
hope.
only the first time.
But why aren't you concentrating on the fact that the water is turning the frogs gay and the frogs are turning the water gay? There's French in the water and the water is gay. What's the matter with you?
Oh dear.
Buy my ultra male vitality and watch me rip a shirt off.
Oh, here's the thing actually.
Have any of you actually seen pictures of young Alex Jones? He's fucking ripped. He's ripped.
He's
Yeah.
considered an attractive individual.
Yeah.
Once upon a
Like
time.
PC, you should tap that.
yeah. How old is he though? That's
he's 43.
Yeah.
How do you know that just off the cuff?
Because somebody mentioned it to me in reference to this exact point.
Yeah, his age is an interesting fact when you look at him and you guess, and then you find out what the actual answer is.
Yep.
It's them vitality pills. They're keeping him young and fit and lean.
That's what happens when you drink filtered water.
Yeah. We need to keep the French out of the water. It's turning the water gay.
Oh, actually, Robin, have you know Diana?
Catherine. Do I know Diana?
Yeah, but no, Diane Abbott.
Oh,
the
Diane
Labour
Abbott.
politician.
We've not ever met, but
No,
I
but
hear
you
she
are
admires
aware
me
who
from a
I'm talking
distance.
about. You are aware who I'm talking about.
Yes, I'm aware of.
How old do you think she is?
40 something?
Oh no, guess again.
No, I refuse.
She's like 66 or something.
Right, and that's.
No, but you know what she
supposed
looks
to be
like.
shocked at this point.
Yeah, are you not shocked by someone who looks right? Fucking hell.
She's
Anyone
just
in
got
the
very
chat,
good
search
skin.
Diane Abbott. She's
she probably
a black
uses
woman on the larger side, Labour MP in Britain.
She probably uses Oprah Winfrey's foreskin fabricated skin
She
creams.
uses palm olive, probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we just take a moment and
the blood of the white race?
Yeah, just remember,
Hey,
Anne
is that a
Whittaker's
black
tits
joke?
have not hit ground and caused a seismic event yet.
Oh my god.
I just needed to throw an Anne Whittaker.
Barrel of a woman.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm gonna leave now, so I'll see you later.
Much love, mate.
Thank you, Star.
Get to the ovens.
Bye.
Bye, Star. Come on.
The ovens.
The ovens, yeah.
So PC, how have you been? You
Doing
had a good
okay.
week.
Not really.
Why don't you tell the world of your meteoric rise from an internet nobody to the star of stage and screen that you are today?
Basically,
shit.
it's all thanks to me. Basically, you can thank me for this.
No, basically, it's all thanks to harmful opinions. Actually, no, I'm kidding.
Yes, nothing to
actually,
do
I
with
had
you,
some help.
subject.
I had Robin, and I think you shouted me out in the after the first video, and Sircord did some work there too, and then Nightmare Fuel did, and then I guess I don't know. I responded to one of harmful opinions. Tweets about his advertising thing because I thought he was joking, and then he DMs me and he's like, "Hey, do you want to do an ad?" And so that's why I got so popular all of a sudden.
I responded to that and got absolutely no traction. I'm assuming it's because I don't have a nice voice and I don't have breasts.
Well, you know what to do about that.
There are ways.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to have the full transition surgery and change my name to Miss Pennington.
Just be a
Well,
trout.
you don't have
just
to
gotta
have
be
the
really-
full transition surgery. You just need the breasts.
Well,
the
you,
issue
maybe
is that
maybe
I
you
don't
need to
have-
just get like a voice changer thing too. You could probably do that.
Hey
I
guys,
just-
it's
I
Mark.
don't think I have the shape to carry off a set of breasts in, say, the way that Blair White does.
Okay, well, what you do is instead of having like fixed volume implants, you have inflatable implants with a valve,
Oh, what the fuck?
so you can put them away.
Ah.
Wow. You
I
put a
think
lot
it
of
would just be
time
easier
into
if I just fucking tried to cross-dress and pretend the beard made me a trans trender.
that. That's you wouldn't be a trap though. You'd be obvious.
Yeah, actually, those trans trenders with a beard really annoy me because it's like, how can you get angry about like gender pronouns? You're clearly presenting male. I'm sorry, if you've got a beard, you are presenting male.
If
That's
there
the
is
point.
if there's any concern that you might be mistaken for any form of dwarf, then you're probably not going to pass as
There's
a female.
with those transgenders, the only thing they want is to be offended. They will do it does not matter
And attention.
what you call them.
Wait,
Yeah,
PC,
Yeah.
anything?
anything.
Wow, this must be a good topic to talk about actually, because you actually did offer your opinion without us trying to bully it out of you. So
Oh.
I'm impressed. Keep
Yeah,
going.
PC, what's your fucking
Keep going. Don't interrupt. Keep going.
Well, it's because I have one of those in my real life that I have to deal with, and it's really frustrating because I'll say she, but
Call it it.
it. And unfortunately, it is dating my brother for some reason, so I don't know what's going on with that. But yeah, we have quite a few arguments about the gender binary gender binary not being a thing and whatever.
So is it dude looks like a lady? Is that what you're saying?
Huh? Lady looks like a dude, wants to be. I don't know what.
And so your
it
boyfriend, your brother is dating a girl that's
a girl?
kind of a guy.
Yeah, that's.
She's a lady.
I don't know what's going on because she's like, because my brother is straight. Well, I thought he was, anyways. Maybe the sex is good. I
Cops
don't know.
aren't gay.
It's whatever you can get. How old is he?
He's.
Is he one of those people that needs to stop looking for a hot girl and should settle for still warm?
Oh.
I think he's been out of the game for a long time, and she's just like, or it. I don't even know. I'll say she. She's. I don't know why they're together. Actually, that's a good question.
Anal.
Now it's coming out.
But yeah. I
Anal.
think.
Is that all you're going to bring to the table here? Just anal.
That's all I need to bring to the table ever.
This is all you can bring to the table as a very young boy.
Very young anal. Whoa, wait. Let's rewind there. What did you say? You see, what the fuck did you just say, bitch?
You. I'm not sure what I just said.
What the fuck did you just say?
We'll have to go back.
Oh no, I said
we'll have
that's
to go back.
the only thing you brought to the table is traps and anal.
All right, that's good. That's good. All right, we're on the same page.
I just need to find a woman who, decides to change up the pace by screaming anality in her best Mortal Kombat voice.
Wow. That's quite a specific fetish.
That's also a very, very deep-voiced woman you're after.
Yeah.
Yeah, we might have the same taste.
So you want a trap too?
No. I just want her to be a good vocal mimic.
If you would like a trap in your life, you can contact me at RSOLGTP and I will send you a link to this very hangout where you can talk about whether traps are gay too.
Hint, they're not.
That's just
it's the open marketplace of traps.
Very young.
Join us on the open marketplace of the culture war.
Oh yes.
Tonight on BBC Three.
The open marketplace of the Brexited culture war.
Brexit culture war. It's about.
It won't be protectionist, guys. It will be perfectly healthy and competitive and everything, and everyone will have a fair shot, apart from these people, who are everyone I don't like.
Because I don't know enough about it.
Well, basically, it's all a load of bollocks.
Well, basically, sovereignty is more important than your actual economic situation. So, GG, guys, GG.
Well, here's the thing. Okay, here's the thing. There's no reason to be absolutely bleak about the economic outlook. There's a repositioning going on, and there's instability. Which the instability is bad, but the outcome is just whatever. We will overcome.
We will overcome. Really?
Yeah. I said that deliberately.
Yeah, we're going with song lyrics as a means to get us forward.
Anyway,
it's a rather complicated situation other than we will overcome.
No. But what I'm saying is that it doesn't remove our ability to make further correct decisions in the future. It just means this one was a very high-cost decision by the country, or a third of it. And my objection to the whole thing is that it's a blank check, and that's essentially the whole problem with it. Entirely? No, but yeah, we have economic options outside of the EU. What is not a good idea is to say, oh yeah, well, now that we've decided that it's possible for that to be good, we're just going to leave it in the hands of the Conservative Party, who have a reputation for doing what's in the interest of the country and not themselves, and just turn a blind eye and call people enemies of the people when they disagree.
Well, third core, I mean, the good thing about leaving the EU for Britain is that now you have no unelected representatives like the House of Lords that... No, well, we won't talk about that, but, sovereignty. Shh, sovereignty.
Are you saying that this whole sovereignty business may be a little bit of a red herring?
It may be, considering that it's... I mean, you want to talk about unelected officials, maybe deal with the House of Lords first. I don't know.
That would be a constitutional amendment.
Oh, sorry, that would require
such as leaving the EU.
Yeah, I mean, oh well. Oops.
I mean, this is the thing that's really so dodgy about the situation is because it wasn't laid out clearly what the roadmap to leaving would be. Anything that does happen now will essentially be case law and will essentially become the constitution. Whatever happens now will change the powers of government forever.
Do you know what? I made the mistake of listening to Nigel Farage on London Broadcast Radio.
Oh,
okay.
And apparently, yeah, the reason that the Lords are bad is because they are elected.
What?
Yeah, according to Nigel Farage, the fact that they're elected and sort of shoved in. No, they are elected in order to get in. You don't. You've got to get approval for these people to go in from the Houses of Parliament.
Get the crumpet out your face and talk.
So, no. My show, my rules. I can eat. You
Get
can't.
the trap out of your dick.
But the very idea that they weren't beforehand, of course, just basically by blood. That was cool, as far as he was concerned. So completely unelected, absolutely no. It just basically, your dad was in it. That's fine. Elected bad. So the House of Lords being elected bad, and apparently unelected is good.
Yeah,
unless you're talking about the European Union.
He may have been making, rather than talking about principle, he may have been making a point about. This is me trying to be generous here. May have been making a point about the empiricism of it, that the inherited peers that we still do have, the very small amount of the House of Lords that are inherited, they're the closest thing to normal people in politics that you get.
How so?
Well, they haven't spent their lives trying to get into politics. It does tend to attract a certain sort.
Okay, but having some peerage handed to you has already attracted.
Oh yeah,
I'm
not saying it's a
an
good
aristocracy.
Argument. I'm not saying it's a good argument, Robin. I'm just saying maybe that's what he meant. That about normal.
Good argument, mate.
Yeah. So in other words, if the European Parliament was unelected, then that would be fine. This is where the logic all falls apart for him.
Wow.
I got dead.
Boom and Furry Guy are still going at it in the chat.
Yeah.
This is why I didn't put QQ in the open house guest list.
Yeah.
There's only so much. He's met his match with Boom.
Oh, I've just been looking up the chat to look for things, and Nihilistic Pillow says Pom Poko isn't Miyazaki, though. Ah, well, I can't tell you offhand whether or not that's correct. However, my understanding of Studio Ghibli is that his partner in business, was it Isao Takahata, if I remember right?
Weebs are the first ones on the helicopters.
What they do is they swap between director and producer going through projects. So both of them are involved in all of them. They just take turns being the director and the producer.
Weebs are the first ones on the helicopters, and we're bricking in the fucking otakus.
I wouldn't say I'm a weeb, because Studio Ghibli and a few of the gems are like the extent of my interest, and everything else is it's on the bonfire, let's be honest.
I'm proud to say I've never watched 10 seconds of anime of any show.
If that's something that actually does bring you pride, then
You've managed to avoid even a second of it.
Yeah, I literally
I have a confession to make.
Oh god.
I watched some anime.
Oh, get out.
Yeah, I thought for a second you were about to confess that you were an anime character.
Yeah, you say you watched
if you're otherwise culturally pure enough, you could be re-educated and produce babbies. You can help form babbies for the culture war.
Make sure they're white. They're white.
That's right.
White.
Even if you need to paint them.
Are the babbies white enough, Brian?
White face. White, yes.
Are they white as
white?
White. We are actually just making fun of the Scottish accent here, although many of us know that it's in reference to a particular Scottish person.
So is the reason they're called Scotch eggs because Scottish people actually are like they're oviparous and they lay eggs?
Scottish people are a pure race, definitely, without a doubt. I mean,
I heard that Scottish people find warm rocks and they sun on them and then they lay eggs.
Have you ever heard of Scotch eggs? You've heard of Scotch eggs, haven't you?
That's why I'm assuming that the Scottish people are oviparous.
No, Scottish people are covered in breadcrumbs.
I
just figured it had something to do with
that's all the sense it makes.
It's how they protect themselves from the overbearing amount of sunlight that they get in Scotland.
And the English.
Robin, I think you're missing out as well. Breadcrumbs was historically correct, but now it's iron brew and heroin is actually what they cover themselves in now.
No, that's what keeps them together.
Ah, right, thanks.
That's what's inside a Scotch egg.
Scottish.
That's how they smuggle it into the country.
Yes, the lost Irish. Drug-addicted Irish, so I call them. My far lost cousins, the Scottish. Oh well.
Nice.
Yeah.
RPG to the face, that's the best way to vanquish an enemy.
Mm-hmm. Unless they are like a salesman at your own home.
Well, I consider them a guest at this point rather than an enemy.
Oh yeah, I have to say, and you probably will not be surprised, and you will probably pity them, but when I do get, like, Jehovah's Witnesses, or actually it's Mormons around here, knocking at the door, wanting to have conversations, I'm very happy to oblige.
Oh, I feel sorry for them. I pity them so. Don't know what they're getting into. Don't know what they're getting.
There was at uni, like on the first week, one of the days was about going around this like society fair of all the groups of people trying to get new students to join them, and there was a few Christian societies. And all of them I ended up talking to for an extended amount of time.
Of course you did.
I feel so sorry for those poor people.
You probably talked to the person at the shop for an extended period of time.
Every single one of them got to the point of going, right, okay, well that's interesting. I've never heard an atheist make those arguments before, but...
I'm just going to go and rethink my life.
One of them did, like, I don't know, I didn't want to push it because it seemed rude, but I think I did kind of convert him to being a bit more open-minded about, like, the necessity of his belief.
You seem like the kind of person that would lecture someone at a shop about a Freddo bar. That's the vibe I'm getting.
Well, if they're
you know about the Freddo bar, it all comes from Keynesian economics, really. The Freddo bar, and just like,
oh, I'm sorry. You're very much mistaken there. Let me explain.
Oh my god.
He's gonna go, guys.
That's what happens when he goes to the shop. It's like, no, I think you're mistaken there. No. The weather is actually inclement today. I brought my graph along to show you.
You know,
this is clement here, and as you can see by the barometer, we have now reached inclement weather.
Yeah,
it would be considered, in fact, it's bordering now on changeable.
Yeah. To Robin, I'm Robin Socrates at this point. He just tells stories about me wandering around correcting people.
Is somebody going to throw a chicken at his feet and declare, "Behold, man," as Socrates has posited it?
They'll carry on like a spectrum of the different like weathers, and then speaking of spectrums, my name is sorry.
Yeah, let me address you to the Spurg spectrum.
English, please.
Sorry, I'm
He's
a terrible
too busy
person.
laughing at his own joke.
Yeah.
I'm at everything in my life. Oh fuck, this is.
Make a coherent sentence.
Are you talking to me?
Anybody. Right now, I'll take whatever I can get.
I'm really distracted by the chat.
That sounds
Well, read about the chat. Talk to the chat.
History, Robin.
What's going on in the chat? Anime is sick. Well done.
Yeah, they were asking me my favorite anime, so yeah.
Well, at least they're conducting.
Shut up and form Babby for the culture war.
Know your place, woman. God damn it.
Oh my gosh, I gotta get to work on shooting out these babies. I don't actually want to have children. Fun fact. If I were to be a mom, I'd have to adopt. I don't want to birth a child. That's terrifying.
Yeah, same. I don't want to ruin my figure.
Apparently, Mr. Medicare has been suspended from Twitter.
Well, that's old news.
Oh.
Hey, I was supposed to be doing a fucking video right now, so.
Fake news.
So was I, but I'm sick as fuck.
And here you are.
Really? We'll need to talk during the after show.
I'm not that kind of sick, man.
I like to follow this kid that got him suspended. His name's Yellow Space Rock.
Oh, that fucking retard.
Yeah, he said he reported him for bullying his friend who was, I don't know, gay.
You see, I've actually advocated, not very openly, but I've suggested to some that this is actually how to deal with these big systemic things. Instead of whinging about your opinion, actually just fuck with it so that it just doesn't work the way they want it to work. So they have to go, okay, let's rethink how this works. And this was in reference to YouTube's takedown policies. Just fuck with it until the business model they're trying to run just cannot work. So they have to change it. Everyone's doing that with Twitter. That's in the long run. All they're really going to do is force Twitter to reevaluate their banning policy.
Yeah, they're going to force Twitter and or YouTube to justify the expense of their policies versus their actual profit margin.
Depends if they're more profitable.
Remember, YouTube can be a YouTube hero.
Depends if they're more like profit motivated or like ideologically motivated, I guess. So whatever.
Yeah, well, I mean, be ideologically motivated and accept that you will have an unsuccessful business and that you will.
I wouldn't say that to Fox News. Let's be frank.
Yes, but
I would actually rather be German.
Fox News also operates in competition with other news sources, and you got to admit, all of them have some bias in some direction.
By comparison,
yes,
absolutely.
What bias they have, they all have one.
Yes.
By comparison to Fox, yeah, everybody does.
But it's what was I saying?
But that's the thing is, at this point, Gab and Minds are not currently strong competitors at a profit level. They may
I don't
be
think that
successful.
matters. I don't think that actually matters, to be honest with you, when we're talking about competition. They're not.
Yeah, you just need to be there, really.
Oh yeah, that's it. Is that the agreement? The agreement between governments, or at least EU and these social media companies, is that they will act to prevent hate speech. And that's a whole different. That's a whole different conversation about what that means. But act to prevent hate speech from trending, essentially, not from existing. They're not actually obliged to prevent it from existing on their platforms. They're only obliged to prevent it from basically going viral.
Well, but in the meantime, I saw something about Facebook is being threatened with $50 million or $50 billion worth of fines.
That's Germany you're talking about.
Yeah,
that's my country you're talking about.
I had assumed it was Germany that was being referenced. I didn't look into it because, I mean, frankly, Germany is the only country that thus far has litigated against a social media service, or even considered doing
the French
so that I'm
too.
aware of. Did the French do? Okay.
Oh yeah, don't you remember? You must remember when this person basically applied to be forgot. This was through a French court.
Yeah.
I had thought that was Germany, but yeah, maybe I'm misremembering.
Yeah,
That's
this is through a French court, and so he was all over the newspapers by wanting to be forgotten. Don't think that was really going to work out well for him, to be frank.
That's just going to be one of the, like, in 100 years, whatever their equivalent of QI is. That's just going to be one of the topics.
But that's the point.
I think that guy that wanted to be forgotten really needed to, before having started that whole process, looked up what happened to Barbara Streisand when she got all butthurt about her.
As far as I'm aware, she didn't initially. It was just that she'd expressed some vague, desire not to have her house on like photographs, and then her lawyer or someone in the legal team decided to be a fucking idiot about what she meant, and then it's like, oh, someone took an aerial shot of the city, and there has been 6 views on this webpage. Well, let's order it to be like removed. Yeah,
Robin,
there was thousands and thousands afterwards.
Remember on WePlay's channel, we were talking to, was it Michael Rowlands and Tim, or Aid the Motivator?
Blake.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we were.
And they were making me defend Milo's freedom of speech.
Yeah,
yes.
They could not grasp the fucking Streisand effect in any shape or form. It was just like
they're too busy talking about the rights and wrongs and rather than the causes and effects.
Yeah, they're another pair like Sargon, but I forgive them more because they haven't been going on for years about understanding and winning arguments. But yeah, they don't necessarily have the framework to sort of to diagnose their own thoughts, if you know what I mean.
And you can explain that in some way that we can.
As in, like, to actually figure out, am I making a moral argument? Am I making an argument of consequence? And actually be stringent about what they actually mean at any given moment. Whereas they seemed to be, like, Tim, when you were trying to explain the Streisand effect with Tim, he just seemed to be flicking back and forth to whether or not you were making an argument about effectiveness or an argument about principle.
Morality over, it's like, what's the point of saying it's immoral when that does nothing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, the fact that they didn't seem to notice that they were doing this. They've got very undisciplined concept.
Even though I was explaining it to him to his face. It's like, but my point is whether it's right or wrong. It's like, who cares about your point? Your point is meaningless at this point. Your point is pointless. You're a broken pencil. How can anything you do be of any consequence if all you're kind of going is, well, it's not right, is it? So, then what? Then what? Well, can we do something about it? What, something that's effective? No. Okay. Well then, no, you can't do anything about it.
Well, it's not just something that's effective. The thing that he wasn't getting is that what he was doing was actively hurting his desired outcome.
Yeah, it was just like weird. It was just frustrating.
I'm sorry, I'd rather not understand the harm I'm doing. I just want to scream into this pillow.
That would be nihilistic.
Scream into Nihilistic's pillow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Subtle. That was a subtle reference to his well-formed cheeks, wasn't it?
That's right. Yes, we've all seen them. We've all seen the pictures. We've all gone to his website.
Very young picture.
Those are the only pictures that you possess. How old are you again? 12, 13?
18, but close enough, mate.
Very young.
Pretty fucking close, yeah.
Yeah, close enough. Close enough for you.
In relation to what?
Okay.
In relation to what?
Yeah,
In relation to what? 14-year-old boys
relation to
was.
you
That's
archaic
what they were
fuck.
referring to seconds
So
ago.
what's the Streisand effect again?
Well,
Where you-
the story of
Describe
the Streisand
no,
effect
forget
is
Barbara
just-
Streisand. Just describe
I heard the
what
story
Stre-
part.
Yeah, just
Okay.
describe
Yeah.
what the Streisand
Okay,
effect
so
is.
We're
let
attempt
the
to
lead-
hide or remove or censor a piece. Just okay.
And
I'll
it
let
draws
fucking
words.
perception do it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
people
you're-
are like, oh, they're hiding something. What
Yeah.
are they hiding?
Oh, I see. Yeah. There's nothing there, but it just seems like it because they're
It's the Ann
privacy
Coulter
or
sales
whatever.
pitch.
Yeah.
Essentially, it's buy Lauren Southern's book before liberals ban it.
Yes, got you.
Rah!
Just a
Hoorah.
dichotomous fucking brain shit.
It's like, it's available at the bookstores everywhere. Nobody's banning it, but
Isn't like only 90
Oh,
pages?
Milo got banned. Oh, except he'll be at this college next
90
week.
pages of dross. The same
can you write a-
recycled talking points said
How
over
can-
and over again every decade.
Speaking of the same
They're
talking
back.
points, go sub to my channel.
And now
Oh,
they're being
shit.
presented to
Is it
you
gonna
by
be
a
wage
tomboy
gap?
that would get laid but never married.
I want to see a
Wow.
new wage gap video.
Ooh,
I
you
want to
can
see a
check
new
my
thigh
channel
gap
for that.
video.
Ooh, sexy. I'll be right on that.
My
Jesus.
friends have a podcast where they show twerking booties the whole time.
Wow.
It's quite the concept.
2017, the phrase, my friends have a podcast.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty cool. They'll talk to anybody.
Everybody's got a podcast.
It's kind of like yours, except for they have one guest only usually,
And mine's
and it's
better.
really short.
Well, Unpopular Opinions is reminding us that we are barbarians because she is a, quote, best-selling author, end quote.
What even fucking what did I mean? Best selling in what respect? You mean?
Oh, well, basically, briefly, there was like on an Amazon listing, it was #1 for a very brief moment, as basically
Very
anything,
short moment.
anything is, if during a large broadcast, you then go, hey everyone, please go buy this. Like, that's going to be your spike, and then it's going to be on the top of the list for that afternoon. And then,
not to mention
and
the
then that's
person.
it.
Well, the thing is, it's just like the top 10. The person doing the publishing goes out and buys a buttload of them.
Mm.
They
Oh
do-
yeah.
They do this all the time. What they do is they want to, if they want to make, it's part of their advertising campaign. You know?
Well, that reminds me of Sargon's argument. He's like, Trump defunded Meals on Wheels, and everybody heard about it, so they sent a bunch of money to Meals on Wheels. You see, Trump is a genius.
Was that his argument?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, well, do you not,
That cannot be his argument. He can't
you
be that
remember
stupid
Robin?
now.
No, but
Watch
do you
it.
remember Robin Pretty Patel?
I think that was it.
But
Sorry.
yeah, Robin, do you remember Pretty Patel claiming that the food bank usage? This was in the Commons. She actually said that the food bank usage was a sign that society was working as intended.
Shit.
So the fact that people required food banks is not. Is,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
just,
and it didn't occur
Ignore
to her.
that.
And it didn't occur to her that actually, like most of our towns and cities, do not in fact have one.
That's good.
As in, even though they are necessary in all of these places. But most people don't have access to them.
So yeah, well, this is the asinine conversations that we have to deal with on a daily basis. You can understand why people get upset. Nobody's speaking for them anymore. Are they? Perception check.
No.
Bastards. Now you've got to do it all for yourself.
It is all about you, or all about yourself.
So what have you got in store for us?
Me?
Yeah. Have you made a plan?
I have not actually made a plan. It's sort of.
Perhaps a 5-year plan?
A 5-year plan. I sort of have a lot of thoughts. Like, I've been writing them just down on a paper. I'm not going to read them out, though.
Go on, leak us. Give us a press release. Come on.
Give us a press release. I originally wanted to do some serious kind of look at current events and see how they fit in historically. See, like, what kind of direction they could go into, looking at how things like this has happened before and how it's panned out. Decided not to do that because it's just so.
What,
serious.
you couldn't find a guy on Swindon telling Rome what to do?
No. But at the same time, like, I don't know, like, I feel like I didn't want to be so heavy and negative. I don't know. I think I'm going to still talk about serious topics. I kind of want to talk about general conflict resolution and what's the best way to deal with, like,
nuclear kikes is not necessarily a good conflict resolution.
I actually do want to figure out a way to maybe promote a better approach to having discussions with our ideological opponents.
I think a guerrilla culture warfare sort of would be the best path for us to take. You know, submersive.
The guerrilla mindset. Is that what you're talking about?
Guerrilla warfare. You know. You just kind of get into that mode where you're hiding in the bushes, you leap out, throw a meme, run back, delete your account.
Hang on, I have one flaw with this subject. Do you even lift, bro?
Yes, actually. Sorry.
I don't.
do you even raise heavy objects against gravity?
I do, actually. I can prove it right now, faggots. You know.
I see.
I do lift.
He's just stood up, hasn't he?
Right, what's the word count of your proof?
Oh, it's right there.
It's right there, guys. I do lift. So,
what, you've got a barbell?
Yeah, I mean, that counts. That counts for something. Like, I wouldn't have it if I didn't use it.
Yeah, you do have to use it, I believe. It's just...
Yeah, I do use it as well.
I'm a stickler.
So, like, yeah. So you have to watch a very young boy work out.
Is that why
I find that 8-ounce curls are adequate for my fitness needs.
I know
is that some reference to, like, eating pies?
No, it's a reference to alcoholism.
Yes.
I think it's best now and again, if you want to do a little bit of exercise, it's now and again, leave the car in the garage at GTA 4. And just have a little walk around the town, a couple of walks around the block.
Get your thumbs moving a little more.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh shit.
And don't forget to kick a bitch in the face while you're walking around town.
Guys, come on, what you do?
Don't skip leg day.
Realized, guys, we're broadcasting this on the internet. Audience, please do not actually do these things.
No. I would like to encourage the more susceptible members of the audience to do these things because honestly, I think we're at a point where we need to start taking labels off of things and let some of these issues solve themselves.
There needs to be a few more women being curb stomped.
Oh my god.
Not just women. I think we could safely say that there's people in a lot of groups that could use a little dental readjustment by direct application
I
force.
see where this is going, guys. Okay, come on. The Jews, right? Am I the only one? Yeah, okay, thanks. I'm glad.
Okay, so...
How dare you be so anti-Semitic?
These are not the official thoughts of the open house.
If you would like to contribute to the open house, feel free to DM Robin and ask him for the fucking link.
Robin, you just DM'd me and said, Sean, say these. Like, why would you...
I am community manager of the open house. All opinions within are their own.
Manager.
Sure, yeah. I mean, master works as well, I guess.
I am really. I'm just here to manage this ridiculous community.
Just the Obama.
Oh,
I was about to make a joke about being a dictator. I wonder if mental image, like, is there any comparison to John Burkow in your mind?
No.
Okay. just
All right,
thought
I need to
I've
finish
never
Go Be
at
Lazy
any
for the night.
time thought to compare myself to such a person. Sorry.
What do you think of John Burkett?
I've got better hair.
Okay.
That's all I've really noticed. To be honest with you, he's very incorrigible. That's it. What did you want? You wanted more? You wanted a full synopsis of the guy?
No,
What do you want me to read his IBMD fucking
Robin,
movie
that's
database?
why I didn't say anything.
Why?
I was sated.
When has that ever happened where you've said, that's why I didn't say anything? This is the first time I've ever heard this statement come from you.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Ooh. Salty.
You're the man who can say anything about nothing.
Yeah.
So what is your opinion on nothing, Ertrin? Come on, guys.
I can give you an opinion on nothing.
Well, I think the literal physical sense, I don't think it exists.
Oh my god. This is surreal.
Nothing doesn't exist. That's quite correct.
Yeah.
Wait, what did we just see on the side?
Everybody knows if they know anything, is that there is no such thing as nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing doesn't exist. It's a figment of people's imagination. It's a social construct.
Like gender.
Well, I wouldn't say it's a social construct.
It's not quite
it's more
like gender,
a
no.
consequence of the fact that we can't see subatomic particles. So we hey, there's nothing we can detect here.
Maybe you can't, console peasant.
Oh right, okay, of course. Of how I should have checked my perception.
Yeah, as a classical liberal, I can
Are you really
actually
doing that twice? The same pun in one show.
Of course. The trick is to just repeat the same pun often and loudly until people believe that it's funny.
There needs to be some kind of punishment for that.
He will be sent to the penitentiary very soon.
I'm dying.
Oh my god.
There will be punitive measures.
Stop it. It's time to stop.
No, it's not.
Is it too late for me to abort myself?
The classic post-birth abortion, my favorite. Oh fuck. Why does it sound like you're outside?
Are you outside?
Yeah.
So actually,
I'm in the windstorm.
I've got a good interview question for you, perception check, and that is the French philosopher Albert Camus insisted that everyone should consider suicide at some point. The purpose is not some weird morbid fascination with death, but actually an affirmation of life. What is it, if you did not exist, that would be the sales pitch that would get you to go, okay, fine, I'd like to be alive?
I think that's a question we should ask Omnidestiny in light of his point or his post about having had a friend who committed suicide, and he was the last person to talk to him.
Yeah, but
that's a very strange voice you just affected their perception check in answering my question to you.
Shut up.
What about her?
This is in fact it's a show about perception check, so we're asking her questions, and now and again going into diatribes about nothing.
Wait, so the question was, what would convince me to be
Yeah.
alive?
Like essentially, Albert Camus put it as, "Why don't you kill yourself?" Another thing could be that was it Mary Poppins song about "These are my favorite things" kind of thing. What's your list of shit that makes life good in general? This isn't like a wish list, but what are the things that you are glad exist?
Anime doesn't count.
Huh?
Anime can't count.
Oh, it wouldn't be anime. Let me think. That's a good question.
Weebs are committing suicide this very moment.
Good.
I don't know. For me personally, I don't have a good answer for that. I guess my search for maybe my search for or my wanting to leave the world a little better than when I came in. Which is going to be hard because it went to shit after I came in.
So you like to tidy then?
Huh?
You like to tidy then?
What'd you say?
You like to tidy.
Oh, tidy, yeah. Pretty much.
Of course she does. She's a woman. Come on.
I'm a clean freak.
So you've got some concept of like a legacy ambition, then.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be something like flashy, or I don't have to have my name in like I don't have to be published or anything. Well, I guess as a biologist, I would want to be published because that's how you get more money, or get better jobs or whatever. But
Freudian slip.
But I just want to do something with my life. Feel like I've done something meaningful, and then I'll be happy. YouTube videos, yeah. So it's
Patreon money. That's what I want to be. Not a patron.
I only have one patron. I'm kidding.
You've got a Patreon now. Oh, that's excellent.
No,
You've done really well.
No, I do not actually. I don't think I've earned that yet. I've only been on YouTube for like what, 2 weeks? 3 weeks?
Oh well, when you do get a Patreon, you have to name your handle on Patreon. Patreon check. and spell check in the way
in the English vernacular.
Yeah. Yes.
Please.
As in money check.
Please don't. For my own sanity, I will lose it. My grasp on reality will slip away if you do that. God.
Yeah, do it.
Now you've got a reason.
Well, so, yeah. Someone.
You just
told
lost
me
a
that
Patreon.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Someone
I'm
told
off.
me that I
Like
should-
you were going to donate.
Robin, you silly cunt.
Yeah.
I'm off to pretend that I'm going to be productive tonight.
Okay, take it easy, mate.
Bye. Someone said I should rename my channel
Later.
Perception Chick.
What?
Perception Chick.
Yeah, so that you can be the girl version of the channel Perception Check. Oh wait.
Perception trap, please.
Yeah, that should be your name then.
Yeah.
Look, move to Brighton and be done with it, subject.
Oh my god.
Don't get that reference, but I'm gonna laugh anyway.
Well, go to Brighton and you'll get the reference.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Or Blackpool.
Oof. Blackpool?
Oh. What?
Well, if you like it a bit colder.
But,
I'm really confused.
Jesus. Okay, Brighton is for where you want to either find a sort of multicultural sort of London away from London, or if you are somebody who lived in the home counties and want somebody to fuck up the rectum.
Oh, cool.
Oh, nice. Am I the only American in this chat right now?
Yes, I think so. Maybe.
Bernhardt! You have been found guilty
It's not
of
your fault.
wanton Americanism.
Oh my gosh. Well, that's okay. I like being American.
I'm an American over here.
You will.
Oh, okay. I'm not alone.
I love when Americans are like a minority because it's like, you get a taste of your own medicine, cunt.
How does it feel?
Yeah, good feel.
Fuck yeah! Lick my dick and suck on my balls.
We literally don't.
Fuck
We're gonna
yeah.
still wave our flag in your face.
It always amazes me
It's a
how.
motherfucking day, yeah.
It also amazes me how little Americans know just about the basics of Europe, and it's like, how do you survive in this world?
I think a lot of Americans and I don't want to make general.
Oh, do it. We don't.
Most Americans have never left America.
The way you defend yourself from that kind of thing is to just go, how many states can you name?
Yes. I feel like Americans are very like, well, I mean, I don't know. I would say most people around the world are just more concerned with what's going on in their country. A lot of them don't really. Well, maybe that's just Americans who don't really concern themselves with what's going on outside their country because I don't know.
If you want, I can try name all the states.
Other than
a huge
Destiny, maybe?
A huge proportion of Americans don't even own a passport and have never left the country. The rest of
That's
them,
so insane.
the rest of them, however,
true.
are in the army.
Yeah, I'll say this. I'll say this. I don't have a passport and I haven't left the country, but that's because I'm poor. I'm poor.
But they do have quite a lot of America in which to discover.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
it's less
we have
of a.
I was in a while back. There was on Ask Reddit. Someone was asking the rest of the world, what's great about America? I mean, everyone makes fun of us, but a lot of people were saying that we have so many different types of, like, we can move to another part of the country and be in like a totally different, like, geographical, I don't know, it's like
different environments,
different time zones. You've got
different
sort of-
temperature.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, different people.
I want to go.
So where
I
is
want to
this?
go get away from it all, but this country's all grey and wet. Okay, I'll go. You know, you can just go to another part of your country.
Yeah.
Where can I find
Robin,
this
is that a
ass
bulldog
training
you're
at?
driving?
It is a. I can't remember the make of this one.
I'll say that's one of the good things about our country is that we do have we are so big and we have such a great landscape. I think that's one of the greatest parts about our country is that I can drive down south and get some better weather than what I'm experiencing now, which is Midwestern shit show. Can't decide whether it's winter or spring yet.
So what we got so far: woman, fly
Yes.
over state. You
Yes.
work in a hospital. She's in the pharmacy department. Nail her down, guys. You can do this, 4chan.
Okay, I need to know where the planes cross over. I just need flight patterns.
Do you
and
have
few
a
stars.
flag nearby?
Don't cross the streams.
Yeah, I need to see the stars.
I wonder. I can give you a clue because it's not our state's motto yet anymore. It changed it because, but it was at one point. We were the crossroads of America because our motto became, if you're traveling anywhere in the U.S., you have to eventually stop here and pass through, and that's our claim to fame, basically.
America's anus.
Wow. So
Wait, what?
you are in the state of Indiana. Cool. You're in the state of Indiana. That's pretty cool.
Yes. Yeah.
More
we
specifically, Indianapolis.
I don't live in Indianapolis, but
Oh, okay.
I'm close.
Oh, that's all I need.
Go on, that's him setting that up now.
No.
Good
Don't
job,
worry,
Tiffany.
don't worry. He's not gonna come and stop.
Not immediately. Not immediately. You're not in the UK.
Yeah, Robin, I'm coming for you though. You're dead. Sorry, mate. You're getting fucking car bombed.
You can come for me, sunshine, but I'll bury you.
Do you often bury very young boys?
Just the Irish.
Just the Irish, wow.
Mm-hmm.
I've never killed a person, I've only killed the Irish.
Precisely, yeah.
Yep.
Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, and we're
That's why
the
they call
state
it
that
weed killer.
Gave the world Mike Pence. So I'm sorry for that one.
Yeah, well, we gave the world the Irish, so I'm sorry for that one.
The Irish gave the world the Irish. Indeed, they did.
Yeah.
I have
Glad
some
they taught you
Irish in my
something in school.
family.
Oh, what American doesn't? My heritage.
No.
Heritage.
That and German.
Oh, every time I hear that, I'm like, oh, I really don't care if you're 198 fucking Irish. Fuck off.
I think
Hello, one of my genes is Irish.
Who was I talking to about this? Was it
Mike Strand
that cat guy? That cat guy was talking about how people like in America always talk about like where their family used to come from, like because I don't know.
Yeah, like
You're
it's
all
some sort of
immigrants?
pedigree.
Yeah, because we all are. Almost all of us are immigrants, or descendants of immigrants, at least. I think it's just a point of trivia for us. I don't think we want to. Well, some of us want to try and claim the culture, and we're like, oh, we're just.
Oh, whenever I hear an American go like, I'm Irish, I'm like, you sure about that? Are you really?
Well, their
No.
accent is basically a broken version of Irish. So if you didn't,
Is it?
Yeah. Well, listen to an American accent, and then listen to your own.
I'd say more Norfolk.
More.
I disagree.
Norfolk.
Like, what part of
know.
America? Like,
A part of America.
Well, so I will say this. I don't know how much of my old accent comes through because I kind of try to hide it. No, when I was a kid, I grew up in Tennessee as a child and had a really strong hick Southern accent.
you don't say.
And then came up here and got mercilessly bullied for it. So I had
Do
to
the voice.
Yes,
Do
please do.
the voice.
do the Southern accent.
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
Yeah.
Hold on a sec. Let me see if I can pull this out of my ass.
Say no gays, no blacks. That will really set the tone.
Morning, nigger.
Pink cotton.
Oh, let me think. If I was visiting down there, I'd be able to
Just
to
read
slip into
the
it.
chat in your best accent.
Yeah.
Hold on a sec. American accent is the proper way to speak English. You're the ones with the degenerate accent. Oh my gosh, I can't say
Why
this.
would you read the chat? That is just such.
That is hilarious.
How can the originators of the language be the ones with the degenerate accent?
Bro,
what
don't
does degenerate mean?
Don't question
Speak
American.
American. It's the only language I understand.
Speak American. Yes. GG. You tried.
No.
Y'all speak English?
Y'all speak American
Yes, we
in
do.
these parts.
That
It's our
sounds
native
Texan.
language. What?
Texan is different from Tennessee Southern accent.
They're all the
Trust
same.
me.
You're all
Dang.
the same. You're all the same.
So
I mean,
do you
there's the
enjoy?
California guy.
What do you
like,
chew
hey,
tobacco from one side of your mouth and they from the other, or something? Is this how it works?
Wait, what?
You chew your mouth on the left side of your mouth. They chew it from the right. I get it. The accent's different.
Oh wait, no. The difference from I actually know the difference. Tennessee, they fuck their first cousins. In Texas, they fuck their second. It's like
Well, it's like Jack Daniels is Tennessee, isn't it?
Yeah, no. Don't see how that's real.
So
I
it's
just thought
brother.
that's an interesting.
When you're that drunk, it's brother and sister.
Yeah. Well, that's just welcome to Georgia, folks. Oh fucking hell!
That's more like Arkansas.
Arkansas. All right. I'm sorry. I just know the South is full of inbred.
Is it that sort of thing? Is that when you meet somebody, they kind of go, "I'd like to introduce you to my wife and sister," and it's the same person. That
That's
kind of
Mississippi.
thing. Oh right, okay. We've all heard the stories.
That's just downright slander of the Mississippi family.
Goddamn degenerates! How many toes you got?
I've got 13. Yuck. Indeed, I do.
You got a pretty mouth. You're not from round
I
here.
was born with 10, but I have grown in ambition.
Why?
You know, Taurus.
Mine are webbed, so I don't.
Does that count as one?
I don't know. Oh my god, did any of you used to play the Rockstar game? Was it Bully?
Yeah.
Or yeah.
I'm aware of such a game, but
Yes. And there's a scene in it where it's like the rich kids and they're all basically inbred, and it's like stop calling my. It basically says like calling me inbred. Only one of my foot is webbed, and I just cried with laughter when I heard that. It was.
Hey Robin,
Yeah.
the chat's saying to look at your DMs.
Fuck my DMs. I'm playing a game. Somebody want to come in, do they? Who wants to come in? Who is it?
it may be in my popular opinions. They're saying check DMs.
Harmful Stalker wants to come in. Okay.
Oh, someone disappeared.
Let me get my DMs quickly. Your notifications.
I was wanting to say, I mean, in America, you got a lot of different dialects. You have Milwaukee, which is like Milwaukee.
Yeah.
And then you have Boston, which is like Boston. Or
Yeah, I mean that
gotta go drive the car to the bar.
That variation you're describing, that's the kind of variation you get between boroughs of the same city in England.
And then you have the California dude. Yo, dude. Like, what's up?
Gnarly.
And like chicks would be like, oh, you know, I mean, it's the Valley Girl is actually the social, like the Hawaiian fucking passenger.
Valley. Oh my God. Shit.
And then what is that thing they came out with a couple years ago? It's like, what do they call that? It's just like I don't know.
I don't know what you're talking about,
You're not
but I do
talking
know
so
the
much
Valley
about
Girl
accents as in colloquialisms.
It's more of a colloquialism. It's like when they're. Oh God! It's like a groan. They call it. It's just like the SJW groan.
Yeah,
it's like
I'm less than 30 miles
I'll
away
think about it.
from people who you can't understand. Like the diversity of accents in England is staggering when compared
there
to
are
other places.
certain people in Germany I can't understand.
Mm.
In Germany, there's an accent and dialect called Plattdeutsch. In northern Germany, no one can't understand that.
So what is its use at this point?
Well, it's only spoken by a few people, I guess. Like a couple of thousands.
Old English,
probably.
is it?
But there are also people in Bavaria I can't understand.
Bavarians.
Yeah.
Oh, one of the other people in my maths course is from the Isle of Man, and there's so many things she just doesn't know about. I'm like, oh yeah, do you want one of these chocolate bars? And she's like, oh, I don't know that one. All the time. It's just, I mean, it's not exactly very significant. That's just a very weak example.
Is this how you get in with the ladies? Is it? Hey, here,
yeah.
Have
I'm
a
like,
chocky
here,
bar.
one of Snickers.
Yeah, have a chocky
No,
bar.
but
And then you just rub your legs next to her.
No, it's just any time I talk to her about anything, it's like any reference of any product or something, and
Involves you handing her over a chocolate bar.
Well, she just doesn't understand what they are. She doesn't know.
What do you mean she doesn't understand what a chocolate bar is?
No, but as in like any specific preferences for any goods that are available. She doesn't know what they're like. She's like, oh well, I guess it's got chocolate in it, but I don't know. Like, It's like, so I have to describe things to her a lot.
Woodrow Wokeson, I'm giving you a link as well. Okay, everybody's had their link.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. That's what I'm talking about. That. I don't know what they call it. Oh my god.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of it. But that's all right. It's pretty messed up.
Atheists referring to the name of our Lord.
Harmful opinions?
We haven't mentioned him.
Come on, board.
So when are you and him doing a collaborative? When are you going to be releasing your single?
Wait, with harmful opinions?
I'm just
That's not
expecting you to release a single with him. You know that.
I'm too small for that.
How small are you exactly? You like 4'1"?
I'm like 5'3".
5'3".
And yeah. Oh shit! But you guys. Oh wait, you
see what we're doing is we're finding little tiny portions about you so we can talk to you later.
Yeah. So what's your passport number?
I don't have a passport.
Of course, you're not in the army.
I'm too weak to be in the army.
Is that what they said to you? Don't worry, sister. No. The rules have changed. You can do it now.
I'm too much of a pussy. I didn't even try.
No, there's a lot of people who shouldn't be in the army.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, in America, those seem to be the people you recruit.
Yep.
Yeah, there was this... I don't know if you've ever had some of your more scally-like friends, the more aggressive types. And has ever sort of like heard some old man say, you should be in the army, you should... See,
no one's told me that.
Oh, right. You've obviously had a sheltered upbringing.
Yeah, that happened.
But yeah, when when you look at it from your perspective, you think, oh, he must be, meaning that, my friend should go into the army so he can learn some sort of discipline. But this is an old man saying this. He's expecting you to be shot. That's the difference.
Yay!
That's pretty sinister, man.
Old people are sinister. They want all of us dead.
Yeah. They just hate everything.
Why do you think they've got that look in their eye?
Because they're cold and they don't remember the way home.
Yeah.
I just listened to Destiny I guess this is his new video, and he did a white nationalist interview, and the guy was in the army apparently, and it was like in Afghanistan. It's like, oh my god. That's embarrassing for my country right there.
What?
That we have alt-right guys in the army.
did you really expect them to be sort of wishy-washy lefties with?
No, I know people who are in the army, but
it's like
they're
animal rights activists.
They're usually Republicans, but that doesn't.
What do you think the alt-right is?
We had Islamists in the army, so.
No. I mean,
what do you think the alt-right is? It's just Republicans plus memes. That's pretty much it.
No. Well, I mean, depends on what alt-right you're talking about, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Richard Spencer's tried to sort of delineate because he doesn't want to sort of lose, like the ability
numbers
to define
of viewers.
Yeah, I think
the guy
he doesn't want to lose the ability to define it himself, so he started referring to
He's
the
great at marketing himself.
I mean, there's the neo-Nazis, and then there's just to the right of that, there's the alt-right, right? And then just to the right of that, you have the alt-light, the former alt-right that ditched it when they found out it was related to Richard Spencer. So, and then to the right of that, I mean, I'm going left, sorry. To the left of that, you have your Republican George Bush types who are just like not racist at all. They don't give a shit about white genocide.
God, do you remember when Sargon
Republican
had something? Was it Alec Baldwin on? And he kept saying like George Bush was a liberal.
Jesus.
Yeah.
That is just the most retarded shit. Coming from America, I can tell this guy Carl doesn't have a fucking clue. And that pisses me off every time I don't know why I listen to the guy. It's just like...
Are you talking about Sargon?
Yeah, it might be good to motivate me, just get angry, listen to some Stephen Molyneux in the morning, get a little angry, get motivated. To piss you off.
Molyneux recently made a video titled "Get Married and Get Children" or something like that.
Yeah, get married, get back in the kitchen before I punch you again.
How punk is that guy?
Yeah,
punk fucking rock, baby.
Conservatism is the new punk rock. Oh-ho!
There is some to that though. Like I have a lot of like 27, 32-year-old friends, and they all just jump into libertarianism, and then they all watch Alex Jones. It's like it is so popular right now because what's the cool thing to do? Shoot guns, right? America, you can do that.
That's the cool thing to do, is it?
It is actually very fucking popular. I mean, there's a lot of hunting already.
Probably a symptom
Then you
of
cross
decline in lower class sort of work, like manufacturing and things like that. And so a lot of people at the lower end of the academic achievement scale, shall we say, are not necessarily going to be as engaged with their careers as they perhaps used to be at this point in their lives.
Oh no, the libertarian is because when they have to start paying taxes after they, get a job, they get tired of it around that age. They're like, "Oh, I'm 25. Fuck these taxes. Fuck this." Because Americans are struggling.
He still live at home?
Some of them have to because the housing market is real expensive for like the wages. It's just.
Oh, is it? Is it expensive?
It depends.
Oh, yeah.
It depends on your situation, but.
Could you imagine if there was an even worse housing bubble with even more stagnant wages? That would just be amazing.
Well, I'm just saying that these people are ridiculous because as soon as they turn 32, they lose their Republican ideas because they suddenly realize they were just being petulant. And some of them don't come out of it. But in the meanwhile, we get them voting for the dumbest of people. And all you have to do is take a gun out, put on safety goggles, and put a stack of papers and say, "Look, I'm shooting Obamacare." It helps if you wrap the gun barrel with bacon. And they'll elect you in this fucking country.
Yep.
They're not going to elect some pussy that just wants you to fucking save a tree or whatever, hippie, liberal scum. I mean, that's the dichotomy over here. It's just hippies versus bikers or whatever.
So basically, the 1960s just you sort of managed to get over the whole Civil War thing, but now you're stuck in the 60s versus okay.
It's coming out of the 60s into the somethings.
The somethings.
But I don't know. It's different if you're rural.
But the left are regressive.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Hello.
There we go.
Joshua.
Finally.
What up? Okay, that was
May I
big
sell you a
rant by me.
camel?
Sure. Yeah, I'm in the market for a camel.
Okay, how many sisters you give me?
I am
I'm
not
an only
quite sure where
child,
this
so
conversation's going, but the open house does not endorse any of the sales of camels and/or sisters.
No, Robin. Of course not. It's not sales. It's barter.
this is
That'd
trade.
That'd
Free
be a
trade.
sweet band name, though. Camel Sister, dude. That's metal as fuck.
But anyway, yes, continue your barter.
So-
I'm done. I'm done with the joke. I'm done with
Well,
it.
what,
that was your
Move on.
introduction to our brand new guests. Hello,
What breed
Joshua.
of camel?
Hello, Joshua. Greetings.
Hello.
Mate. Welcome to the
Thank
open
you.
house. It's your first time. You're a first time caller.
It is. Yes, my first time
Okay.
calling.
So you're supposed to say, "I really like your show," and really support your
yeah,
position. Yeah.
I'm
go
a
through all that
long
sort of-
time, it's a long time listener, first time caller. You know.
Do you have the signed picture of Robin on your desk?
I do. It's like the robot guy, but you know.
I can see you're calling.
I forged
from
the signature. Though.
I can see you're calling from our Republican line. How can I help?
I'm not a Republican.
No, I'm just doing the C-SPAN thing, you know.
Oh, right, yeah.
They split it up, don't they? You kind of go. Oh,
Do they?
Yeah. They have like if you are.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, they do actually. Yeah,
they
do,
say if you are a Republican, please call on this number. If you're a Democrat, please call on this number. If you don't know who the fuck you are, tough shit.
I wonder why they do that.
If you don't have a party affiliation, you don't have an opinion. Welcome to C-SPAN. They don't have an independent line, do they?
I think
well
that
rude.
Bernie Sanders predicted all this shit in a way, except he found himself caught up in the middle. Because I remember when, about, I don't know, 6 years into Obama, I was like, fuck, man, I don't think I'm a Democrat or a Republican. I'm like an independent, right? I said that to myself. And then I realized Bernie Sanders is an independent. I was like, oh, he's a genius. And then he was like, white people don't know what it's like to be poor. I'm like, oh god.
Well, he was in a bit of shitty situation that basically he announced his candidacy, and then it's like, oh, actually, basically the biggest chunk of his supporters were just not registered to support him becoming the DNC candidate. So he had to start pandering to get
and
access.
he lined up with SJWism just so much as being like this old, crusty type hippie kind of mellow dude that no Republican would ever vote for. First of all,
No, that's the thing, right? He absolutely would have had to back off from that in the general election, but because of how disconnected he was from his core supporters, because they were not able to support him in the DNC selection, so he had to pander for that. But there was no incentive for him to carry on doing that afterwards.
I'm surprised he did as well as he did. Honestly, third parties do not do shit.
I've
He
heard
was
that
smart
he
to go
had
through it.
I've heard that he had a really, really bad ground game, and that's part of the reason that he lost, because he could never really organize and coalesce into an actual campaign.
You
Well,
think he
yeah,
had bad ground game? The black chicks just took the mic away from him.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, in terms of like, you know,
He
people
seriously
knocking
got
on
cut.
doors and
Actually,
Right into
that didn't do him any harm. It did him loads of harm with people that were never going to vote for him anyway. But it didn't do him any harm as far as those that did. It's just kind of going, okay, then yeah, go on, hang yourself on your own rope. It certainly didn't do Black Lives Matter any good, did it?
Didn't do him any good either, because he looked like not only is he not understanding of the issue, not at his stage down, not be authoritarian police guy. It just made him look bad for a lot of different segments.
Yeah, I
think.
don't think so. I think most people thinking that probably looked at the girls at Black Lives Matter thinking those chicks are crazy.
No. That's the problem, is they didn't. A lot of people were like, yeah, go Black Lives Matter, because they were all the regressives.
All the regressives.
They still hadn't
pretty
figured
much by
out.
definition, I guess.
It wasn't like an awakening for them. They looked at it as like
a victory.
I don't think they understood it. Yeah, they thought this was a
Oh,
victory
they're
for
so
protesters.
empowered.
They were so confused about it, I would say.
So
And I thought about it later, and I was like, shouldn't the I guess I'm confused. Go ahead.
I was saying that there's certainly a lot of mixed messages in this particular thing, and I wouldn't necessarily say that there was no sort of like monolith of support either way on this particular front. I think everybody got a little bit confused by this whole thing. I was looking at it and kind of going, well, how would you play it? Would you play it as though, no, get them fucking off the stage, get the fuck off, get the fuck off, get the fuck off, and then there's just these screaming whiners who are now martyrs to some sort of cause, or just go on then.
Yeah, that would have made the
SJWs. That's right.
But
so
like the victim,
so
like they wanted to
at this
do.
point,
No,
at this
but you've
point,
also
whatever
got two
reaction would have
larger
been damned
people.
if you do, damned if you don't. You see.
Yeah, but you've also got two large. Was it 3 women? I'm not sure. At least one of them was much larger than Sanders, and it was just Sanders on stage with another.
She could have choked him out.
Another old. Yeah, there was basically 2 old men on a stage, and then 3 black women at a reasonable age.
Weren't there more people in the background?
Huh? I don't
Weren't there
know.
more
I don't
people in the
remember. I'm
background?
going off memory. So, yeah, but
There were more people in the background.
Okay. But they
Well,
didn't
I like
seem to
that
have,
they could have
didn't
choked
seem
them
to
out,
have-
though.
They didn't seem to have proper security, and if you're trying to imply that it's somehow an implausible claim that a 70-something-year-old man would have been choked out, it's like, come on, obviously.
Well, it was a gift horse to the right because he looked like he got cucked out by SJWs in their eyes. So it showed how
Hang on a second.
nefarious
Hang on a second.
social justice
Hang on a
was.
second. Hang on a second.
And they used that social justice thing
somehow
against
or
Hillary.
another- Hang on a second. You're basically kind of going, that was a gift to the right. Of course, because the right were thinking about voting for this guy beforehand.
I think some people do, you know, like the economic. I know you're saying that, but
right, that's all.
I'm saying a lot of
a
this.
talking point, but it's a rather loose and pathetic talking point. Is that if you can
Well, no.
imagine
The
what
reason
they
I'm not
think would
saying
be the right thing to
I was
do
saying
wouldn't
in the
necessarily be what the
regards
left
to.
would be.
I'm sorry, what?
Well, like I said, if you think what would be good for the right and what is good for the left are very two different things when it comes to how somebody deals with it. And what would the right have done exactly if those people had come on there? Let's say they were Tea Partiers or whatever like that, whatever version of crazy that the right had said, and they turned around them and told them to go fuck themselves. What
They would have fucking been like, "Wow, they would have all said, "Wow, that's exactly what I would want him to do." But I'm sure they wouldn't give him that much credit.
No, they wouldn't. They would have been fucking screaming.
What I was trying to say,
censorship. You censored
that's
them.
not it.
You
No, they weren't.
But the censors. That's all they ever go on about is censorship.
My point was not that. My point was that when the general election came around and it was Hillary, they were like, "Look what Bernie and Hillary are like." It was everything about Bernie was just instantly on to Hillary.
Yeah,
because
in the general election where those
crowd
votes are actually available. But this is the point I was making. He did not have access to his main support during the selection. He was relying on people who were already registered to vote, were already anticipating voting for Hillary in most cases. And he still did very well, but he had to pander.
Yeah. He did better than I thought he was.
Were not registered, were not able to actually go and help him win the nomination.
Sometimes. The point I'm making too is also that he hangs out with Cenk and Linda Sarsour and a bunch of just people on the left that are, once you touch them, you're SJW ruined. You know.
The anti-imperial left.
Yeah, guys, you've got
just
this. You've got
crazy
this sort of,
right.
You've got this
left-wing
limit
shit.
to what somebody can and cannot do if they associate themselves with a particular person.
It's guilt by association, but that's how a lot of American voters act. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that any thinking person would think this way. I'm saying people that don't think automatically demonize.
Well, people who don't think don't vote most of the time. That's the other
Yes,
thing
they
that you've got to
do. The
understand.
Republican ones do. Like I said, it is kind of popular. I was going back to the counterculture thing. Like I said, guns and shit and trucks, and if you're anti-gun, you're unpopular, man. If you all these rednecks, and there's more rednecks in the open spaces here than ever before. Is kind of my point. I've seen the rise of just, you don't see many liberal people around, you know, except unless you're in a city, and then everybody's a liberal.
So, Robin, if you don't agree that it was good for the right, would you agree that it was bad for the left, at least?
I don't think it really mattered on that case. I think it was a rather pointless talking point, to be frank.
I think it hurt Black Lives Matter, so I was in the long run.
Yeah,
that's all it really did.
Yeah, if anything, it would have undermined them in front of the left. But as far as the right are concerned, they're the sort of people who kind of go, Bernie Sanders, he's giving people free shit. That's
He's
about
a
as much.
socialist anyway.
That's about as much as they were talking about when it comes to. The thing is, the one thing they didn't want is to go up against Bernie Sanders. They certainly wanted to go up against Hillary, so they wanted to make sure that Bernie Sanders didn't get any traction with them at all.
And the liberals being the lesser of two evils kind of thing.
You know, one of the things about the difference
an
between our system and yours...
He would have been an anti-establishment person, that's the thing.
One of the differences between our system and yours is that our executive is sort of monarchist, right?
No.
You don't think so?
No. Your executive has no real legislative ability, to be honest with you.
No, but you do. But people do expect him to be this, strong man like Reagan. I mean, that's, everybody.
Reagan was a strong man.
I don't mean strong man in terms of going out and executing people. I mean force of personality.
Take Roosevelt as your example, then.
Okay, yeah, Roosevelt, yeah. I don't mean like strong man as in like Saddam Hussein. I mean like a force of personality that nobody wants to mess with this guy.
Hey y'all.
I think that is expected from a
perception check. Yes.
I am sorry, but I'm gonna have to go. It's been late. I actually have to start cooking dinner.
Yeah, I was just about to go.
The patriarchy calls.
Yeah.
That's what PC stands for, obviously.
Yep.
Patriarchy calls. Patriarchal cook.
Well, you guys have fun. Thank you for having me on your stream.
No worries. Take it easy. See you again.
Right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good night.
So yeah, carry on.
Well, before you do, I'll bid you all good night as well. It's 1 o'clock, and I've had 5 hours sleep. So, yeah. Good night.
The Americans are coming on now.
Yeah.
Aaron.
Yeah. That's right. Hey, that's right. And chat, remember to bug Robin and get in here and advocate white genocide. Or something.
Is that what they're advocating? Let me double check that.
That's what all the cool kids are advocating, I'm sure. I've heard that. Someone said that once. And obviously they knew what they were talking about because they opened their mouth. Good night.
No night.
Quiet.
So yeah, carry on.
Well, the point of that I was trying to make was that I think that there are conservative or center-left Democrats who saw Bernie Sanders and saw somebody who was weak when they saw that thing with Black Lives Matter. And I think that being personally strong and having a force of personality is something that's expected from the U.S. executive.
When it comes to a sales point with, say, the left in this particular front, I would say no. That's the thing. As far as I was aware, at least. I mean, I'm a grown-up, so I'm not thinking about it as some sort of 20-something sort of like kind of going, stick it to the man, yeah, all that sort of business. I'm just thinking about it on a simple political point of view. Whatever you had done with that situation, you would have been damned one way or the other. So you're either getting damned as a censor, or you're going to be damned as weak. Either way, the only people that should be really blamed for that situation aren't the ones that caused it now, isn't it?
No, I agree with you about that, and
so
I agree with you about
in that front,
his options. I'm just saying...
whichever way he dealt with it, the right, as you would still be jumping on it and saying, he's pro-censorship. He's pro-censorship. That's what they'd be saying. It doesn't really matter about what someone does in the situation. What matters is how we can spin it to be as negative about this person as possible. So the right does this. The right does this about the left. The left does this about the right. And these talking points, 99% of the time, are pointless and of no real consequence. But they do as hell make some decent copy for some people. That's really all it's about, and I don't trust a lot of said talking points. Bizarrely, I have a strong suspicion of those who are on the left talking about the right, just in the same way as I have a strong suspicion about those on the right talking about the left. For some reason or another, I feel as if they've got some sort of conflict of interest.
What do you mean?
What?
He was being satirical there.
I hope so.
Yeah, I caught it. Yeah, like I'm on the left, and that's why I criticize the left. because I figure we got to clean up our own backyard or we're never going to win, kind of thing.
Whoa! Don't get into Dave Rubin territory.
But that's what we've had to do. I mean,
Dave Rubin, the lost liberal.
That's where he stopped thinking, was right at that point. That's the problem with him.
Did you see his thing today about Bernie Sanders and his houses?
Oh God, yeah, it was the fucking dumbest shit.
It's like, you're too rich to worry about poor people. Okay.
Bernie Sanders is the poorest.
You're not
fucking
Muslim.
senator.
You can't worry about Islam.
Exactly. Oh my God.
Same argument.
I kind of don't think that censorship thing would have been called by the right, because the thing about the right is they don't really protest the same way the left does. At least we're not historically. At some point they may. You never know down the road.
Well, they prefer to legislate. Yeah, so...
yeah, well, they're legislating now. That's what bothers me about Sargon. Like, for like a month after the election, they kept saying, the establishment. Dude, catch a clue. The election ended 4 months ago. The establishment is now all Republican. And even before the election, when I heard the establishment, Obama does not make one man is not an establishment. He's only got the veto. That was all he had. The Congress has been Republican for fucking 6 years.
Yeah, well, it's rare.
So all this establishment shit.
Well, he made it...
Go on, mate.
I was going to say he made it rather obvious after the election when he did his video. He said, in addition to losing the executive, the left, and he said we when he said the left. I was like, really? He said, the left lost, 964 legislative seats, the historic lows at this point from the Democratic Party. I was like, dude, this happened fucking 5 years ago, and you're talking about it now. And I mean, he said this was a total rout when they actually made gains in the Senate. They just didn't make enough gains to take the majority.
Nice, I didn't even know that.
His ignorance about the system was totally on display.
It's about
the
SJWs.
I went off on that.
It's important to piss off the SJWs. That's all that matters.
I think maybe he hunks out with V too much and he thinks everybody's a communist now.
Everything is Marxist.
I don't know.
Who knows?
This election has been a real litmus test for me to see who understands what's important.
Well, yeah, who's here for making bucks? Who's here for making? Who's basically the midgets of politics? Certainly understanding their position.
One of the things that I never saw Sargon do, which I asked him to do about 10,000 times on Twitter, was to steelman the argument against Trump, and he never did that. Do you guys know what I'm talking about when I say steelman?
Yeah. To show the strongest positions. And
exactly.
And at least have a go at them.
Yeah, to summarize the opposition's argument in the strongest way.
Well, this is the same principle when it comes to the whole Brexit thing. Is that he's already strawmanned an argument. The whole Project Fear thing was basically handed to him by the likes of Boris Johnson, for example.
Right.
So what he's doing is basically just parroting the talking points of the strongest arguers. Rather than the strongest argument.
That's the thing, is that I'm obviously American, and I didn't really know anything about Brexit except from his videos, and it was only actually when I started listening to here's my plug for how much of a fan I am of the open house. When I started listening to a couple hangouts ago, when you had a couple people on that were talking about how they were leavers, but they now are regretful, and that was the first time that I heard anybody actually summarize a position against the Remain vote in a strong way, because Sargon never did that.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. And I was during the whole Brexit thing, just kept on saying to people, "Look, give me some real positive. What plans are there in? It's just they keep calling us racist. That's not what I asked. I asked you what's the plan ahead. It's going to be great." And it was very vague. It's all vagaries. We're just going to take this jump, no matter what. And it's like, yeah, but why? What advantage have we got? We're on the low ebb of a recession right now. It's economically seems to be inviable. Couldn't we wait maybe 5 years until we're actually on our feet? No, it's got to be happening now. And it was this. There was no thought process as to what. It was all emotion. It's like when you kind of go, look, there's all these are all the advantages to the EU, and we'll be missing out on those. And you kind of go, Project Fear. But no, I'm saying that those are the good things. These are the things that we're. You asked me to mention positive things about the EU, and then when you say that those things will probably, I'm saying those things will probably go because that's why we're in the EU. And you go Project Fear at me. You do realise that you've just circled your square here. That's all.
Yeah.
It made no sense, and it was this completely switched off motion. Now they're trapped in this. You see, they're trapped in this little logical cul-de-sac, and they can't get themselves out. There's no way to turn around in this area.
I feel for you because I mean it reminds me of Obamacare. So we have Obamacare. It sucks. It's terrible.
You never had Obamacare.
No, what I'm saying is that everybody says it's terrible, but really it wasn't quite so bad. So we've had it for 6 years.
Yeah, I don't think it's that bad.
It's not that bad, but it could have. It wasn't what Obamacare was it? The moment
it's not what he wanted. No.
Yeah, Obamacare was put through, and they went no, and then we're like, okay, then let's do this. Then you go no, okay, let's do this. No, and then like 4 years down the line or whatever like that, they finally kind of go, okay, now that you've basically sold us the health plan that we wanted you to do. And we'll call it the ACA, so we're all in agreement. Blah 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 blah. It's Obamacare. It's Obamacare. It's Obamacare. It's
terrible.
Obamacare.
It's terrible. And the thing is that
they put that there specifically to complain about loads of the things.
It ended up being a bargaining. It ended up actually hurting big insurance companies, but it also helped them in a brand new way. It opened up a new market for them, but they had to be legitimate, and that was about all it did. And so basically the effect was instead of going and cutting them all the way out, it cashed them out. So they got cashed out with a bunch of cash. And so people were like, well, we got fucked, didn't we? And it was true. They did get fucked, but you would have been getting fucked worse as you were before. And so it was a step forward. And the people that were hurt by it, of course, were the people in the middle low class, which is who always gets hurt every time any kind of legislation seems to happen.
Mm-hmm.
I think we should be going to single payer, so I guess I'm a fucking crazy left winger, right? But
or alt-right.
Anyway, the point is
Donald Trump,
now
because that's what he was saying. Universal healthcare. There's only one way to do universal healthcare.
Well, it didn't really cash out insurance companies, though, did it? I mean, it
kind
forced
of
everybody to get insurance. Otherwise,
it forced them to actually pay out. Instead of what they were doing was ripping people off. They'd be like, oh, you have insurance. Oh, but not for that, and not for that, and not for that after the fact, which is a really shitty thing to do to a sick person.
Well, it's called a death panel in my world.
Are you talking about the fact that they were able to deny coverage based on pre-existing conditions?
No, I'm talking about the fact that they're being able to deny coverage on certain people in certain situations. It wasn't just like, will you pay a deductible? It was like, you're fucked in this case, and you're fucked in that case. You just have to pay out of pocket.
Oh, so
it was
you're talking
fake,
about denial
fraudulent.
Of
corruption, yeah. All sorts of corruption. And so it was regulatory is what Obamacare did. So it hurt him by regulation, by actually making him pay people that got sick, instead of saying, oh, you're fucked, you have the wrong kind of insurance.
Well,
so the point is
the reason
that now
the reason
Trump
I'm pressing you about it is because Joe Lieberman actually called it a blowjob for insurance companies.
I agree. That's why I said it cashed them out.
Okay.
It cashed them out because now everybody had to buy insurance. So all of a sudden they had more customers than before. 20 million. So hell yeah, they're happy. You see, they fucked them over and made them pissed off by saying now you have to be legit. But they rewarded them by having 20 million more customers.
Guys. It works something like this. As far as, say, the hospitals are concerned. In the UK, for example, everybody pays. Everybody puts in a chunk. The rich pay a little bit more than the poor, but in general, everybody pays in. Now, if you're a 20-something, that really pisses you off. Because it's like, well, I never go to the hospital. Why do I need to pay in these taxes for the hospital when there's nothing going on here? For fuck's sake.
Yeah, that was part of it.
And that's all they bitch about. They want to not be able to have to pay insurance
because they're libertarians, like I was telling you.
And the only reason that they'd want to buy insurance, health insurance, is when they're ill. That's when it matters to them. So it's like driving a car for the whole of your existence, basically kind of going, yeah, but I haven't crashed. And then just as you're about to crash, you go, can I order some insurance for my car, please? That's how
That's
how
just what
people fuck themselves up in this, and this is why the health system in America fucks itself in the ass, because that's exactly what's happening. Is that
and that's what I was saying.
All these kids.
That's what I was saying is that a lot of these kids that I said were like 25, 30 years old wanted out. We're just pissed off. They just wanted Trump because fuck this Obamacare shit. I'm not sick, and I hear it out of their mouths. It's like the dumbest shit. But my point was, now Trump's in, right?
There are benefits to the EU, not just EU benefits. You fool.
And the Republicans have had all this time to come up with a better alternative to Obamacare. They don't care about you. They're Republicans. Like, duh. I mean, I have to explain this to people because I'm an older person, but Republicans have cared less about 40.
Oh, really?
They've cared less about the citizen than the Democrats. And that's not to say that Democrats are some fucking amazing thing. They're garbage too, most of the time. But the point is, the Republicans have always just been in the pocket of the lobbyists to a larger extent. They took all the oil money all these years. So they have a lot of fucking money. You think they give a shit about poor people? You're stupid.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you.
But, that's the whole counterculture thing, is that these people got pinched on Obamacare. They're like, well, I'm 25 and I'm have to pay health insurance too, as well as taxes. I'm a super duper libertarian. I might be so libertarian I'm alt-right. I don't give a shit. They lose their damn minds. Feed them a little propaganda about minorities and they get scared of Muslims, and the next thing you know, there we are. It's just so sad. You can tell it's just such propaganda. And some of it is true. There's always a grain of truth to everything.
Yeah.
That's the one thing I do agree on with right-wingers is I am quite a bit anti-Islam. And of course I have issues with like feminism and Black Lives Matter, but that doesn't mean I'm softer on those than the Islam thing. I think that is just, ugh. And that's why I'm just like the most vexed person, because I couldn't understand how these skeptic types would like be atheists, but then they would, instead of voting for your typical Democrat who's gonna keep a secular shit together to oppose Islam, now they just want a Christian holy fucking war. And we're just, Christians aren't as bad as Muslims, so therefore we'll elect a bunch of fucking religious lunatics all up into the Supreme fucking Court. This is so dumb. Supreme Court, Health Department, or Education. Let's get the kids while they're young. Betsy DeVos. I think something like every one of Trump's people that he's put in the cabinet has been has been hella Christian. Ben Carson, there we go. the dude is a creationist,
Oh, yeah, that guy's insane.
Storing grains in the pyramids.
I don't think Ben Carson is as bad as I used to think, but he's still pretty stupid.
He's just weird.
He is the strangest person. He's like Droopy the dog.
So what are we talking about, guys?
We're talking about Ben Carson. How he's kind of crazy.
Ben Carson, those
I was ranting
eyes.
again.
There's go to bed eyes.
Yeah.
The slaves were immigrants.
The thing about some of Trump's Senate confirmed picks are okay, like Mattis and Kelly and McMaster. However, if you look if you look at his picks that he's staffing the White House with, I mean, it's like the Mos Eisley Cantina in there. I mean,
well, it is interesting. I don't know if you saw the bill that he proposed, which was basically just to do with the executive branch about lobbying. So the most piecemeal thing that you could possibly ever do is that lobbyists and the Senate are just basically, just swimming in each other's soup all day, and he basically does a bill against lobbying, but only in
Are you talking like a 5-year ban?
Yeah, but that's only in the executive branch.
Oh, right.
Oh. Yeah, so
Wait
it's
a
a
minute.
waste of time.
Ugh. It was a virtue signal.
It was a virtue signal, yes.
A lot of what he's done is amounted to virtue signaling.
You could call it
Muslim
that. You
thing.
could call it that if you weren't left wing. You see, the whole virtue signal thing seems to be completely lost when it comes to the right. They don't seem to see this.
Well, just because they don't understand it doesn't mean I won't tell it.
Oh no,
tell them
they
that's what
they
do.
do understand it fully. They'll just ignore it. I
Yeah,
think
I
it
know.
has come round that the right have become very hardened and thick-skinned.
The right's version of virtue
exhibiting
signaling.
SJWE tendencies, because now that they've got
Yeah,
themselves
it's-
in a position, they think that they're untouchable.
Yeah, their way of virtue signaling is we should be able to run over protesters. That's a virtue signal on Facebook or Twitter these days. I'll run over them protesters, and other
Yeah.
Republican people meet that way.
And then they say free speech next. Now, as far as running over, far as running over protesters, and to be honest with you, as far as I was doing like closing roads and things like that, major roads, yeah, you're going to get yourself into a bit of trouble there, and you should be arrested. I think that is somewhat of a dangerous offence when you're talking about people trying to stop the freeway. It's the reason it's called a freeway. You're not supposed to.
Oh
stop.
yeah, I feel the frustration from the right. I don't.
So as far
I
as
just don't
that is
think I would just
concerned,
be like,
yes. But,
let's run them over.
Yeah, and when you're getting in the way of people and causing annoyance, I don't think you're necessarily helping the debate. But you're certainly not going to help the debate if you're going to run over said people. All you've got
Yeah,
to
they
do is
should be
point to them
paying
and
a
just-
cost.
Yeah.
They even passed a law in like Kansas or something saying it's cool. Go ahead, run them over. We won't charge you with manslaughter.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were going to pass a law. I think they passed. The run over protester law is legal now.
That's insane.
You'd have to double check that one, mate. Just to, it may have just
That's
been,
a little bit out there.
that may have just
Well, it
been
might have been fake
proposed.
news, but
No, I'm not saying that it's fake news. What I'm saying is
We'll
that somebody
check it out.
proposing a law and a law coming to fruit.
If I disappear, it's because
that's
yeah, I do understand the
Let's
difference.
double check
but-
our sources. I'm doubting you simply in a skeptical form. So
No, I
this
agree
is-
on the
it's
skepticism there, but-
Precisely. I'm not. I'm not sort of having a go. I'm
Well, the
just
fact
saying,
that
It's
the fact
currently
that it's
proposed in
in
North Dakota.
Yep, the
So-
fact that it's currently proposed is enough for me.
Yeah,
that
you
means
see-
this whole
well, there's
virtue
all
signaling
there's all
trend is
kinds of
pretty large.
propositions that people come up with, and it's whether it actually gets through is when you're supposed to worry.
Okay, it's just proposed. Okay.
Yeah, there's propositions out there to throw people out of the country. It doesn't mean they're going to actually get that through.
I know, but it scares me the amount of support that I see for shit like this.
Yeah, I mean, it makes me laugh every time I hear about, say, Alex Jones writing a petition to get somebody thrown out of America because of what they've said about the Second Amendment.
Yeah.
Which is,
I remember that.
Which is a
vaguely.
beautiful irony to me that this person is kind of going, in order to protect the Second Amendment, we need to get rid of the First.
Well, a lot of people say you got to use the first to get rid of the second, and I mean that's the difference between the right and the left in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
I think it's very interesting. I'm open to Second Amendment talk because it's just very. You could talk about it forever. It seems like
It is somewhat of a fetish for Americans, I'm afraid, when it comes to the Second Amendment.
Oh yeah, I'm scared. Trust me.
Well, there are some bizarre twists with this. A lot of people talk about tyranny as though
I know.
a well-armed populace would do anything
There was a
against
hippie guy.
tyranny. Yeah.
I knew a hippie guy got shot with a shotgun, man.
Is one of you running a drill?
Somebody's
Yeah,
blowing their
Maggie's
nose.
just making a little.
Oh, it's a blender.
Yeah, a little. Yeah, she's just blending up We're going to have a smoothie. It's going to involve kale.
So what did you use hanging drywall or something?
So I'm obviously an SJW at this point because of what kind of roughage I'm ingesting.
Robin, are you living now in California?
No. Only mentally.
Damn, right-wingers must be all, like, backed up and shit. Oh, my God.
But yeah, one of the reasons why I'm very much against this culture warrior mentality is the same way that I was against feminism.
Is it because you hate women?
Yeah, well, there's that. But it is the...
This is when Robin kicks me out of the hangout.
No, you haven't been disruptive yet. I only boot people out for disruption. It's very rare. It does make me laugh when they come back and they're sort of like kind of going, "Well, I want to be let on the house. You're not so open, are you?" It's like, yep, that's right. It was open to you. You done fucked it up, and now you expect me to ask you to come back in again? No, sir. That's not how it works with me. If you're going to be a dick and basically behave like a douchebag, then why would I want you back in? That's how it works. I'm whittling you out. I'm whittling all the douchebags until you have no say here, and that's it. And then you know, if you think that you're being censored, go and open up a YouTube channel and tell the world.
I don't know if I'm a good litmus, but from what I'm seeing and where the people I interact with, a good percentage of them are just fucking batshit crazy in politics.
Well,
even if they don't know it, like I know a person who knitted 20 fucking pussy hats. Holy shit, dog!
It's very easy to knit those things.
That seems like an okay person, dude. I mean, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, it's just basically a scarf that's sewn up at the top.
The point is,
so why is it called a pussy hat though?
Because it's pink and they wore them in the march and.
Oh.
It's like a pink wool hat.
Just because it's pink.
Well, maybe it's goading MRAs into wearing a dildo hat.
It's triggering them. Oh no! This is what they.
That's purple then, right?
Do you know what?
No. We have those in America. It's called truck nuts.
What interests me is the triggering thing as well in both directions.
Yes, Sargon was just yelling. Sargon was yelling into the microphone for 15 minutes today, so he must be kind of triggered about something.
You say that as though that's a rare occurrence. Very angry young man these days.
Well, sometimes he's doing his weak and stupid, and he's like, "This weak and stupid." He's a little more mellow, at least in the introduction.
Apparently, I was on that at some point.
Were you featured?
I didn't watch it, so I somebody told me a week or so ago. I can't even remember, so I haven't even bothered to look really. I stopped watching Sargon stuff after a while. I mean, people were asking me, and I was kind of going, if I want to know his opinion, I'll just read the Daily Mail and be done with it. That's the thing. It does.
Watching.
Well, I made this video called "This Week in Skeptic." And it was, hello, welcome to This Week in Skeptic, current day, current month, current year. And I just basically, simply pointed out that for some reason or another, Sargon always has this, and, you know, he said it himself, if he sees that the mainstream media are picking on or oppressing any particular group, then he suddenly feels an affiliation towards them. And I'm sitting there thinking, yeah, because the Daily Mail doesn't, like, on a daily basis make everybody feel as if the Muslims are just about to take over and put Sharia law in. But for some reason or other, you miss that bit. For some reason or another, Corbyn, for example, is always being railed through the newspapers, but for some reason or another, you believe that one. Coincidence? I don't know.
Well, I can admit that I've fallen for some of that shit, but my position is that secularism is the only way to win. So if that was even true, the answer is not to go suck on baby Trump's fucking big Bible. That's not going to help us. It's just another religion.
The art of the feel.
That's the kind of, I would try to stay out of the whole religious problem by having a secular fucking U.S. Constitution.
Well, how much do you think he actually believes it, though?
Well, this is the problem. A lot of people seem to think that secularism is some sort of anti-theist point of view. And they've got themselves rather confused here. Secular...
Right, yeah. Well, that's the religious do, and that's a problem because it's like it's trying to reach out to those people.
Well, secularism is about making sure that all religions get a place at the table. Nobody just gets to head up the chair.
Yeah, including the nuns.
If you will, including the nuns. Why not? We'll bring nuns into this.
Hell, even the crystal ones, the crystal incense burning ones.
The crystal incense burning ones. I've not met these ones. I'll just take your word
who
for
are you
it.
talking about?
Like I'm saying, like they have like chakras and crystals and incense and the universal, deistic, whatever's. The mystical, like
deistic,
spirituals.
Whatever's.
They're kind of nuns, but whatever they are. The fairies, the witches. I don't know.
Okay.
Pagans?
It leads to that.
I'm confused.
I think they get bored. They get bored with these crystals, and then they get into sadomasochistic blood rituals and
sadomasochistic.
Antoine LaVey, you know,
Is this like eating just really bad fruit or something?
We don't know what Mother Teresa was into. Okay.
Sadomasochism.
It's just to piss your parents off and listen to Marilyn Manson, dude, and cut your wrist.
I hope you mean massive, because there's there's masticating, which means eating. So I'm just kind of you're hearing sadomasochist.
All right. I'm a little bit stoned. Okay, give me a break.
Okay, now we know where we're at. Most of my guests are baked. But I think we've got ourselves into this bizarre little place where the loudest, angriest voices have now risen to the top, and a lot of people say that the cream rises to the top, but I prefer to think of shit floats.
Yep.
And so you basically get the worst proponents of a particular idea being lauded. I think more than anything else is because people pay attention to those. I mean, we noticed this beforehand, where people would look at the most batshit proponents of feminism, and it didn't actually lessen their impact. It actually made them sort of martyrs almost. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, if you look at like the most crazy Southern Christians in America, right? The most popular ones are the ones who talk about how they look forward to the day when the Jews are burning in a lake of fire. I mean, it's easy to admire people who have the courage of their convictions, And I think that's what it comes down to with people like Sargon. And not that he's one of the people that is looking forward to anybody burning in a lake of fire, but the guy who's yelling the loudest. I mean, Alex Jones is the person who's yelling the loudest, and he's become really popular.
And then we wonder, this is the other thing. Everyone's sort of wondering who's to blame. The system is to blame. It's the system that does. No, it's you lot. It's all of you.
It's all our phone's faults.
Because you want to listen to the batshit crazy person.
Yeah.
Both sides do. You don't look to the more moderate sort of reforming
well, you had
types in the Muslim world. No, you look to the craziest imams and kind of go, see,
exactly.
That's Islam right there. That's what atheists do. They look at the craziest out there-ness of, say, Islam. They don't listen to, my mate whose mum is kind of Muslim and just doesn't eat bacon just to keep her happy. It's about it. Just like everybody else, just, they don't eat bacon.
It's the school of the atheist rule.
Yeah, well, I've noticed this. The chief proponents against anyone will always look at their very worst, their most ridiculous. And like I said, that gives them power as such. I've often, people have always said it they talk about the government, about giving the government power. And they think the government has got this infinite budget, 30 years in technology advanced beyond anybody else's years. Forget about the fact that they'll buy shit off the fucking shelf that's about 5 years old just to send up to NASA. Not because it's old and knackered. No, it's because it's reliable and has been tested and works. And they think
it's cheap.
Yeah, it's like the moon landings. Well, video technology was 30 years ahead of itself. Forget about rocketry. Forget about technology to actually transmit and stuff like that was just about the level to be able to do this. No. It was 30 years ahead of themselves. And I'm sitting there kind of going, yeah, because now 30 years on, we can have a webcam that works on the moon. That's the bit I don't get. That was pretty advanced, by the way, guys. Having a radio signal producing television camera stuck on someone's chest and transmitting to hundreds and thousands of miles away, millions, in fact. That was pretty clever. And if anyone noticed, I think that was pretty good. That was pretty advanced.
Yeah.
No moon landing proponents here, thankfully. Yes.
I think that the atheists got nervous because there's not a lot of those moderate Muslims being portrayed anywhere.
How do you know?
Well, no, not that they know of.
That's the point, you see, is that they don't actually look to them.
Well, so Isaac Cohen, I think, found one, and he was like a real trying to moderate one. So I've seen it, but you see, I don't know. I haven't seen a lot of the hate preaching ones too. Just a couple random examples.
Well, it's interesting because I made a video on Dave Cullen the other day, and basically called him a paranoia pornographer.
There's a lot of them in the atheists. I mean,
yes, I consider him an imam of the internet, and he did a response video, and then all of his fans descended upon my channel. It's quite funny.
I saw that whole stuff. I mean, it's a scary thing because there was that shooting in Ottawa, right?
Yeah, and loads of them, for example, I was saying, I propose that without Dave telling them where I was or whatever like that, I wouldn't be, having the reactions that I'm getting. They kind of go, yeah, you're being downvoted because you made a stupid video. Ah! Like that. I go, you're a fan of Dave's, aren't you? You just so coincidentally happen to be a fan of Dave's. That has nothing to do with this at all. And they turned around and said, no, it's your fault. You said that, so you deserve the consequences. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, yes, je suis Charlie.
Yes, exactly.
Remember the whole free speech.
Yeah.
Has consequences. Right?
Yeah.
Right?
So it's all right.
It has consequences.
Yeah.
Oh no, it doesn't have.
Make up your minds, folks. Well, yeah, there is somewhat of a duality between those who talk of free speech as though it is the absolute be-all and end-all, but then turn around and say, yeah, but all I'm saying are words. It's just what I'm saying. It's, what? It's just words. Look, they either have power or they don't. You either have a right to them because they're that sacred to you, or they're of no consequence whatsoever. Make up your minds, guys. So there's a lot of people who take the piss out of, say, censorship. Simply for the fact is it's like, I don't want to hear your shit. You're censoring me. Fuck off. I am not censoring you. If I was censoring you, you wouldn't be able to say, you're censoring me.
Oh, yeah, well, a lot of people don't understand at all, but it's dangerous. Speech is dangerous, and the left kind of said that, if you talk bad about Islam, that all of a sudden, they're going to kill you. And if you think about that logic, it's just the worst.
Well, if you strawman that logic like that, yes, absolutely. But that's not.
No. I am strawmanning it, I admit. But
yeah. So
it's
then
still bad logic.
Don't argue with the strawman then, because otherwise.
No, I'm not trying to argue with the strawman. I'm actually was mentioning that Ottawa.
You just strawmanned them and then turned around and said that that's illogical. So don't. What I'm saying to you is, for example,
it's not a straw man when some people actually do it.
Okay,
For
if you
those
say
people,
if you
it's-
say something bad against Islam, then what? There'll be more terrorists. Is a total straw man of them saying if you talk
it's
so
been
much
said.
bad about, well, if you actually listen to the argument, which is if you talk so much bad about Islam that you are tend to insulate people, ghettoize them, turn them away from the society, turn them away from the society in which they're in, then they are more susceptible to be picked up by the likes of extremist preachers, because that's the only
if you
place
make
that they
or
can
if you
go.
make yourself so ugly that they wouldn't want anything to do with you. That's another perspective.
That's what Majid Nawaz says as well.
Well,
if we're a secular country and we're going to accept refugees, if they're apostatizing, they can come here safely. They're going to come here safely, and they're going to be happy about that. And then if we treat them like shit, well then we fucked it all up.
Well, that's the whole point, and this is that you've now actually made the logic against the straw man that you were talking about.
Of course, I'm not a fucking Islamophobe. Damn.
Yeah, no. What I was saying is that what you'd said beforehand wasn't actually the proposal that they'd come across with. What they'd come across with was that, and you were telling me what basically those against had sold as what they were saying. Well, you support Muslims,
but
yes,
a lot of those people
Muslims.
do exist.
I support Muslims that don't get fucking bullied and sidelined by Western society. I do support those ones, yes. The ones that are trying to undermine Western society and kill everybody, those ones I don't support. Can we differentiate between those two branches here? And this is
exactly.
the bit, but this is
the easy thing to do. But
this is
not
what
easy.
a lot of anti-theists push in. You say that you're either for Muslims or you're against Muslims. Oh, moderate Muslim, that doesn't exist. And it's a framing of the argument where it's a framing of the argument is you can't win. The only way you can win is to basically denounce your entire religion and become an atheist, or you're not allowed in. And even then we're going to worry about you because of your cultural background. So we're going to ghettoize you anyway. And if you get pissed off and upset and become a terrorist, well, that was your religion doing it.
Well, I'm against ghettoizing anybody, and I think that in America, anybody could come here from anywhere and you just become American pretty quick. If you get a job, you're just doing everything everybody else is doing.
Yeah, that would be lovely.
Yeah, let's just stick with that. I mean, I don't need to get into a big Islam debate.
No, what I'm.
It's good
I'm
to think
I'm
about.
not
It's
pointing.
good to think about.
To be honest with you, the backs and forth of Islam is really wasted on Western nations. To be frank, that's up to them to really get their own reformation going. For us, what we can do with it or deal with it is to make sure that we don't radicalize people more than they already might be. And like I said, the problem that a lot of us are having is that some people, their idea of stopping radical Islam is to get rid of all of Islam. And people have pointed out...
I am an anti-theist, and I think people should become atheists.
Do you consider yourself a secularist?
In general?
Do you consider yourself a secularist?
But yeah, of course, first of all, before any of that.
Sorry, then you've already fucked yourself up. You can't call yourself an anti-theist and then call yourself a secularist. These are
Why not?
Because they counteract each other.
No, I don't say that I want as an anti. I don't think you understand what anti-theist means. Then
I think he differentiates between the long and the short run here. I mean, he's a secularist in the short run, I believe, but in the long run, ideally, he's an anti-theist.
Ideally,
somebody should just be. They can believe in what they want,
that's
but
what we would call.
I don't think it's true.
Yeah, that's cuckoo politics. Just sitting inside the nest of secularism and then undermining said secularism for your anti-theist.
I'm not undermining secularism by pushing for suggesting my group over the other possible groups.
Well, you're certainly not pushing secularism.
Sure, I am. Why not? That's the thing I am pushing.
You don't see
because
the
secularism applies to everybody, right?
You don't spot the cognitive dissonance by what you just said. Then
I think you guys are
Not
talking past each other a little bit because I think you guys don't have the definition of secularism.
Well, secularism is really to do with the fact that there are no states choosing any particular religion over another.
Right. So
in its more modernist format, we're talking about basically a peoples that are, whether they be religious or not, of any denominations, to work out a way to get on with each other, regardless to
Right,
say
what-
to push the more stricter form of secularism, which is basically a godless state.
No. You just that's my rule for secularism is that no religious group can lobby government or what is it? They're tax free and they can't lobby politics. That's all. I just want them out of the politics. I don't give a shit. You see what I mean? That's as far as it goes for secularism for me. That's my definition. So I don't care if you're religious. I just don't want you to make a religious law. And then I don't care. But at the same time, I'm going to say you should be atheist because it's true.
Well, there's religious,
my opinion.
there's religious laws out there that basically say don't kill. And to throw out, say...
I know, but we don't need that because we have a secular law that says don't kill. If you kill, you get to go to jail. Simple as that.
Well, there's other reasons as to not kill, but, it's wrong.
But that's all we need. But that's all we need to have a social contract within it where anybody can do whatever they want. You could be a religious of no religion of like start a church of hemp in America and get tax exemption to fucking sell your weed.
Yeah, I feel that's as far as using religion tax-free status, I think they need to curb that one.
And we needed to get religion away from our government instead of bringing it in big flood of fucking Tea Partiers. So that's why I'm worried about like Christianity at this point all of a sudden. Whereas, the only problem we had on that front was coming in from faraway places that if we didn't take them in, we wouldn't need to worry about because we're in America.
You would have never stood that chance anyway. For example, we have a larger proportion of Muslims in our country in the UK than you do in America, okay? And ours make up about 4 to 5%.
How many million do you have?
We have about 80 million?
Muslims.
I think they have about the same raw number, but we have lower as a percentage.
We have about
because they have a lot more charity.
About 4 million.
Yeah, we have 3 million. So
yeah, so you've got a lot less in percentage than us. Now,
and we have a system, a melting pot that's set up to dilute them into a secular place.
And so do most Western nations. If you can imagine, if, for example, somebody decided, you know what, let's get a bit of Sharia law introduced to the country, and they made themselves a little party together, they formed up and
Yeah, we have laws
Not at one point, me being a secular person, me being a person that is of confidence in the Western model, would turn around and kind of go, you can't have that, you can't be doing that shit. I'd say, bring it on, mate. Come on into the Houses of Parliament, have a crack. See how many, what sort of percentage of the country you can get to agree with your proposal. And it's not gone through. Oh dear. Never mind, mate. See you next year. Let's hope you can get something done for yourself better. See you on the hustings. That's what having confidence in your secular society is about. Now, if you suddenly sort of like scream, the Muzzies are coming, what it does is absolutely nothing for your position politically. It makes folks wonder if you're not a little bit phobic. Because to be honest with you, we've had Muslims living in this country pretty much forever. We've been 1,000 years.
Yeah, I mean the Muslims owned Europe.
Well, not quite that, but
just southern Spain.
Yeah, I mean but what I mean is we've had, the UK has sort of ruled the waves for many 100 years or so, and we've been having people, Chinese, Indians, African, all kinds, different religions, different, all over the world. Yeah, we've had all of them coming in, coming out, and they haven't caused a problem. They still haven't caused a problem now. People have just made more of a problem of the very same people. We've always had.
So you're saying it's just a smaller scale, it's just blown out of proportion.
It's exactly the same scale, if anything, but it's blown out of proportion more because now you have citizen journalism, and citizen journalism is this: no editorial control, no editorial integrity.
YouTube video.
Nobody, exactly. You have all kinds of paranoia being thrown out there at the moment.
That makes me think about Black Lives Matter, because Black Lives Matter is talking about this minuscule issue of police shootings, which affects 500 Americans a year. And everybody's saying, well, hey, black people, if you really cared about black people, what about these 5,000 dead black people every year? Or dead people at the hands of black men?
You think it's just about the shooting?
No, I'm just saying that we can watch the crime rates in the black communities of all these places, and they're actually on the downcline for like 20 years.
Mm.
This is just still a holdover from. It's just still an issue, and it's a glaring issue comparatively to the rest of the population. But it's mostly in cities, so I don't know. Like that's what we're talking about, right? What is the scope of Islam, and what's the scope of this problem, and what's the
who's
scope?
going to listen to them when you think that they're basically an enemy of the state?
Who's going to listen to the Muslims?
Who's going to listen to Muslims? Who's going to listen to blacks?
Black people? Well, nobody has.
When you were looking
it shuts down their
yeah. Well,
voice.
I remember when Black Lives Matter came about. Do you remember when this came about?
I did. I actually fell for it for a bit, and then I changed my mind on it.
When did this come about?
2014-ish. Trayvon Martin. Probably before for a while.
Well, it wasn't really the Trayvon Martin thing.
Wasn't it the one in Florida?
No, that was in Florida. The Trayvon Martin.
Ferguson,
wasn't it? Yeah, Ferguson.
Oh,
well
Ferguson.
Done. Somebody
Mike
spotted
Brown.
it. That's right. Now, it wasn't anything to do with Mike Brown. Just want to get that out there.
Well, a lot of people I know have been killed by cops, and they're not black. So
what
you
does
see
that
how
got to do with
that.
Ferguson?
Yeah.
Well, it has to do with Black Lives Matter because that's why a lot of the backlash came.
Why?
Because it was a racial thing. Because the white people are like, "What the fuck? We get shot by cops."
No.
You're not going to say all lives matter.
That had nothing to do with. There we go.
Well, it sure defeated him.
Okay, what you've done there, Olaf, is you have fallen for something called semantic idiocy. It runs something like this.
It is semantic idiocy, I know.
Yeah, global warming
but it was rude,
sounds lovely. Black Lives Matter, well, what about other people's lives? If only they'd put hashtag Black Lives Matter too, that would have shut you up, wouldn't it? Or is it the idea that mainly...
Right, that would have maybe shut him up. Actually, it might have.
Well,
it's just the semantics
then again,
are important.
No, they're not.
With
They're
dumb
not
people.
important at that point then. Because this is the thing. If you're just talking about the semantics of this, rather than the actual message itself, it seems like you would be muddying the argument somewhat. Who cares about the semantic pithy points?
I just told you who. It was the people that aren't very understanding.
Somebody's just made a hashtag, Black Lives Matter, hashtag, about the Ferguson riots, how people in Ferguson have been treated by the local police, and they're all about local area, and there's other parts of the country where they feel as if the same thing is happening to them. And you turn around and kind of go, yeah, but I don't like the way it's actually being sold. I don't like the front cover. I don't like the title of
it wasn't
this.
me specifically.
No, I'm not talking about you specifically. I'm talking about the fact that you're using this semantic idiocy. It's like somebody kind of going global warming. Global warming sounds lovely. Okay, we'll call it climate change. Yeah, but the climate changes all the time. That's idiocy. And it's of no consequence to the actual thing that's going on there. So
I know. Well, there's been black women crying on TV about their children getting killed by whoever, police or whoever.
The semantic argument is of no consequence at all.
For decades was my point.
It gets picked up on by those who wish to undermine it.
Yeah, of course. There's always the other side of any, and I think, but it's sunk the movement. It's like.
They're going pretty strong, guys. It's just not necessarily in your circles.
Oh no! I don't like it. I've seen their protests, and it just reminds me of like a zombie movie.
Right.
Sorry, but it does.
Well, this is the thing. You see, I'm not here to defend them, but I think that there's a lot of people who look to the lowest hanging fruit as possible, and they kind of go, "I can't stand them." I mean, you remember all those Black Lives Matter protesters talking about killing cops, wasn't it? They represent the whole, of course, don't they?
No, I don't remember a lot of them doing it. Just a couple.
Just a couple, but that was enough for some.
Yeah, that's publicity.
Yeah. And it's like, we could say the same thing for, say, Gamergate. All you got to do is point to some third-party trolls and see right-wing reactionaries.
Yeah, well, my point is to not really focus on these dead issues from yesteryear and that focus on actual shit that's happening right now.
The same thing is repeating itself over and over again.
Oh, of course.
Because people aren't learning the lessons from what we were just talking about in these past things, where somebody takes the worst extreme point of view of one particular group, and then extrapolates that to the rest and see, look, you can't keep those.
Well,
those
yeah, that's
sort of
just
people
a
in
not
control.
all. That's a not all thing.
But it keeps working.
But like, well, yeah, they just changed the topic and tried again. And like, for instance, there's the march where the environmentalists marched. They had like 1 million people. Didn't get much press. But if we could have the protesters doing stuff like that, I might support it. That would be my point about it all.
But once we, we're once again stuck in this PR thing, and it's
it didn't get really stuck in much PR. I mean, it just didn't get much. Oh yeah, they're stuck in a PR problem. They just nobody gives a fuck.
I mean, what do you think Ferguson was about?
Oh my God. Well, at first it looked like the mainstream media made it look like this white cop was just such a brutal person for killing a guy and leaving him in the street for 4 hours.
No.
But
I'm
then
talking about
it got
what it
spun
was.
that the what?
Well, all of that rioting wasn't just over one dead black kid.
Rioting was because of the laws in Ferguson that were
there was
pretty
an investigation,
fucked up, and they're charging people a lot of money for tickets all the time, and I don't know, it was weird like that.
Yeah, and this is sort of the point is that it was predominantly picking on a certain demographic who just happened to have a rather nice tan. I mean, it could almost say as if those people's lives didn't really matter.
Yeah, I mean, I just...
But hey, they didn't say all lives matter, so fuck them.
Well, no, like...
That would really piss
point,
off me if I just made that sort of point and somebody basically kind of goes, well, I don't like the semantics of your argument, so
well,
go fuck
I think
yourself.
that did piss them off, because they didn't get better after that. They got pissed off, kind of. The protesters did. I mean, they had some bad protests after the All Lives Matter thing happened a couple months in.
So it's almost as if people basically trying to sideline and fuck them up as much as possible actually made them more extreme.
Well, I mean,
look at what happened to Gamergate, for example.
This is where you get into conspiracy, right?
Very desperate. No, it's not a conspiracy. It's not a conspiracy.
No.
This is Gamergate.
No.
This is pushing people to the side in order to undermine them. And that radicalizes them. It makes them want to make themselves heard even louder.
But remember when people were saying that these protesters were bought, or those protesters were somebody put them there. They were paid by Soros, all this shit.
Right.
It gets into conspiracy sometimes when you're talking about these weird protests and these microcosms and all these things.
Yeah, but those people claim conspiracy about everything. I mean... Those are the same frogs are gay people, It's, Alex Jones and Paul Joseph Watson and stuff like that. I mean,
it happens on both sides a bit, though. I mean, because
it does.
Why wouldn't Hillary Clinton and Trump both do equally like inflammatory ways of getting press?
What do you mean?
I don't know. Like at the Bernie rally where there was somebody got shot and. It was just a local thing, but there was Trump protesters were punching people in their arenas, and so all of a sudden the Hillary or Bernie protesters were attacking Trump protesters outside their arena.
It was protesters against
Trump. And if I was Trump,
it wasn't that you can imagine after that sort of reaction, after basically a few tiny little protesters get into a punch-up with, people inside there, that was going to encourage more violence, especially when you've got the person who was basically running the show kind of going, I'll sort out your fucking bills for you. Who cares with, people like that.
Yeah, he was like, I'll pay
out.
you if you punch somebody and get them fuck out of here so I can keep talking.
Yeah, but no, if you imagine all of the Trump supporters out there never said a goddamn word about it. In fact, when they were seeing people being punched, they were like, yeah, fuck them. They deserve it.
They shouldn't have been there. What are they doing there?
Yeah.
Why do they have freedom of assembly? Get the fuck out of here with your Muslim shirt.
Yeah, and then whining about the likes of Richard Spencer getting a punch. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. It's
Trump
the conspiracy I was cooking up. This is the conspiracy I was cooking up. So those protesters outside could have been paid by Trump to make all the leftists look violent. I mean, if I was Trump, I would have been fucking feeding that shit. All he has to give a couple people a few $100. Say, go beat some people up. I don't know, man. The whole thing just gets ugly when you try to think about it.
Well, there were reports of some people causing said trouble. Not initially, of course, but jumping on said bandwagon, thinking that this will help Hillary in the long run. So one of these people got found out. I believe it was somebody working for sort of like a DNC action committee, bussing people in to do these protests. But once they'd been found out, they were fired.
Project Veritas?
I can't remember exactly, yeah, but whatever,
Right.
Veritas, yeah. Once they found out about this, they were fired for doing this. I mean, this is the thing, you see. There's a lot of people out there, and I'm always struggling with people who think that this is a top-down affair. I very much doubt Hillary knows any of this. Plausible deniability, for one. Second, why would she do that? It would undermine her later on down the line if she gets caught. Her job is to basically try and find some sort of middle ground between the ultra rich and the very, very poor. That's what most politicians are doing. And everybody is trying to make, and it's important for you to realise is that everybody is working within what they think is the right thing to do. Even the most disgusting human beings who do all kinds of nasty shit, they've coalesced it into some sort of way to motivate themselves to do it. So it's a moralistic justification. That is, yeah. In some cases, you're doing some awful, terrible shit. I mean, I used to say to people, sort of like, if they were wondering what the difference is between, say, Western civilization, the Chinese, when it comes to doing the most horrible, abhorrent shit, their excuse is man has to eat. The British have everyone's got to live, and America is everyone's got to make a buck. I think that sort of separates out those three sort of ethics when it comes down to it. And it's what are you prepared to excuse for, doing whatever needs to be done, if you see what I mean. The Chinese are, big on the food. Americans big on the money. And the British are big on the life. Everyone's got to make a living. Everyone's got to live. So that means that if everyone's got to live, that means you've got to pay a little bit out of your pocket. You have to pay a little less because, well, you haven't got it and you have. Whereas the American version of it is kind of going, if these 30 million people have to die, so be it, because at least a company is making a lot more money out of it.
Yeah, it's pretty sad what America's doing with the famine relief right now, and like all these African places are like drying out and shit. And Trump's like, fuck it, no more foreign aid.
Well, yeah, I mean, as far as starvation and droughts and things like that, the reason that this affects a lot of Africans is if you have a look in Africa, there's plenty of arable land out there. It's just all of these people are living out in the bits that you can't grow crops on.
Well, I've learned a lot about in Nigeria. Well, in Nigeria, the reason that a lot of starvation was happening was because of fighting, because the people have to run away from the soldiers, so they run away from the land so it doesn't get planted, and it fucks everything up. Yeah, they run to the places where nobody would grow crops, because that's the places where nobody's fighting over it. Nobody's fighting over either the arable land or fighting over the resources nearby. It's an open fucking field where you grow shit, usually right in the middle of a valley. It's like not somewhere to defend. Well, it's not so much that. It's just the fact that, like I said, we're talking about large swathes here. So as long as there's nobody there, nobody wants to be there, then they're safe. Well, if you're running around being a refugee, you're not planting crops and doing that shit. Yeah, so you end up in places that just aren't really conducive to human life normally. And so it doesn't really matter how much money you throw at that one; they're still going to be out there. So at this point, this is what they really mean by white guilt.
is that, yeah, we could stop buying blood diamonds. Yeah, we could maybe have our cabbage grown a little closer to us. We could do that. Or we could just give a little bit of our money to charity and just forget about the fact that we're fueling somebody's civil
I saw the
war.
craziest little documentary, and it was talking about how when you give food away to these starved places, that's the wrong word. So anyway, the local grain sellers actually get fucking destroyed, like their businesses get wrecked, and that doesn't help the later food security of the area. You know, simple economics.
Well, there's
if
that.
you give away the grain, the grain sellers go out of business.
Yeah, but the
stupid.
problem is that those grain sellers aren't selling to those particular people anyway, so you're not undermining their bottom
Yeah, well, they
line.
didn't have enough fucking grain to sell,
Yeah.
so they kind of failed in the first place. So there's that.
Well, it's not so much that, it's just that nobody's buying it. You're talking about people who can't even afford grain. So, you know, they're not giving that, they're not handing that to absolutely everybody no matter what. They're
No, I know, it only goes to certain people.
Yeah, it's going to these encampments where there's basically just children with distended stomachs everywhere.
Yeah, but I was just saying it hurts in an economic, not a...
No, but it doesn't hurt them in an economic thing, because you're talking about people wanting to sell seeds, and they can't sell seeds to people who can't buy them.
What I was saying is when they dump a bunch of food aid right that day and then and there, the people that sell grain don't sell grain for a week.
No, they don't sell grain to the people that they're giving the grain to.
I don't know. Never mind. It was a stupid. Documentary.
No, I understand the sentiment. What I'm saying is that the sentiment is wrong. Simply for the fact is, those people selling that grain were never going to sell that grain anyway to the people that this grain is being given to.
I wasn't trying to say it was right. That's what I said. It was kind of a dumb documentary.
It was, yes, and the
Very
conclusion
dumb.
was even more stupid. Yes.
It kind of reminds me of like some kind of Dave Cullen fucking analysis or something.
They probably had some really bad
The naked
camera
ape
angles as well.
The naked ape economic theory, I guess.
What is the naked ape economic theory anyway?
Trump. Just basically whatever
Just
he
that.
does, you know. Just that.
Just that.
Just cut everything. Just no government.
Anti-globalism.
It's anti-global.
Fuck bad globalists.
Fuck everybody in the country. Just fuck them all over.
The globalists have the astral vampires pedophiles. God damn it.
Pizzagate.
Pizzagate.
That's funny. Naked Ape called Destiny a pedophile too. That was pretty fucking scummy. I thought.
He calls everybody a pedophile who disagrees with him.
He told me to fucking go fucking fuck myself. He called me a fag like 8 times. Shut up, faggot. Like, okay, that's a good argument. I called him out on it. I'm like, you can just use that insult because that's what, you know. I can't call you that. Yeah, exactly. I can't call him that back. It's like he's using his privilege, and I know he was doing it on purpose.
Yeah, you see, I don't go that way. I become very ageist.
You mean
That's
like
what I'm,
you'll understand when you're older?
No, I just well, there is that, and I suppose when you're in your 30s. Okay, how old are you guys?
I'm 31.
Joshua, you're 31. Max, how old are you?
19.
Oh, bless.
Whoa.
Rafleek?
23.
23, and Olav?
40, man.
You're 40.
40.
Don't say it like that.
You just got out-aged.
How old are you, Robin?
39.
Oh, man.
Why do you sound like you're 20?
Yeah, you do actually sound like you're 20.
High-pitched voice.
You must have been
I don't know, I guess
squeaky when you were in your 20s, man.
Yeah.
Were you like this?
It doesn't sound that way to me, but...
But yeah, I suppose when you're looking at, say, like a 30-year-old talking to like a 15-year-old, there is a big difference, isn't there? 15
Yes.
years, 10 years, they make a big difference.
Well, I just remember when I first got into politics, it was Ronald Reagan, and it was a big oil thing going on where like OPEC was forming, and I was like, you know what? It seems like all those wars over there is just fighting over oil.
Well,
and that was
fighting
like
over
my beginner.
It's
course
fighting over
in
the
politics.
economics of oil. That's the deal. It's fighting over the economics of it. Everyone gets this one confused.
Oh, yeah.
It's not so much who has the oil; it's how it's sold.
Yeah, who gets the best deal, right? It's just like a
No.
dealer's
How
market.
it's sold, as in which denomination of money it's sold in.
Oh yeah.
How cheap it is.
Yeah, if America owns the denomination that the oil is bought and sold in, that's a huge advantage to the dollar. You know that.
Oh yeah.
Actually, it's the only advantage to the dollar.
These days, yeah.
That's not good. Not if you're looking at the future as in moving away from fossil fuels. That would be bad for our economy.
Well, I suppose there is one more advantage to the dollar. It's the money of trade.
Well, that sort of comes with the territory when it comes to being the petrodollar. Is that of course it's going to be the money of trade, because then everyone has to trade using dollars. Otherwise, they can't get their dollars.
How else do you move your dollar across the ocean?
Yeah. So this is how people get dollars in the first place, as they kind of go, right, oh shit, we've got to buy and sell some stuff when the Americans, so we can buy our fucking oil. That gives America a distinct advantage in getting cheaper goods sent to them, because people wish to get as many dollars as they can out of them, so they will give the Americans a better deal when it comes to their imports.
And to think we used to export shit.
We're fucked. I don't know, man.
We're not fucked until we get self-driving cars.
Oh yeah, once self-driving cars are figured out, we are beyond fucked, because that's 40% of our jobs gone.
40% of our jobs are driving shit around.
Yep.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Transportation.
It is the most common mode of employment for white men in the U.S.
That's my jam.
That's your jam, is it?
Are you a truck driver?
No, I was just fucking around because I'm white.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
Right around the time of the election, there was a commercial by a company called Otto. They made the first Budweiser delivery from a self-driving truck in Colorado.
Awesome. Less jobs. Yeah, I mean,
We need a wall to stop self-driving trucks.
I don't totally know what economic theory I think is the best, you know? I'm not very smart on economics.
The problem with the capitalist model is that it does have a tendency to eat itself eventually, where you have this a drive for efficiency. So to the point where the most efficient economic model is to have no staff.
And of course, once everybody manages that, there is no fucking market, because there is no money
To buy anything. Well, nobody's been paid any wages.
And the only people that will be able to actually afford the taxes are the companies, and the companies don't want to pay any taxes because they want it all to be profits. So the only welfare queens left will be those with shares in said companies.
And then, the French Revolution happens, and a lot of fucking rich people die.
And then somebody
Not
finally
if the-
blows up the Canary Islands.
Not if the rich people can convince the poor people to fight amongst themselves.
Could you, I don't know, do something about your dog there?
I was wondering when somebody was going to say something.
Well, somebody had to, and, it's my show, so... Has he done... Yeah,
Well,
he's
anyway.
doing something about it right now. Just strangling his pug.
Pug. Did that sound like a pug to you?
No.
That does.
Sounds like a basset hound.
Yeah, exactly.
Is it a basset hound?
Yes.
That's
They
the
have a very
sound of a
distinctive-
basset hound right now.
They have a very distinctive bark.
So how are you doing, Dusty? How's the plan to destroy the world? Or just the people in it? I got to get that right.
Well, lack of funding.
Lack of funding, that's always a problem. That was Al-Qaeda's problem.
Oh,
That's what they said in the 90s. I think that's what you need, time and funding, and you can be an international terror group just like Al-Qaeda.
Well, ISIS managed to solve that problem. They just took oil fields. Problem solved.
Great.
I thought I had a great idea for as an anti-theist to get rid of Islam. It's just to introduce social justice to Islam as a virus and just watch it eat itself.
Or you could insert the virus
more terror.
of commerce.
It already eats itself. What the fuck do you think terrorism is? They
It was a
kill
joke.
They kill
I
each
didn't think it
other
through.
more.
I didn't-
They kill each other more often than anybody else.
I didn't think it through very well.
Well,
I just thought it'd be funny to watch happen.
they're not really killing each other, though, are
Well,
they?
it
Killing
yes.
Sunnis killing Shiites.
I want to see tone policing. I want to hear patriarchy. Come on.
That would be like fucking.
They have AK-47s. They don't need to tone police.
That is basically Ireland right there. Fucking
Do
one
research,
denomination
shitlord.
killing another.
Well, that's true, but I mean,
Educate yourself on the Quran, shitlord.
Yeah, educate. Check your privilege.
I'm not going to say that one is not a Muslim and the other is, but my point is that they don't see each other as Muslims.
Yeah, and fucking the vast majority of the Abrahamic religions don't seem to think they worship the same God.
Well, then again, who cares?
Yeah.
It's full of idiots.
Who cares?
I mean, this is the other thing. It's like, like I've said about secularism, it's like I'm not encouraging Muslims, but I'm not encouraging Christians, I'm not encouraging Jews. All get a place at the table, just nobody gets to decide where. That's it.
Well, the only thing about being an anti-theist is, know how there's fat shaming?
What has that got to do with
Or like-
religion?
Yeah,
You just kind of like that. It's kind of this. Well, it's kind of the same thing. Like it's tough love. It's like
tough love, is it?
It's God not real. That's all.
You have to admit something about the biggest problem with the religions. They all chose the same fucking place.
Well, I would.
That was a bad idea for sure.
I would somewhat postulate that the whole sort of anti-theism thing is more of an excuse for people to proselytize than anything else.
To preach.
Mm-hmm. There is somewhat of a trend out there going at the moment when it comes to people preaching the good word. And I mean, I'm an old school atheist, mate. It's like I can combat these people, and it's like you want to come into my house and talk to me about God? Come on in. You're gonna regret this. But
I've done that twice. They've never come back.
That's right. But there's this whole sort of thing out there, kind of going, if it wasn't for these lot, you see, I'd be saying nothing. And and when I hear that, I think, you know what, it's quite right. If it wasn't for these people, you wouldn't have anything to talk about now, would you? Thank God they exist.
I personally love the Jehovah's Witnesses. They don't know how to respond when they get let in. It's never happened.
I mean, I've talked to these people like when they visit your house and stuff, and they're cool. I can't remember which ones. That's why I had to say, as a Jehovah's Witness or Mormon. I couldn't tell. I don't remember. Anyway, they were cool, man, and like they were pretty smart, and like I don't care if they continue to do their thing. I didn't try to convert anybody.
But
if they,
this is what we need. See, maybe you need to.
But if they get fat shamed a little bit, I don't care. That's my opinion.
Yeah, you need to tone down your rhetoric if you're thinking that you're anti-theist. when you're saying to somebody, "I don't mind if these people do whatever they do"? That's not.
Well,
That's not
I did say. I wasn't an anti-theist. I was like, it's been a long time since I got a fucking Jehovah's Witness, man. Give me a break.
It's like saying I'm against abortion, but I'm perfectly content with people having abortions.
No. It was I was doing an anecdote from before I was anti-theist.
Believe it or not, that is my position on abortion. I don't like it at all, but I'm perfectly content with people doing it because my opinions shouldn't matter that fucking much.
Well, like I said, that's not anti-abortion. That's all I'm saying.
Well, no, I am anti-theist, dude. But at that time, I was kind of fucking like laughing at him. Like I was just like, nah, man, not my thing. You know, fucking, I can't buy into it. And I asked them a bunch of questions, like, what do you think about the universe and stars and stuff? Like, I totally wasn't like, I wasn't an anti-theist then, though. That was fucking 10 years ago.
I think what it is, Robin, I think most anti-theists are not like Devin Tracy, who goes on actively looks for people to shit on. Do you know what I mean?
I wouldn't. Well, to be honest with you, judging from the community at large out there, I would say, yeah, there's enough out there.
They do that.
There's enough.
They do that
to say that that's what the atheist. You know, there's a difference between somebody being an atheist and somebody being an anti-theist. There is a difference. I think people get it wrong a lot of the time.
But there's also differences between the different anti-theists, for sure.
Well, like I said,
you know, Sam Harris is different than Richard Dawkins, is different than fucking whoever.
I don't think there's much difference with him when it comes to anti-theism. I think actually Hitchens beats them on this one.
You're right.
Which is he basically says, look, you want to have your toys, then keep your fucking toys. I don't need to see your toys. You don't need to bring your toys to school or to work. You can sit there and play with your toys at home all you like. Show it to your kids. Do not show it to my kids. That is not anti-theism. You see, that is
anti-theism would be
anti-theist.
I think an anti-theist would say, "Don't let your kids play with the toys."
That's right.
Which I actually agree with that to an extent.
Yeah,
it's like I don't know how to enforce it or anything.
Well, that's the whole point. You see that you can't, and if you have something that you wish to happen and you are unable to police, well, then you're just going to have to live without it at this point.
The problem with atheism in general is if you could say red pill somebody grow up a Christian.
Stop. We won't have anybody red pilling here.
No.
Okay?
I'm just saying, what are you gonna red pill them?
Use the Force, Hermione.
I
it was a
prefer
question.
the purple pill.
It was a question, though. I said if you were going to red pill somebody, what are you going to red pill them to?
You did it again.
Social justice warriorism? Are you going to turn them into a Republican or a liberal? Because if there's no religion there, they could get into any other type of activity that's just as religious and dumb.
So what? Do it ahead of time?
I didn't say to do anything there. I just asked the question, like, what do you want? What is the person to be?
What is the person to be? Well, they're obviously malleable for a start, otherwise we wouldn't be having this conversation. And the trouble is, of course, is that you're actually trying to say to somebody, you need to get yourself out of the mode of malleable. That's what I'm proposing.
I'm not trying to say that. I'm just saying, if there's nothing else there, they're going to end up picking up one of these other bad toys that are laying around.
You don't know that. And it's not your position to actually do that either. What if, for example, you can teach somebody to learn for themselves, but that doesn't necessarily mean that whatever you teach them, once you've taught somebody to learn for themselves, that doesn't mean that they're going to fall into the same logical fallacy.
No, yeah. And the great part is that's kind of what I was advocating in the first place by saying that they shouldn't be indoctrinated into one, is that they should learn all of them maybe in a school class and be like, oh, these are religions. This is Christianity. This is Judaism. This is atheism. This is this.
That's called secularism.
And they could be like, oh, that's dumb. That's dumb. That's dumb. I like this one.
Yeah, that is secularism.
And choose one out. That is a secularism grade school class. That's a secularist grade school course.
Of course. But that is not telling people that they can or cannot be part of a religion.
No, I want
basically- if
people to be
anything-
open-minded.
Yeah, if anything,
that
it's
they're
telling
right.
people to have some sort of tolerance towards those that do.
Yeah, I think that
You're implying that I'm intolerant.
If you're going
don't
to
think
say
that's what
that,
he's saying.
if you're going to say that you're an anti-theist, you've sort of crossed the tolerance Rubicon.
No, because you have to ask, which theists am I anti? Am I anti all theists? No, I don't care about any religious person that's not doing harm.
Yeah, but
The
Robin's
only
just
reason-
saying
the only
that you
reason-
probably shouldn't call yourself an anti-theist
Yeah,
because
at this
No,
point,
no.
you could
I'll
say-
explain to you.
I could
in
I could
Hitchens'
call you a
speak.
secularist by saying that. And the moment you
But
turn around and
see-
kind of go, any particular theist, well, what about anti-theists that are doing wrong? Are you against them too? Surely you
Yes.
would be, wouldn't you?
But the thing is that right now you have jihadis blowing themselves up with terrorism, and they're doing it in
What,
the name
right
of a
now?
god. So I'm anti those people.
Right
yes,
now,
right
you
now.
say?
Yes, today.
Today? What, as opposed to yesterday or the day before, the day
Yes,
before, the day before, the
yesterday
day
and the day
before, the day
before, the day
before, and the
before.
years and years ahead that would like that
You're
beforehand?
on Twitter, right?
Yeah, I'm on Earth as well. This
Yeah, you see the terrorist bomb. There was a mosque that blew up like 2 days ago, dude.
This is not my first rodeo.
There was a
They've
bombing
been
in
doing this
Belgium.
for 2,000 years, dude.
Yeah.
I know, and that's
this
the
shit's
thing.
not
That's
new.
what I'm anti-theist about. That's the thing that I oppose about theists. I don't necessarily have a problem with most other theistic shit, except for that.
You could say that so what you're
It's
saying is that
extremism.
you don't like policemen then.
I don't like guys going into abortion clinics and shooting them. No, I do like policemen.
But hang on a second, there are police out there that do naughty bad things.
That's why I was trying to get to this earlier. Like, there's organizations like Cop Block or Cop Watch they had on Facebook and shit, and they were basically Black Lives Matter, but they weren't racialized. They were just watching police violence and brutality nationwide and posting it up on Facebook.
But like I said, this is I wouldn't consider themselves anti-police, now would you?
They could be, though.
May I suggest a way to solve all of these problems?
No. We've already had this suggestion before. It's not a viable option, I told you.
Gas the chat.
No, everybody. He wants us all to go.
The nuclear bomb.
People, no problem.
It's a
No
simple
people.
solution and effective. However, we still haven't worked out exactly who's going to get rid of the last person.
Well, I was assuming the nuclear winter, but
No, that's all
At this point, the nuclear winter might be some help the Earth fight global warming at this fucking point.
It will be a new problem, to be sure. But yeah, I would say that I'm a little bit more careful in the especially after you're talking about the semantics of Black Lives Matter, to then sort of struggle with the semantics of calling yourself an anti-theist when you're not actually anti-all theists. Can you see what I'm coming
I'm fine
from?
with that. I have a very nuanced anti-theistic position. I am anti-Christianity a lot too. Like, don't get me wrong. I don't agree with a lot of the fucked up shit that they do. That's why I mentioned the abortion clinic and radicalized fucking dipshits from any religion.
Well, like I said, if you're going with the anti-theist thing, you have to put down the mantle of secularism.
Well, no, you don't. I don't think you do.
I understand you don't think I do. That's why I'm telling you you do.
I think that I have a more nuanced position that I could still have them both.
Can anyone spot the nuanced position that I'm bringing forward here?
Yeah, I understand your point, but
I mean,
how am I discriminating against anybody? If I'm saying as long as you don't kill fucking people, I'm not anti you. If you abide by my
There
secular
are-
laws, I don't
okay,
give a shit.
Well, there is the vast majority, in fact, almost all people who are religious who don't kill other human beings.
Well,
you're
almost
telling me that-
all of human beings don't kill other human beings.
But what you're trying to say though is that by being secular and saying it's fucking stupid to starve your child because their sickness will be cured by your prayers, that's somehow anti-theism that doesn't abide by
No.
secularism.
No,
I just completely disagree.
What-
That's upholding
you were just
secularism.
saying, but you're not talking about anti-theism at this point. This is the thing.
Oh well, that's where you're
because-
wrong because I'm anti those fucking people. Fuck them. I am saying
you're
fuck
not
you to
listening.
people.
Yeah, but
That's
you're
my
not
point.
listening to what I'm
Well,
saying here. Is that there
So,
are
so far, what you have stated is you're anti-violence, and
And anti-extremism.
But no, I'm also saying that I'm anti these people with these fucked up ideas in their head. Like, I oppose them, but I don't want to do anything but say convince them. I don't want to fucking do anything crazy. But you know what I mean? Like, just speaking out as an atheist, is that being not secular? Christians are allowed to speak out, and that's secular.
No. What I'm talking about is that if you to be anti-theist is somewhat of a simple point here. What you're doing is you're dancing around anti-theism in a sense that other theists would agree with you. I don't think there are many. I don't know, man. All theists out there think that.
Well, what do you think, man? Do you want the jihadis dead? I mean, do you hate them, or do you just think, it's nothing to hate? Let's just.
What he's saying though is that that's not anti-theism. Just being the fact that you're against jihadis is not anti-theism in and of itself.
I'm not just against jihadis. I'm against honor killings and clitorectomies and fucking, you name it.
All of it. Yeah, give me all of it.
And the ideas and the people holding them. A certain amount of people that I say fuck you to. There's going to be a lot of numbers.
Sound weird.
How is that not anti-theist?
I know this will sound weird after putting forward the idea of just killing everyone, but I'd rather not kill these people. Could we maybe just fix them?
That was what Majid Nawaz was trying to do.
Right. Okay, look. The point that I was trying to make is that by the sound of it, the points that you're making aren't necessarily that of an anti-theist. Somebody who is an anti-theist is not keen on religion as a whole and would like it got rid. Somewhat of a sectarian.
Yeah, well,
when it comes to theism.
How about I'm 90% leaning that way? Because eventually, shouldn't it go away? Yes, I am for that eventually, but I'm not in a fucking big-ass hurry of it.
Yeah.
Some people are. I mean, I'm just trying to be careful because this is definitely a sensitive fucking issue.
From experience, you should know by now is that there's plenty of people that in this world that's never going to happen with.
That's why... Okay, I guess I'm not as anti-theistic as I thought, maybe.
Well, what I'm saying is, we were talking about this earlier about people and their ideas versus the practicalities of said ideas.
Well, no, I think that's important to talk about because, all the polls you could take about people, they might say some stupid shit, but are they going to do anything? Probably not.
Well, you never can tell. And this is, one of the issues of radicalism, of course, is that certain radicalists can bring out some rather, everyone else's inner radical. I mean, there's hate preachers, for example.
Yeah, like Hitler or just whoever.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say he was a hate preacher. I think there was plenty of people preaching hate on his behalf. Never actually said... Or at least actually talked of the Jews in a lot of his sort of things.
I certainly never seen any example of him saying to kill them.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
People inferred a lot more from him than he necessarily said.
What about Mein Kampf? Wasn't it in there?
Well, it was it was called My Struggle.
But there's some anti-Jewish stuff.
Yeah, but he talks quite a lot about the international Jewry and things like that.
That's what I'm saying.
Like you said, he didn't actually explicitly say go out and kill these people, but it's it's sort of like the Stefan Molyneux approach. Right? He writes NGGRS and then asks you to fill in the last two letters.
Whoa, I didn't see that one. That's one interesting.
Have you ever seen? No, I'm not saying he actually did that, but that's sort of the tone of his videos. Is that he's got a blackboard behind him and he writes that on the board, and he's like, now what does it spell?
Niger. Oh, wait.
So one thing that came to mind is the dichotomy between the right and the left when it comes to Jewish people, because you have the BDS movement, which is anti-Israeli Zionist settlements, and then you have the what do you call it? The alt-right, who's fuck the Jews or whatever.
Well, at the moment, it's a right-wing government, so saying Israel is misbehaving itself is anti-Semitic. If it's a left-wing government, we'll have to see.
Well, we had a left-wing government under Obama, and he was basically
No, I'm talking
not...
about. I'm talking.
He's talking about Israel.
Yeah, I'm talking about Israel.
Well, I'm just saying Obama's Israel policy was like, hey, Israel, quit it. Palestinians are not that bad. He was, like I was describing, he was a leftist on Palestine.
That is not
Like,
a left or
basically-
right issue.
I disagree.
Yeah, this is the bit
Because
that sort of
over
confuses
here,
me.
that's how it is. Everything over in America is
Do you know?
is dichotomous.
Have you ever heard of Friends of Israel?
Vaguely. What is it?
Have a look at the Friends of Israel. It's an international community of thousands of different people who have signed up to this in all over the country, all over the world.
Okay.
And these are people that are parts of Labour, Conservative, Lib Dem, everybody. All kinds of different parties, and they're all signed up to this Friends of Israel thing. It is not a left or a right thing.
Rabbi Eckstein?
What is the question? What is a
I don't know.
left or right
I
thing?
was just saying that
whether
the
Israel
liberals over
should be a
here,
two-state solution, Palestinian, all the other business there. It's not a left or right thing.
but the liberals over here whinge about Palestine. Oh, the poor Palestinians, and the right wingers are like, fuck the Jews, fuck Jewish. They own Hollywood. They own fucking the banks.
No, that's not
So
right
you-
wing.
That's far right wing. That's far right wing.
That's not. This isn't
More
a
along
right
the
or a
lines of,
left thing.
Once again, idiocy.
No, I guess I'm not describing myself well. What I'm trying to say.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say to you is there are certain things that do not necessarily belong to the left or the right, but seem to get ascribed by others, and in your case, you.
No, I'm describing certain people and their thoughts and beliefs in America.
Yes, but what I'm saying is there are left or right leaning people who will say exactly the same thing when it comes to Israel, but it has nothing to do with their left or right leaning.
No, there's all sorts of overlap.
And for example, we were talking about white nationalists, for example.
Yeah, they have the anti-Jewish rhetoric.
But here's the thing: they don't actually. There's plenty of white nationalists out there that think that an ethno-state is perfectly acceptable. That being a Jewish one, for example.
But they don't want to have anything to do with them.
Yes,
they just
want them
that
in
as a
Israel. They don't want
model.
them in America. They want them in Israel.
They just want, but they just want. No, they also want that as a model for their citizen, even though it's not really quite accurate of Israel, in my opinion. But whatever.
Oddly, Israel has a very right-wing government.
No, I know that.
Not
too.
really. It's not actually that right wing, to be honest.
Well, it could be worse, I suppose.
Rabin was actually far to the right of Netanyahu on the Palestinian issue.
Seems like a pretty damn big issue.
Have they
yeah.
found a single fucking leader in that country that hasn't been, let's just kill them all?
I don't think anybody has that position.
Yeah, sure they don't.
Well, can you name a person who does?
The vast majority who keep electing a government that would rather bomb them than discuss actual peace.
Okay. So, I mean...
The biggest problem with the peace talks between Palestine and Israel is neither side wants peace.
I don't know about that.
One side wants the fucking territory. They'll never give it up. They keep fucking pushing forward into it, further and further. The other side wants their territory back. They'll never give it up. They keep fucking doing stupid shit because they're incapable of ever taking it back, but they're gonna keep trying. This is what I have described as a endless war. It's what they have.
Yeah, I can't disagree with the
It's not just over territory, though.
There's a religious aspect to it, and
yeah,
man.
The religious aspect to it is basically pretty simple. It's what I've said earlier today. All of the religions chose the same fucking spot.
Yeah.
Well, you can't
There's
really
not
say
many
that
Christians over
once. You can't really say that one side is pushing endlessly into the other.
Yes, you can. Why?
No, you can't because they offered. There was the 2000 Camp David summit.
Israel has yet to ever back out of an area. They keep
That's not
pushing
true. Back out of Gaza.
They keep pushing the line.
No, they backed out of Gaza though.
Even when they sign agreements to leave, they don't leave.
They did leave Gaza.
Oh yeah, they stopped bombing the fuck out of it.
No, they left Gaza in 2005.
Yeah, and then they started putting more settlements back in.
Not in Gaza.
Not in Gaza. That's somewhat of a large bit of Israel missing from that particular equation, though, isn't it?
Well, no, but the argument is that the claim is that they've never backed out of any piece of land, which is not true. They backed out of Gaza and they backed out of Sinai.
That's not the claim. That's not.
That was the claim.
The claim is that they keep on taking over, and they certainly haven't backed out of the territories that they said that they weren't going to build on, and that were basically the international law has said is to be returned.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that settlements are illegal. I'm just saying the claim that they have never left territory before is not true.
Okay, rarely will that do?
Okay.
That was an easy one to get through. So yeah, one or two particular fallbacks. Yeah. There's a few times that the Allies fell back a few times. They still won the war though. I think it's.
And then we handed a lot of land over to Russia, which turned out to be one big ass mistake.
It's more to do with posture than anything else. I was pro-Israeli when I was in the 90s and stuff like that. After the assassination of Rabin and all... sorry? No, it's not Rabin, whatever the fuck it is. Who cares about the pronunciation? We know who we're talking about. After that assassination, Bibi came in. I've struggled. And over the years had that whittled down to the point, he
hasn't been in since then, though. There have been other prime ministers since then.
What, since Bibi?
Yeah.
Remarkably few, though, isn't it? In fact, they were in for moments.
That's what? No.
Bibi has been in control of that lot for quite some time.
And no.
No, there's you're talking about the presidency versus prime minister, isn't it?
No, I'm not. So, okay. Bibi was in office from 96 to 99, right? And then there was Ehud Barak. And then after that, there was Ariel Sharon. And then after that, there was Ehud Omer. And then after that, there was Bibi. And he's been in since then.
But he's been around
for a long time now, yeah. About 8 years now.
He was doing something else while that was going on.
He was foreign minister for a while. He was in government for a little bit. Or he was in government, but he also took a little bit of time off, but he was, yeah.
But anyway, yeah. This man has not actually helped. Neither has Perez, really, to be frank.
Well, no one has helped in this fucking shit because nobody has this thought that they just draw a line in the sand. Either side passes it, you fucking take the shit, you dish out. Sooner or later, you have to have the cut the baby in half moment over this crap. You really do.
There's never going to be a two-state solution in the next 5 years, 10 years. We know that. And there's not really much left of Palestine for...
Yeah, because neither side wants a two-state solution. That's the reason there never will be one.
It's not true either that there's not much left of Palestine. It's it's a difficult issue to work out because of the topography of the terrain, but it's the settlements in the West Bank cover 3% of the area.
And the bits in between?
You're talking about Area C, right? So that is under Israeli administrative and security control. And that's about 40%. But
it's not. That's the part that is not allowed to be built on. And yes, they do violate it sometimes, but it's not true that there's nothing left of Palestine, is what I'm saying.
Well, that's the point, you see. That's the bit of Palestine that they keep on doing it. And you say that they do it from time to time. But that's almost every time a year. And year upon year upon year upon year upon year.
Every time they do it, they don't back out. So every single time they do it, they take more and more and more.
There are settlements that are dismantled.
Yeah, but you're talking about that as though there's like, you know, a couple of settlements that get dismantled and then a few settlements get, built afterwards. No, it's like 50 and then a couple.
Well,
I mean, it's slowly over the time since, 1946, 1947, 1967. It's just been slowly whittling down to almost nothing of the West Bank, almost nothing of the Gaza Strip.
They didn't have control of the West Bank until 1967.
But yeah, and from that point on, they've slowly whittled their way in to the point where there's next to nothing left. They're slowly carving up the West Bank. They're slowly turning it into a point where it's not really worth even living there for them. They know what they're doing, and anyone watching that knows what they're doing. It's slow, incrementally just taking it over, one little inch at a time.
It would take 100 years.
They don't care. That's
Yeah,
right. They don't care.
Here's the thing. 100 years is time they have. Civilizations last far longer than people.
Well, then at that point, wouldn't it just be a one-state solution?
Yes.
It would be one state.
An Israel state.
Okay.
Well, this is why we were talking about a two-state solution. Palestinians are fighting for their lives here. Whatever's left of it.
They're doing a shitty job of it, but
yeah,
there are plenty of people that on the Palestinian side who do want a one-state solution, though. In fact, the majority do not want a two-state solution from poll data that I've seen.
Well, yeah. You'll notice that the biggest stop in that fucking argument has always been the question of
what kind of
why do you not want a two-state solution? Well, when will they tell us we're allowed to be here? That's the biggest fucking stop in the argument.
Are you saying that there would be like forced deportation if there was a one-state solution?
No, I would say they would all be dead. More than likely. Because that's what they have been doing. Killing people. You don't bomb the shit out of a fucking city and expect people to survive that crap. And I don't buy this. Oh, we were bombing the missiles. No, you take out all the goddamn infrastructure, all the buildings. You don't have to actually bomb the people to kill people by bombing.
Wait, what?
The vast majority of deaths after World War II had nothing to do with gunfire or bombs or any violence whatsoever. It was lack of infrastructure. You take out the fucking food, the water, and all the sanitary and housing, and that kills people.
Okay.
You don't have to actively kill people to kill a whole fuckload of people. And that's what they have been doing. They have been bombing the shit out of Gaza and the whole rest of Palestine. Have you ever seen the pictures? It's rubble.
I've seen pictures of Gaza. It's not rubble. I mean, maybe during the conflicts it was rubble. I mean, that's what happens as a result of bombs. Yeah.
You can only rebuild so fast, and once they've finished rebuilding, in comes the bombs again.
So you don't see any sort of role that the Palestinians play in this?
Oh yeah, their role is pretty straightforward. They're dumb enough to keep fucking hitting the beehive.
Okay, so do you think if they stopped that bombings would continue?
No, but I think the fucking encroachment sure the fuck would.
But we're talking about those are two different things, though. We're talking about Gaza, right? There's no settlers in Gaza.
Now.
Okay, but I mean, so what I'm struggling with, if the question is if the question is whether or not Israel will be willing to withdraw, and they have shown that they've been willing to withdraw in the past, right? Then
you see, I don't buy that argument. They've withdrawn in particular places and expanded in others. That's not being willing to withdraw. You're missing a lot of the argument here by saying that. I mean, I can see that you're quite sensitive about this particular avenue here, but if you can imagine, one of the reasons that you have a lot of, say, Muslim extremism has been down to this particular Israeli-Palestine thing. This has been cited by quite a lot of terrorist groups as the reason that they even started up in the first place. Hamas
if you're talking about
wouldn't
things
be
like
around if it wasn't for this particular crisis.
But if you're talking about things like, Osama bin Laden's "Why We Hate You and Why We Fight You" and things like that, he also talked about U.S. opposition to the genocide in East Timor, rather, by Indonesia.
Their opposition to the genocide.
Yeah, once the U.S. realized what it was that the Indonesian army was doing in East Timor, they ceased their funding, and that was one of the reasons.
The fact that they didn't finish the job, the fact that we backed out of it after a while. U.S. was complicit with the genocide, and then they stopped.
We like to, be involved in these things. We don't typically like to actually finish the job.
Osama wasn't happy we didn't help him finish off a caliphate somewhere. Which, by the way, those people have been living underneath that caliphate since, underneath their oppressors. Like if the Nazis had beat France and they had to live there. Pretty fucked up shit.
Yeah, that's
pretty
your
sad,
average. That's your average American way of dealing with these problems. We make them
Henry
worse.
Kissinger. Yeah, Henry Kissinger.
Mr. Realpolitik himself.
Oh man, that guy was a fucking crazy fuck.
Well, like I said, that there's a. I've said that what should we do about Islam, and it's like, well, what should we do, rather than what a lot of people seem to be kind of going. Well, we need to encourage them to do something about their shit. And I find it rather blanketed in this. Well, yeah, we've had some past misconduct, but that shouldn't taint their view about us. And I find as if it's what we should do.
It's too late to worry about that.
What we should do is not trying to encourage it in the future. And a lot of that, American foreign policy is to install some force to counteract the force that we installed, to counteract some force that we installed, to counteract
proxy wars with Russia.
And it's just this consistent policy of, well, we'll just do this little short stop motion that should stop all of that problems that we caused in the first place, which then causes a brand new problem that we've got to now find a new solution to.
Well, earlier on you said we should just let them hash it out. And what do you think we should do in Syria? Right now Trump's putting troops in.
Well, won't that start World War II? World War III, sorry?
World War III.
Oh God!
And he's doing a "you can't fly here" area.
It sounds like a no-fly zone, but it's not. It's slightly different because one would cause World War III, the other one wouldn't.
Yeah, this is a different thing.
There's actually a chance that might happen. When you have two superpowers on two different sides of this conflict.
Yeah, well, when Turkey shot down that Russian plane, what happened? Was it World War III? Nothing happened. It was just collateral damage.
This is why the whole, Hillary wants to start World War III with Russia claim was nonsense.
It's the biggest pile of shit I've ever fucking heard of.
That was some desperate stuff at the end.
It was desperation. And, Lindsey Graham and Rubio and fucking half the Republican nominees have said the same shit. So I don't know how anybody could fall for it.
So, Robin, you might be interested to know that the president of Israel, Reuven Rivlin, is bitter rivals with Netanyahu. And he's actually a one-stater. He wants there to be one state for religious reasons.
Oh,
but he's also a peacenik.
Well,
he's also a peacenik. Like he.
I don't get that.
Are you familiar with?
I'm not quite sure what kind of peace he's searching for at this point.
How's he gonna manage all that?
Well, it's basically the same kind of peace I suggested when I said just kill everyone.
No, it's not Roman peace. I'm serious. Okay, you know who Baruch Goldstein is?
A Goldstein?
No.
There's a few of them around.
He's the guy who killed 7 Palestinians at a bank in the 90s. So Reuven Rivlin has I think almost every year he's spoken in front of Arab towns and things like that. I think even a few Palestinian towns, sort of apologize for it. Say we're all Israelis. We should work together to build a better future. Things like that.
So he's working on the idea of implementing the West Bank and Gaza into Israel, and obviously giving Palestinians full citizenship. This is where he's going to come under a bit of a cropper here. This obviously it sounds lovely, but you're talking about people who do not want to be part of Israel. I mean, it's pretty plain at this point that they don't. It's like asking the Irish to join the United Kingdom. It never really worked out well. We only managed to get a chunk of it.
I really disagree that there's that many people that want that. I think actually that there's quite a few people among the Palestinians who would prefer one state because they think that they could gain immediate parliamentary control, which they could.
Yeah.
But Reuven Rivlin's view is that a binational state is worth the price to pay because separating the land would be an unspeakable crime. That's his view verbatim. I'm not saying that's my view. I'm just saying that's that's what he wants.
Well, yeah, he's talking about that. I just don't see it. I just don't see it happening.
No. I'm not saying I see it happening either. I think it would cause, I think you would see Israel turn into Lebanon in 1975. But my point is that it's not like everybody in Israel wants Roman peace. You take my meaning when I say Roman peace, right?
There's enough of them out there, though.
There are, in the West Bank.
I don't know. I mean,
as you can probably tell, I'm pretty pro Israel, but
you see, I'm not pro. Or
Israeli politics is.
Yeah, I'm not pro or anti-Israel, but a lot of people get this wrong when I say, look, the way that Israel right now is treating Palestine is apartheid state type deal. And the argument some people come back with me is like, well, are you saying that Israel shouldn't survive as a nation? And I'm sitting there kind of going, how the fuck do you get there? How did you get that from what I just said? It's like kind of going, well. John, stop bullying Dan. It's like, what, do you want me to kill myself? No, John. I'm asking you to stop fucking bullying these people. You've got to cool off. And the problem is that whenever there's a peace solution, there's some sort of peace plan being drawn up, suddenly BB kind of goes, you know what, yeah, maybe we should just let a few of those guys move into that particular area. Oh, has that pissed you guys off? Well, you can't deal with these folks. And he's been doing this for decades. Always doing this. And this is the problem. You can't enrage somebody and then get pissed off when they're upset. It just can't happen. And they've been using the Holocaust card far too often to the point now that it's just dog-eared at this point.
Yeah, that kind of card gets should be used up at this point, honestly. At a certain point, when there's no one left alive who was directly affected by this shit, it should be done and over with.
I mean, we're looking at like the percentage figures of people even trusting a one-state solution in you know the low tens in percentage-wise. So even if they got one, they wouldn't trust it. They'd be Israelis, but they'd still.
Among which population are you talking about?
Palestinians here. So even if they were put into a single one-state solution, given Israeli passports, all that sort of business, they wouldn't have it. They wouldn't be into it. They'd just be like a Basque region at that point of Spain.
I mean, I'm not.
It won't solve the agitation
close to that kind of data, but no, I understand. But I'm not saying that I'm close to that kind of data, but I haven't seen it. I've actually seen quite a lot of support for a one-state solution from the Palestinians themselves.
I'm looking at reasonably recent polls here, and maybe a good like 10-15% of them are into it. I've seen 64% of the non-religious, for example, may be into it. But like I said, we are talking about a problem here that is very much religiously done, and that's not just from the Palestinian point of view, but from the Jewish point of view as well. Is that both of them are not interested. And that is the issue here. I mean, you can't get rid of it. You can't undermine that. It's not.
Listen, if it was up to me, I would prefer if everybody in both Israel and Palestine apostatized tomorrow, and then there could be one state.
I don't even think that would work now. Because you've got to remember, it's also about bloodlust and revenge. There's a lot of people that have killed a lot of other people because of this. A lot of bad blood.
To be honest, if it was up to me, I would like the entirety of the human species to agree that we're all people and we should get along to get along. But I don't think that's ever going to happen. And personally, I literally do think the only way to get world peace is to fucking kill everyone.
Thank you for that.
So, I don't actually fucking strive for world peace.
Is that it? Yeah, that's all he brings. That's all he brings to the table, really. Is like when he's talking about world peace. If we get rid of every human being, then there will be no problems.
Well, yeah, exactly. Well, the reasoning's pretty simple. People are idiots.
It is very simple. It is very, very simple. You are right.
People are idiots, and it's in our nature not to get along.
Or is it we've got to say?
I would like to point out though that what's that?
Go on, mate. Carry on.
I was just gonna say I would like to point out though also that I don't think it's fair to point to the Palestinians every time there's an issue with Islamic extremism. I mean, there's no Israelis that are involved in Syria right now, and much of that is to do with Islamic extremism.
I think, when it comes to Islamic extremists within a war zone, that's going to happen anyway. If you can imagine, a lot of religious extremists end up in war zones for their own reasons.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's necessarily putting it down to that in the first place. It certainly didn't start off that way. And people end up getting, radicalized within these groups. I think it's very difficult to find radical secularists. You know what I mean?
That's the problem, right? I mean,
well, they're out there. They're out there.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can find one every day. I just have to look in the mirror.
But yeah, Kenko the Elder, Kekto the Elder, sorry. You have been given a link, so it's up to you if you're going to come in, mate. I'm probably going to give it another hour, tops. Actually, probably. How long have we got? 6.5 hours now? Actually, I might nail this one on the head at this point. It's been a while since we were interviewing PC at this point. The show was really about her.
Yeah.
So
That's true, yeah.
I'll tell you what. Yeah, let's call this quits, and I can go and rest up nice to a nice warm woman. It sounds like a good idea to
Sounds
me.
good.
All right, boss.
So once again, thank you everybody in the side chat, everybody who's actually turned up, and don't know what we're going to do for next week, but we shall see. Always bring yourselves, bring a topic, and we'll manage to get through it eventually by the end of the day. At least it hasn't been absolutely busy. It's been absolutely mental the last few weeks. So it was quite nice to have just a bit more of an easygoing set, really. So who knows what's going to happen next week?
Mass Effect Andromeda.
Maybe we'll talk about that next week.
Oh yeah.
Do you think the day one patch is going to fix all those problems?
No.
No, but the Day 10 DLC might.
I think there's a lot of problems there that need to be fixed. It's not going to be done by the day one patch.
I'm tired, mate. You've had 6.5 hours of this. Surely this is enough for you. Oh man, I know, but there's other places you can go. You can't just spend all your time here. It'll just get weird.
Yeah, I should get back to hanging out with Nick and Rust because I'm an idiot and I can't quit the game even though it sucks ass.
You suck at it, don't you?
Well,
you suck at it, don't you?
I have this base that's been standing for a few days. It's
I wouldn't mind playing Rust, but I just can't be bothered to get actually buy the thing. But anyway, thanks Om, thanks the annoying Gunner
Later.
for giving everyone cancer, and thank you to everybody in here, and to Kekto the Elder. Sorry to give you the link so late, mate, but hey, I'm just too tired for any of this anymore. So anyway, we'll see you guys next week. Have a good one, and enjoy yourselves. Have a good weekend. Chitty bye.
Yep. Happy St. Patty's.
Bye.